Saiyan doesn't break. Not really. You can send them to the edge of death, strip away everything they have, push them past every limit they thought existed, and they will come back. Stronger, more dangerous, more alive than before. That's not just a character trait, that's a philosophy. And it's the reason Dragon Ball Z didn't just become popular, it became permanent. There is something about this series that gets into you early and never fully leaves. Maybe you grew up watching it on Saturday mornings, catching it between commercials, not fully understanding the power levels or the lore, but feeling every single moment like it was the most important thing you'd ever seen. Maybe you came to it later, after years of hearing people reference it in every conversation about anime, every debate about the greatest fights, every discussion about which moment in fiction made them feel something for the first time. Either way, Dragon Ball Z has a way of finding you, and once it does, it doesn't let go. But here's the thing that gets lost when people reduce DBZ to transformations and power scaling, and I understand why they do, because the transformations are extraordinary. This series was never really about who was strongest. It was about what strength costs, what it means, what it asks of the people who carry it. Goku is the purest expression of that question. A Saiyan raised as a human, fighting not out of pride or revenge, but out of genuine, almost irrational love for the challenge itself. He doesn't want to destroy his enemies, he wants to push them to their limit to find out what they're truly capable of, because in his mind that's the greatest form of respect. Vegeta is the opposite and the mirror. Born to royalty, consumed by pride, carrying the weight of a destroyed race on his shoulders and measuring every moment of his life against a low-class warrior who somehow always stands a step ahead. Their rivalry isn't just the emotional spine of Dragon Ball Z. It's one of the most compelling relationships in the history of the medium. Two men defined by the same blood, the same potential, reaching for the same ceiling, and finding completely different reasons to keep climbing. And then there are the villains. Frieza, who represents something almost too real, pure cruelty dressed in elegance, of being so comfortable with domination that mercy feels beneath him. Cell, the twisted reflection of everyone the series built, perfection achieved through consumption, evolution without soul. Buu, chaos in its most primal form, destructive not out of malice but out of something worse, indifference. Each one of them forces the cast to break through a ceiling they didn't know existed. Each one asks a different question about what it means to become something more than what you were. That's the thesis of Dragon Ball Z, not power levels, not who goes Super Saiyan first. The real thesis is this: the most meaningful transformations aren't physical. They happen when a character is forced to choose between what they were and what they need to become. When Gohan finally unleashes what he's been holding back not because he wants to fight, but because someone he loves is suffering. When Vegeta kneels, and you understand exactly what that moment costs him. When Goku makes a sacrifice that redefines what a hero actually is. DBZ didn't just build the blueprint for battle shonen. It created a language, a visual grammar for struggle, for growth, for the idea that every scar is a threshold crossed, and every threshold crossed brings you closer to something you couldn't have imagined from where you started. Before we go any further, if you haven't already watched our complete Dragon Ball Classic recap, go check that out first. The link is in the description. This story begins long before the Saiyans arrive, and that foundation matters. Now, the Saiyan Saga is about to begin, and we're covering everything. Every arc, every transformation, every sacrifice, every moment that turned Dragon Ball Z from a sequel into a legend. This is the full story. Fast forward 5 years of absolute peace and quiet, and the happy couple now has a young son named Gohan. But one day, while the little guy was out playing, he managed to wander off and get himself lost. Goku immediately set out to find him, while poor Gohan found himself wandering through a deep valley. He spotted a bird and tried to catch it, but he ended up slipping and falling right into a rushing river. The current started sweeping him away, and since he couldn't stop himself, he started screaming for someone to save him at the top of his lungs. Goku heard his cries while searching and rushed down to grab him, but the water was moving too fast and pulled Gohan into a dark cave. Luckily, when he emerged from the other side, he managed to snag onto a tree branch. Goku finally reached him and told him he'd been looking for him for ages, saying it was time to head out. Goku explained they were going to visit his old mentor, Master Roshi, so Gohan tagged along. But while they were on their way, a massive explosion rocked the area. This was the direct result of a mysterious visitor named Raditz finally touching down on planet Earth. The moment Raditz landed, he was confronted by a local farmer. After dealing with him, Raditz declared his mission was to find someone named Kakarot. He activated a high-tech lens device he was wearing, a scouter, which detected a massive power level located about 4,000 miles away. Thinking he'd found Kakarot, Raditz flew there instantly, only to find Piccolo instead. Piccolo sensed an overwhelming, terrifying energy coming from this stranger and wondered who he was and why he had come. Piccolo didn't hesitate and launched an attack at Raditz, but it was useless. The attack didn't even leave a scratch. Raditz mocked him, saying Piccolo's power was nothing compared to his own. However, right in the middle of his gloating, his scouter picked up another signal, a very powerful individual 8,000 miles away. Convinced that this was the real Kakarot, Raditz flew off. Raditz abandoned Piccolo and headed for the signal. At that very moment, Goku and Gohan arrived at Master Roshi's place, meeting up with Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin. It had been 5 long years since any of them had seen Goku, and they were absolutely stunned to learn the news. They were shocked to find out Goku had a son. After being introduced to little Gohan, Goku pointed out the 4-star Dragon Ball on the boy's hat, a keepsake from Grandpa Gohan. He mentioned that it wasn't the only one he had, as they had collected others as well. While they were catching up, Raditz suddenly appeared right in front of them. Goku immediately sensed an incredible, threatening power and dropped into a fighting stance. Krillin tried to charge at him, but Raditz swatted him away with ease and then turned his attention toward Goku. Raditz greeted him as Kakarot and revealed a dark truth. Goku had been sent to Earth as a baby specifically to wipe out the entire population. He was confused why humans were still alive. Goku noticed Raditz had a tail just like he used to, and being completely lost, he asked the stranger who he was. Raditz asked how he could have forgotten his Saiyan heritage, suggesting he must have hit his head upon landing and lost his memories. Master Roshi chimed in, recalling how Grandpa Gohan found Goku years ago inside a strange space capsule and took him in to raise him. After naming him Goku, one day the boy fell and suffered a severe blow to his head. Before that accident, he was wild, but afterward he became a peaceful and obedient child. Raditz then looked at Goku and asked him a very specific question. What had happened to his tail? Goku explained that he'd had it removed a long time ago. Raditz remarked that it was clear Goku had become far too accustomed to living with humans. He decided to explain everything. He was actually Goku's older brother, Raditz, and Goku's birth name was Kakarot. They weren't human at all. They actually hailed from a distant world known as Planet Vegeta. Their entire race specialized in traveling across the universe to various planets for the sole purpose of exterminating their inhabitants. They did this because there were wealthy alien species interested in buying these worlds. Since buyers wanted the planets cleared of residents, the Saiyans would wipe everyone out and sell the vacant land for a massive profit. He reminded Goku that he was sent to Earth as an infant with the specific mission to kill every single human being on the planet to prepare it for sale. Goku was sent as a child because humans were considered weak and didn't require a full-grown warrior to conquer them. But that head injury caused him to forget his purpose, leading him to live peacefully among humans. Goku flatly replied that even if this crazy story were true, he wouldn't kill people. Raditz insisted he needed Goku's help, revealing that planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Out of their entire Saiyan race, only 4 remained: Raditz, Goku, and 2 others. They were currently planning to take over a new planet and needed a 4th warrior to help them slaughter the population for profit. He told Goku he must join them because he'd grown strong, and his power likely surged whenever a full moon appeared on Earth. Raditz was certain Goku's natural instincts were still there. Goku was confused and asked what on earth the full moon had to do with his combat strength. Raditz explained that the full moon triggers a massive power boost for their race. This revelation hit Goku's friends hard as they finally realized why he used to transform into a terrifying giant ape whenever he looked at the full moon during his childhood. After processing everything Raditz said, Goku firmly refused to help him. Raditz then turned his gaze toward young Gohan and realized the boy must be Goku's son, especially since he noticed the child still possessed a Saiyan tail, just like the rest of their bloodline. Raditz decided to take the boy, striking Goku down and kidnapping Gohan. He gave Goku a chilling ultimatum. If he wanted his son back, he had to kill 100 humans by the end of the day to prove his loyalty to the Saiyan race, or else he'd never see him again. He warned that he and the other two Saiyans would soon launch a full-scale attack on Earth to kill everyone anyway. After Raditz flew off with Gohan, Goku was left in agony with his friends, unsure of what to do until Piccolo suddenly appeared before them. Goku was surprised to see him, but Piccolo proposed a temporary alliance to defeat Raditz. He'd overheard the conversation about the other two Saiyans and realized they'd have to deal with them later too. He made it clear, however, that he wasn't doing this for Goku or the kid. Piccolo stated he only wanted to eliminate them because they were obstacles to his own goal of world domination. Goku agreed to the team-up but warned Piccolo that even after the Saiyans were gone, he still wouldn't let him take over the world. Using the Dragon Radar, Goku located Gohan. The radar picked up the Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat, so Goku and Piccolo sped off toward Raditz's location. When they arrived together, Raditz mocked them, claiming their little alliance wouldn't change a thing because they were still far weaker than he was. Raditz moved with blinding speed, striking both of them simultaneously. He taunted them further, revealing that the other two surviving Saiyans were significantly more powerful than he was, meaning even if they somehow managed to beat him, they'd have zero chance against the others. Goku was genuinely worried, but he spotted Gohan trapped inside the space capsule. He and Piccolo charged at Raditz, moving so fast they seemed to vanish and reappear. Raditz flew into the air and unleashed two massive energy beams, causing a colossal explosion upon impact. Goku managed to dodge the first blast, but the second one caught Piccolo, completely severing his arm. Despite the injury, Piccolo told Goku to keep Raditz distracted while he prepared a devastating secret technique. Goku agreed and rushed back into the fray to keep the pressure on. Goku attacked Raditz, and after taking a hit, he launched a full-power Kamehameha from above. Raditz barely managed to block it but counterattacked with a beam that knocked Goku down. However, Piccolo had finished charging his move, the Special Beam Cannon or Makanko Sappo. Piccolo fired the blast, but Raditz narrowly dodged it, leaving only a scratch. Infuriated, Raditz prepared to finish Piccolo off, but Goku suddenly grabbed him from behind by his tail. Raditz instantly lost his strength and collapsed, as the tail was his major weakness. Goku realized that since his own tail was a weak spot, Raditz's would be too, rendering him powerless. As Raditz lay there helpless, Piccolo began charging his Special Beam Cannon once more. Desperate, Raditz started pleading with Goku, reminding him that they were brothers. Raditz begged Goku to let go, promising he would leave Earth forever and never return. Being incredibly naive, Goku actually believed him and released his grip. Raditz immediately turned on him, brutally beating Goku until Gohan, fueled by rage, shattered the space pod from the inside. Gohan burst out, and Raditz was stunned to see the boy's power level was actually higher than Goku's and Piccolo's combined. In a blind fury, Gohan charged and headbutted Raditz right in the chest, delivering a massive blow that severely injured the Saiyan warrior. After the hit, Gohan's power suddenly vanished as he calmed down. Raditz realized the kid's strength was tied directly to his emotions. He struck Gohan, knocking him unconscious, and was about to kill him when Goku suddenly grabbed Raditz again, holding him in a tight grip. Goku told Piccolo to fire his technique again immediately, even if it meant killing Goku in the process. Piccolo launched the Special Beam Cannon, which pierced through both Goku and Raditz. As they collapsed, Raditz couldn't believe he was dying at the hands of two such weaklings. Piccolo told him he was the only true loser, because Goku could be brought back to life using the Dragon Balls. He explained that Earth has a magical dragon capable of granting wishes, something Raditz had no idea about until that very moment. Raditz laughed and revealed that his two Saiyan comrades had been listening through his scouter the entire time. They now knew all about the Dragon Balls and would be coming to Earth in exactly 1 year to get them and take their revenge for his death. Piccolo was stunned as Raditz finally died. Shortly after, Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin arrived. Krillin rushed to Goku's side as he was fading away, telling him not to worry because they would use the Dragon Balls to wish him back to life as soon as possible. Goku admitted that death was a scary sensation he'd never felt before, but he trusted his friends to bring him back. Then, Goku passed away. Suddenly, his body vanished because Kami had taken it to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Piccolo miraculously regenerated his severed arm. Piccolo told the others, He was taking Gohan with him. He saw the boy's potential and knew they'd need his power when the other Saiyans arrived. He wasn't asking for permission, and Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma were too intimidated to try and stop him from leaving. They took the Dragon Ball from Gohan's hat and also grabbed Raditz's scouter so Bulma could study it. Piccolo flew off with Gohan, and once they were alone, he woke the boy up and explained everything that had happened, including the death of his father. Piccolo told Gohan he was strong and that he was going to train him to be a warrior. Gohan broke down in tears over his dad, insisting he wasn't strong and didn't want to fight. Piccolo told him to stop crying, assuring him Goku would return via the Dragon Balls. To prove Gohan's hidden strength, Piccolo literally threw the kid toward a massive mountain. Terrified, Gohan's latent power exploded, and he ended up obliterating the entire mountain and the ground around it. Once he calmed down, he was shocked by what he'd done. Piccolo explained that while he was incredibly powerful, that power only surfaced when he was scared or angry. He intended to train Gohan so he could learn to control and maintain that strength at will, rather than just in short, emotional bursts. Gohan eventually accepted his fate. Meanwhile, Goku was in the spirit world with Kami, who had brought his physical body there. Kami explained that he had brought Goku to this realm so he could train under a legendary master known as King Kai. King Kai was a high-ranking deity who oversaw entire sectors of the universe and possessed incredible power. Kami said they first needed to get permission from King Yema, the giant gatekeeper who manages the souls of the departed in the check-in station. After getting the green light from Yema, Goku set out on his own. A guide appeared to show him the way but warned that to reach King Kai, Goku had to travel across a legendary path called Snake Way, which was famously long and difficult to traverse. Snake Way stretched out for a staggering 1 million kilometers. Goku was shocked by the distance and asked the guide if he knew fortune teller Baba. The guide confirmed he did, noting she visited the spirit world often, so Goku had an idea. Goku asked him to have Baba tell his friends not to wish him back until the full year was up so he could finish his training. Then, he started his journey. He flew at first using his energy, but eventually got tired and had to continue on foot. Back at Kami House, Bulma, Roshi, and Krillin were stressing over how to break the news to Chi-Chi about Goku's death and Gohan being taken by Piccolo. Roshi insisted they had to tell her regardless, especially since they needed the Dragon Balls at her house. While Roshi planned to send a message, Bulma was busy tinkering with Raditz's scouter. She managed to get it working and began scanning everyone's power levels, seeing their strength represented as numbers on the digital display for the first time. The scouter showed Roshi had a power level of 136, while Krillin was at 206. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Yajirobe who arrived with a message from Korin. He wanted Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chiaotzu to come to Korin Tower. Korin wanted them to train under Kami to prepare for the Saiyans. Yajirobe also delivered Goku's message via fortune teller Baba, telling them specifically not to revive him until the year was over. He warned them that Earth was in serious danger. After Yajirobe left, Chi-Chi showed up with her father, the Ox King, demanding to know where Goku and Gohan were. Master Roshi had to break the news and explain everything that had happened. The shock was so much that Chi-Chi fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Gohan was still with Piccolo, who told the boy he was leaving him alone in the wilderness for several months. Gohan had to survive the monsters and the elements on his own. Piccolo promised that if he survived this trial, the real training would begin. Gohan cried as he wandered aimlessly, eventually being chased by a dinosaur. In his terror, his power surged again, causing him to leap high into the air and land on top of a tall rock pillar. Once he calmed down, he was stuck up there as night fell. He was hungry and cold, unable to climb down. Piccolo was actually watching from a distance and secretly tossed him some apples to eat. After eating, Gohan stood up and happened to look directly at the moon, which was full that night. Just like his father before him, the full moon triggered Gohan's transformation into a massive great ape. He began rampaging and destroying everything. Realizing the danger, Piccolo quickly destroyed the moon itself. Gohan then reverted to his normal form and passed out. Piccolo realized that both the moon and the tail were necessary for the transformation, so he decided to remove Gohan's tail permanently. He also used his magic to provide Gohan with a new gi, similar to Goku's, as the days of survival continued. Gohan slowly adapted to the wild, learning how to find food and even defending himself. He even turned the tables on the dinosaur that used to chase him, slicing pieces off its tail for meat. Seeing this growth, Piccolo finally approached him, declaring that he had passed the survival test. With the survival phase over, Piccolo began Gohan's formal combat training. But they weren't the only ones preparing. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chiaotzu, and Yajirobe were all training intensely at the lookout under Kami's guidance to get ready for the coming threat. Goku finally reached the end of Snake Way and found a tiny planet floating there. As soon as he landed, he felt an intense gravity that made it hard to move. He spotted a monkey and, thinking it was the legendary King Kai, began following it around. Eventually, the real King Kai appeared and clarified that the monkey was actually his pet, Bubbles. Goku asked for training, but King Kai had a bizarre requirement. He loved comedy and insisted that Goku tell him a joke funny enough to make him laugh before he'd agree. Goku managed to crack a joke that hit the mark, and King Kai agreed to train him. However, he warned Goku that training on his planet was equivalent to 1,000 days of training on Earth because the gravity there was 10 times stronger than what he was used to. Goku accepted the challenge but was anxious about the timeline. He asked King Kai if he could determine exactly when the two Saiyans would arrive on Earth. King Kai used his specialized antennae to scan the universe and track their progress toward the planet. King Kai informed him that the Saiyans were en route and would arrive in exactly 158 days. He warned Goku that these two were incredibly formidable, even stronger than King Kai himself, meaning Goku would have to push far beyond his limits during his training. To start, King Kai gave him his first task, catch Bubbles the monkey. Goku struggled immensely at first because of the crushing gravity, so he removed his weighted clothing to move faster. He spent weeks chasing the nimble monkey around the tiny planet. It took 3 grueling weeks, but Goku finally caught Bubbles. For the second test, King Kai introduced a grasshopper-like creature named Gregory. He handed Goku a heavy mallet and told him his new goal was to hit Gregory on the head with it. The mallet was incredibly heavy and Gregory was lightning fast. The grasshopper kept taunting Goku, attacking and then darting away before Goku could even react. Goku had to refine his speed and precision to have any hope of completing this second phase of training. After 2 more weeks of constant effort, Goku finally managed to land a hit on Gregory. With both preliminary tests finished, King Kai decided it was finally time to teach Goku his ultimate techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Gohan was getting significantly stronger under Piccolo's harsh tutelage. At the same time, Krillin and the others finished their training with Kami. He told them he had taught them everything he could and that they were now ready to continue their preparations on their own. The Z fighters left the lookout to refine their skills individually. As the days flew by, only 2 days remained until the Saiyans reached Earth. Up on King Kai's planet, Goku had made unbelievable progress, surpassing all the challenges set before him with ease. Goku could now catch Bubbles and hit Gregory in an instant. He had fully mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, a technique that allowed him to gather energy from all living things around him to create a massive, powerful orb of destructive energy. King Kai told him his training was complete, but warned him to be extremely careful with the Spirit Bomb on Earth. Since Earth had so much more life than his tiny planet, the energy gathered would be exponentially more powerful and could potentially destroy the world if misused. He advised Goku to only use it as a last resort. King Kai then had Goku place a hand on his back, using his telepathic abilities to let Goku communicate with Master Roshi so they could coordinate his resurrection using the Dragon Balls. Goku reached out to Roshi and confirmed they had all the Dragon Balls ready. He told them to make the wish immediately. Roshi wasted no time, gathering the 7 spheres and calling forth the Eternal Dragon to bring Goku back from the dead. The sky turned black as Shenron appeared. Roshi made the wish, and the dragon granted it before vanishing, returning Goku to the land of the living. King Kai gave one last warning. The Dragon Balls could only revive a person once, so he couldn't afford to die again. He urged Goku to hurry back to Earth across Snake Way. Thanks to his intense training and massive power boost, King Kai estimated that Goku could now traverse the 1,000,000-kilometer path in just a single day, compared to the months it took him before. Goku said his goodbyes and sprinted back. While he was racing along Snake Way, the 2 Saiyans finally landed on Earth, creating a massive explosion. They emerged from their space pods. One was a man named Vegeta, and the other was a giant named Nappa. Vegeta was clearly the leader of the duo. As soon as Nappa stepped out, he obliterated a nearby city just to announce their arrival. He then turned to Vegeta, suggesting they start their search for the Dragon Balls immediately to gain eternal youth. Vegeta decided they should first track down the strongest individuals on the planet, reasoning that whoever created the Dragon Balls would likely be among the most powerful. He activated his scouter to locate the highest power levels in the vicinity. Vegeta detected 2 high power levels and headed toward them. These were Piccolo and Gohan. Krillin soon joined them, warning that the other Z fighters were on their way and that the explosion they felt was definitely the arrival of the Saiyans. They knew they had to stand together to stand a chance. Shortly after, Vegeta and Nappa arrived. Piccolo confronted them, asking if they were the Saiyans Raditz spoke of. Vegeta recognized Piccolo's voice from the scouter recording and made an interesting observation. Vegeta correctly identified Piccolo as a Namekian, an alien race from planet Namek, based on his appearance. He assumed Piccolo was the one who created the Dragon Balls. Piccolo was surprised by this info as he hadn't known his own origins until that moment. Piccolo clarified that he didn't create the balls, but made it clear he wouldn't let them slaughter Earth's population. Vegeta, unimpressed, told Nappa to take off his scouter because their opponent's power levels were fluctuating too much for the devices to be reliable. Vegeta ordered Nappa to plant the Saibamen instead. Nappa planted 6 seeds in the ground, which instantly sprouted into green monstrous creatures called Saibamen. He commanded them to attack Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin to test their strength. One Saibaman managed to land a hit on Gohan just as Tien, Chiaotzu, and Yamcha arrived. Vegeta noted that since there were now 6 defenders, it was a perfect match for the 6 Saibamen, suggesting they each take on one in single combat. Tien stepped up first and quickly overwhelmed his Saibaman opponent. Nappa was shocked that Tien could defeat a creature with a power level of 1200 so easily, but Vegeta remained calm, observing that the Earthlings were stronger than they looked. Vegeta actually killed the defeated Saibaman himself, stating he had no use for anyone who lost a fight. Then, the next Saibaman stepped forward to face Yamcha. Their battle was incredibly fast-paced, with both of them moving at high speeds. Gohan struggled to keep up with the movement, so Piccolo told him to focus his energy into his eyes. Yamcha managed to take down his Saibaman with a Kamehameha and arrogantly offered to take on the remaining 4 alone, but Vegeta warned him he was being too overconfident. Out of nowhere, the Saibaman lunged at Yamcha, latching onto him tightly before detonating its own body in a horrific self-destruction. The explosion was fatal, leaving Yamcha dead on the spot while news cameras captured every terrifying second of the event. Back home, Bulma and Puar watched the broadcast in total shock, paralyzed by the sight of their friend's demise. The viewers were in absolute denial as they watched Yamcha fall, while Goku was still miles away traversing the endless Snake Way. Though Goku was worried about his comrades, he had no idea how dire the situation had truly become. On the battlefield, Krillin rushed over to cradle Yamcha's lifeless body, his heart heavy with grief over their first major loss. Krillin broke down in tears, whispering a vow to avenge Yamcha, but Vegeta only responded with cold indifference, ordering them to clear away the trash so they could resume the fight. Enraged by this lack of respect, Krillin unleashed a devastating energy wave from his hands that obliterated 4 Saibamen at once, though the 5th one managed to barely escape the blast. The surviving creature attempted to ambush Gohan, but Piccolo was too fast, catching and executing the monster instantly. Following this, Nappa announced that the warm-up was over, and the real battle was beginning. He lunged at Piccolo with blinding speed, flickering in and out of sight before landing a series of heavy, effortless blows on the Namekian. Nappa stood his ground and began to power up, causing the earth to shatter beneath his sheer might. He then turned his sights on Tien, who found himself completely overwhelmed by the brute's strength. Nappa delivered a sickening blow that severed Tien's arm completely, and when Tien tried to fly away for safety, Nappa intercepted him in mid-air with another brutal strike. Krillin tried to intervene, but Nappa countered by detonating a massive section of the battlefield, knocking Krillin back into a newly formed crater. Seeing his friends falling, Chiaotzu realized there was only one way to stop this monster. He courageously latched onto Nappa's back, refusing to let go even as Nappa slammed him repeatedly against a nearby mountain to shake him off. Tien screamed for Chiaotzu to get away, but the little hero remained steadfast, speaking to Tien through telepathy one last time. He thanked Tien for being such a wonderful friend, and for everything they had shared before detonating his own life force in a blinding explosion right on Nappa's back, hoping to take the Saiyan down with him. When the smoke cleared, Chiaotzu was gone, but Nappa stood there completely unharmed. Tien was devastated, realizing that since Chiaotzu had already been brought back once by the Dragon Balls, this death was final and they couldn't revive him again. Fueled by pure desperation and rage, Tien threw himself into a reckless attack against Nappa. Nappa continued to pummel Tien relentlessly, forcing Piccolo and Krillin to take flight and deliver a coordinated strike. They created an opening for Gohan to finish the job, but the young boy froze in terror, unable to move. Piccolo shouted out in frustration, wondering where Goku was as the battle reached a new level of ferocity and desperation. Despite his injuries, Tien stood up and began reflecting on all his cherished memories with Chiaotzu. In a final, desperate act, he unleashed the Kikoho technique, pouring every last ounce of his life energy into the blast. He collapsed and died from exhaustion immediately after, yet Nappa emerged from the dust once again, seemingly unaffected by the massive attack. Krillin realized they were facing certain death and screamed at the top of his lungs for Goku to hurry up. Just as Nappa was closing in to execute Krillin and Piccolo, Vegeta commanded him to stop. He questioned the duo about this Goku they kept mentioning, suspecting that this man was actually the Saiyan known as Kakarot. Krillin confirmed that Goku was indeed coming and would definitely defeat them. This piqued Vegeta's interest, so he decided to grant them a 3-hour reprieve. He promised not to kill them yet, opting to wait and see if Kakarot would actually show up. However, he warned that if Goku didn't arrive within that time limit, he would finish them all off personally. While they waited for Goku's arrival, Piccolo spent the time harshly scolding Gohan for letting fear paralyze him during the fight. Meanwhile, Nappa decided to entertain himself by attacking the news crews filming the event and smashing their expensive broadcasting equipment. Eventually, the 3-hour deadline passed without a sign of Goku. Vegeta mocked Goku, calling him a coward who was too afraid to show his face, and prepared to resume the slaughter. At that exact moment, Goku finally reached the end of Snake Way, where Kami was waiting to teleport him back to Earth. Once there, he stopped by Korin Tower to grab some Senzu beans to restore his strength after the long journey. Back at the battlefield, the fighting erupted once more. Piccolo tried to take advantage of an opening created by Krillin and grabbed Nappa's tail, but the brute simply struck Piccolo in the head, flooring him. Nappa then launched a vicious assault on Gohan, slamming the boy into a massive rock with enough force to shatter it, nearly killing him. Just as Nappa was about to deliver a finishing blow to Gohan, Krillin intervened and fired off his Kienzan technique. Nappa barely managed to dodge the razor-sharp energy disc, which ended up slicing right through the massive boulders behind him, though it did leave a small scratch on his face. Enraged by the minor injury, Nappa turned his fury toward Krillin. Nappa launched a powerful counterattack against Krillin, but Piccolo managed to strike him from behind to stall his momentum. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt a massive surge of power approaching. Vegeta checked his scouter and was visibly shaken when he saw Goku's power level, realizing that Kakarot was far stronger than he anticipated. Vegeta shouted to Nappa that Kakarot was close and possessed a power level of 5,000, ordering him to execute the survivors immediately. Nappa was stunned by the number, but rushed at Gohan anyway. To everyone's surprise, Gohan tapped into his hidden potential and landed a solid hit on Nappa, but the Saiyan recovered quickly and prepared a massive energy blast in retaliation. As Nappa unleashed his most powerful attack, Piccolo threw himself in front of Gohan to act as a human shield, taking the full force of the blast. As Piccolo's body burned and he collapsed, his lifelink with Kami meant that the Guardian of Earth also felt the agonizing pain. Mr. Popo watched in horror as Kami began to fade away along with his counterpart. Mr. Popo couldn't believe that the once evil Piccolo had truly changed enough to sacrifice his own life for Gohan. While lying on the ground, Piccolo told the boy that the year they spent training together had softened his heart. He urged Gohan to run away and survive at all costs before he finally succumbed to his wounds and passed away. With Piccolo's death, Kami also ceased to exist. Gohan was consumed by a blinding rage, seeing his power level skyrocket to 2800 as he unleashed his Masenko attack. Nappa managed to swat the energy beam away effortlessly, leaving Gohan completely drained and defenseless. Just as Nappa moved in to finish him off, a familiar presence arrived on the scene. Goku finally arrived, swooping in on his Nimbus cloud to save Gohan from the brink of death. When he surveyed the battlefield and saw the corpses of his fallen friends, his sadness turned into a cold, focused anger. Nappa mocked him, saying he would soon join them in the afterlife, but Goku ignored him and gave Krillin and Gohan Senzu beans to heal them. Once Krillin and Gohan were back on their feet and fully energized, Goku told them to stand back and let him handle the Saiyans alone. He began to power up, the ground literally cracking under the weight of his 8,000 power level. Both Vegeta and Nappa grew anxious at this display, and Nappa recklessly charged forward to attack. Goku moved with such incredible speed that he vanished, reappearing behind Nappa to deliver a crushing blow to the back of his head. Nappa struggled to land even a single punch as Goku toyed with him, even standing on top of his head at one point. Goku then dropped down and landed a heavy strike to Nappa's gut, telling him that the beating was for what he did to Yamcha. Nappa tried to regain his footing and launch another assault, but Goku parried every move with ease. He struck Nappa twice more with punishing force, declaring that these hits were specifically for the deaths of Tien and Chiatsu. Nappa was left reeling, unable to comprehend how a low-class warrior could be dominating him so thoroughly. Vegeta shouted at Nappa to calm down so he could actually stand a chance at winning. Taking the advice, Nappa took to the skies with Goku hot on his heels as they resumed their airborne duel. Nappa opened his mouth and unleashed a massive energy beam, but Goku reacted instantly, countering the blast with a swift Kamehameha wave. Vegeta finally had enough and told Nappa to step aside, realizing Nappa was outmatched and deciding he would handle Kakarot himself. Nappa warned Goku that he had no hope against Vegeta's true power, then suddenly veered off to attack the vulnerable Krillin and Gohan. Goku realized he wouldn't reach them in time through normal speed alone. Desperate to protect his son and friend, Goku activated the Kaioken technique, causing his power and speed to surge instantly. He intercepted Nappa and delivered a blow so powerful it left the giant Saiyan paralyzed on the ground. Krillin watched in awe, asking Goku about the mysterious and powerful technique he had just used. Goku explained that it was the Kaioken, a secret technique he learned from King Kai that allows him to amplify his physical capabilities by controlling his inner energy. However, he admitted there was a catch. King Kai warned him not to overdo it or multiply its power too much, as the strain on his body could be fatal or leave him unable to control his own energy. While Goku was talking, Vegeta approached and picked up the broken Nappa, only to call him a worthless, weak Saiyan who was no longer of any use. To everyone's horror, Vegeta tossed him into the air and incinerated him with a massive energy blast. Goku was stunned by Vegeta's cruelty toward his own comrade and told Krillin and Gohan to get to safety immediately. Goku was deeply disturbed by how easily Vegeta murdered his partner. Krillin agreed to leave but urged Goku to lure Vegeta to a different location for their showdown. He wanted to make sure the bodies of their fallen friends wouldn't be destroyed in the crossfire, as they planned to find a way to bring them back to life. Goku was skeptical, pointing out that since Kami was dead, the Dragon Balls he created had also vanished forever. However, Krillin remained hopeful, telling him not to worry because there might be another way to achieve the impossible. Trusting his friend, Goku agreed and invited Vegeta to take their fight elsewhere. The two Saiyans took to the air, flying across the landscape until they reached a desolate, rocky wasteland far from any bystanders. Vegeta stood across from Goku, mocking him as a low-class warrior and declaring that this forgotten place would be the site of his final breath. He made it clear that he viewed Goku as nothing more than a minor annoyance to be dealt with. Goku opened the fight with a flurry of attacks, but Vegeta deflected every single one before landing several heavy hits of his own. Realizing he needed more power, Goku activated the Kaioken once again. The sudden boost in speed and strength allowed him to finally break through Vegeta's defenses and land a series of successful strikes on the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta leaped back to put some distance between them and began gathering his energy. The sheer pressure of his power caused the sky to darken and the surrounding rock formations to crumble into dust. Goku watched in total disbelief as Vegeta's aura grew to an overwhelming scale, signaling that the real battle was only just beginning. Vegeta's speed became nearly impossible to track as he seemed to attack from all directions at once, battering Goku with a relentless assault. Goku tried to push the Kaioken even further to keep up, but he was still falling behind. Vegeta eventually blasted him with a fiery energy wave that scorched his clothes and left him reeling from the heat. Goku realized that he had no other choice but to ignore King Kai's warnings and push his body to the limit. He decided he had to risk everything by triple multiplying the Kaioken to match Vegeta's incredible velocity. Despite the extreme danger to his own life, he gathered his resolve and prepared to force his power level higher than ever before. By activating Kaioken X3, Goku's power skyrocketed past 21,000, causing his muscles to bulge and his aura to burn a deep crimson. He moved with such ferocity that Vegeta was caught completely off guard, taking hit after hit as Goku slammed him through solid rock. For the first time, the Saiyan Prince was struggling to even mount a defense. Goku continued his relentless assault until Vegeta was sent crashing into the ground, bruised and battered. Vegeta was absolutely livid, unable to accept that a low-class warrior was actually beating him. In a fit of insane rage, he declared that he would unleash an attack that wouldn't just kill Goku, but would wipe out the entire planet in one go. Vegeta soared high into the air and prepared his legendary Gallic gun, while Goku braced himself on the ground with a Kamehameha wave. As the two massive energy beams collided in the sky, a desperate struggle for dominance began. Goku realized he was losing and pushed his body to Kaioken X4, finally allowing his beam to overpower Vegeta's and blast him into the atmosphere. After the beam struggle, Goku collapsed to the ground, his body screaming in agony from the massive strain of the Kaioken X4. While he tried to catch his breath, Yajirobe, who had been hiding behind a rock and watching the entire fight in secret, suddenly emerged. He congratulated Goku on the victory, thinking the battle was over. Goku warned Yajirobe that Vegeta was far from defeated and told him to go back into hiding before he got caught in the crossfire. Scared out of his wits, Yajirobe quickly scurried back to his hiding spot. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still in the air, seething with anger and realizing he needed to transform into his great ape form to secure a win. Vegeta scanned the sky for the full moon, knowing he needed its rays to trigger his transformation into the Oozaru. To his immense frustration, the moon was nowhere to be found, as he had no idea that Piccolo had destroyed it months earlier. Undeterred, he decided he would have to find an alternative way to trigger his hidden Saiyan power. Vegeta descended back to the ground and lectured Goku on the biological secrets of the Saiyan race. He explained that when a Saiyan with a tail looks at a full moon, their body absorbs 170 million Blutz waves, triggering a massive transformation into a giant ape. He boasted that he didn't even need the actual moon to achieve this state. The Oozaru transformation turns a Saiyan into a colossal, unstoppable monster, and Vegeta claimed he could generate the necessary 170 million Blutz waves on his own. He mocked Goku for being unable to transform because he had lost his tail, telling him he was about to face a power he couldn't possibly hope to overcome. To Goku's horror, Vegeta created a sphere of concentrated energy in his hand and launched it into the sky, mimicking the properties of a full moon. As the light hit his eyes, his tail reacted immediately, and his body began to swell and grow fur. King Kai, watching from his distant planet, lamented that this was surely the end for Goku. Vegeta completed his transformation into the massive Oozaru ape towering over the landscape. Goku, already exhausted and in pain, realized he was in a desperate situation. He tried to prepare the spirit bomb technique, but his battered body made it nearly impossible to maintain his focus while being hunted by the giant monster. The giant ape Vegeta began a relentless pursuit of the injured Goku, who could barely move. Goku knew that the spirit bomb was his only remaining hope, but he needed at least 10 seconds of uninterrupted concentration to gather the energy from all living things nearby. He kept running, trying to find a moment of peace to channel the technique. While Goku struggled to find his 10 seconds, Gohan and Krillin noticed the artificial moon from a distance and sensed the extreme danger Goku was in. They decided they couldn't just keep running and had to turn back to help. Meanwhile, Goku used the solar flare to temporarily blind the giant ape, giving himself a brief window to gather energy. Using the blinding light of the solar flare as cover, Goku stood still and focused his mind, drawing in the life energy of the planet. He managed to gather a massive amount of power into a glowing sphere, but just as he was about to launch it, Vegeta recovered and struck him down, causing the energy to dissipate and leaving Goku completely drained. Goku lay on the ground, his strength totally depleted, believing that his defeat was final. Vegeta loomed over him and began to cruelly crush Goku's legs under his massive feet. In a final act of defiance, Goku fired a small energy beam into Vegeta's eye, blinding him momentarily and buying just a bit more time. Vegeta was furious after being blinded and grabbed Goku, beginning to squeeze the life out of him and breaking his bones. Just before Vegeta could deliver the killing blow, Krillin and Gohan arrived on the scene. Yajirobe was also nearby, watching from the shadows as the two warriors planned a way to cut off the giant ape's tail. Krillin instructed Gohan to distract Vegeta while he moved into position to use his Kienzan on the tail. However, Vegeta sensed Krillin's presence and avoided the attack, continuing his brutal treatment of Goku. Eventually, Yajirobe cut Vegeta's tail of making him release Goku and reverted back to his normal human size and form. Vegeta, now back in his base form, turned his attention to Gohan and Krillin. He delivered several heavy blows to Gohan and easily brushed off Krillin's attempts to help. He threw Gohan toward the broken Goku and told them that he would execute them all one by one, savoring their slow and painful deaths. Vegeta stood over the defeated heroes, gloating about his superiority. Goku, unable to move a muscle, told Gohan that he had to keep fighting and not let the sacrifice of their friends be in vain. Despite his fatigue, Gohan stood up and entered a fierce struggle with the Saiyan Prince, fueled by pure adrenaline and desperation. Even though Vegeta was clearly exhausted from the long battle, Gohan was still unable to match the prince's combat speed. Seeing this, Goku called out to Krillin and told him that he still held a portion of the Spirit Bomb's energy within him. He instructed Krillin to take this power and use it as a final trump card against Vegeta. Goku successfully transferred the remnants of the Spirit Bomb to Krillin, who prepared to launch it at Vegeta. However, Krillin struggled to aim accurately with his naked eye. King Kai, observing the fight, contacted Krillin telepathically and told him to stop trying to see Vegeta and instead feel the overwhelming malice in his heart to find his target. Vegeta was busy bombarding Gohan with energy blasts when Krillin finally threw the Spirit Bomb. To their collective horror, Vegeta managed to dodge the attack at the last second. The glowing orb was heading straight for Gohan, but Goku shouted a telepathic warning, telling Gohan to reflect the energy back toward Vegeta. Gohan obeyed his father's command and successfully bounced the Spirit Bomb toward the unsuspecting Vegeta. The explosion was massive, and for a moment Gohan and Krillin celebrated, believing they had finally won. However, their joy turned to fear when Vegeta's eyes snapped open and he stood back up, looking more dangerous than ever. Vegeta unleashed a final, desperate explosion of energy that blew everyone back and left a massive crater in the ground. He turned his attention to Gohan and noticed that the boy's tail had fully grown back. Fearing a potential Oozaru transformation, Vegeta decided he needed to sever Gohan's tail before anything else could happen. Just as Vegeta was about to cut Gohan's tail, Yajirobe leaped from the shadows and slashed Vegeta across the back with his sword. The surprise attack gave Gohan the opening he needed. Goku shouted for Gohan to look at the artificial moon still hanging in the sky, and Gohan instantly began to transform into a giant ape. Oozaru Gohan began to rampaging through the battlefield, but the voices of Goku and Krillin managed to reach him, giving him just enough control to focus his rage on Vegeta. Vegeta tried to evade the giant ape, but eventually, Gohan collapsed as his tail was cut, falling directly on top of the Saiyan Prince and crushing him with his massive weight. Vegeta, now totally broken and unable to move, crawled toward his space pod to escape. Krillin picked up Yajirobe's sword and prepared to kill him, but Goku pleaded with him to stop. He explained that he wanted Vegeta to live so he could train harder and defeat him fairly in their next encounter, despite everything the villain had done. Vegeta's ship blasted off, and soon after, Bulma, Roshi, and Chi-Chi arrived to find the survivors. Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan's side while Master Korin brought more healing items. Bulma began to weep for their fallen friends, but Krillin told her to stay strong because there was still a potential way to bring everyone back to life. Krillin explained his plan. They needed to collect the bodies of Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha first. He revealed that during the battle, Vegeta had mentioned that Piccolo was a Namekian, and that Namekians were the ones capable of creating Dragon Balls. Therefore, a trip to planet Namek might be their only hope for a revival. If Kami was a Namekian, then there must be other Namekians on their home planet who could produce more Dragon Balls. Goku reached out to King Kai once more through telepathy to gather every bit of intelligence available about their destination. King Kai confirmed the exact coordinates and provided a detailed history of the Namekian people, explaining that they were peaceful beings with unique abilities. Goku relayed this information to the crew on the ship to help them prepare. King Kai mentioned that the population of Namek had dwindled to about 100 survivors following a natural disaster, all of whom shared the same green skin and antennae as Piccolo. Bulma noted that even with the Namekian ship, the distance was staggering, but they were still moving much faster than anything humans had ever built. Krillin's idea to use the Saiyan pods was born out of a desire for efficiency, as he knew the Saiyan technology was light years ahead of Earth's. He produced the remote he had salvaged from the battlefield, hoping it would allow them to hijack the pods left by the invaders. The group agreed that speed was of the essence if they wanted to revive their friends quickly. The plan was to locate the abandoned pods of Raditz and Nappa and repurpose them for the journey. While the others went to the hospital for their checkups, Bulma stayed behind to study the intricate mechanics of the Saiyan remote control. She spent the entire day trying to decode the foreign operating system. Krillin, Gohan, and Yajirobe were recovering well, but Goku's recovery was a slow and painful process. Korin apologized to Goku, explaining that the supply of senzu beans was completely exhausted after the battle. He promised to deliver a fresh batch as soon as the next harvest was ready to help Goku get back on his feet. Bulma arrived at the hospital with the remote, confidently announcing that she had figured out how it worked. She pointed at a television screen showing a live broadcast of one of the Saiyan pods being studied by scientists. She planned to use her remote to summon the pod directly to their location to prove she had mastered it. To everyone's horror, when Bulma pressed a button on the remote pod on the news broadcast suddenly exploded into a million pieces. Bulma was mortified, realizing she had accidentally triggered a self-destruct command. She admitted that the alien controls were much more complicated and dangerous than she had initially thought. With the Saiyan pods out of the equation, the group felt like they were out of options until Mr. Popo made his timely appearance. He spoke of an ancient vessel hidden away that was capable of interstellar flight. Intrigued and desperate, Bulma agreed to follow him to the secret location to inspect the craft. Upon reaching the hidden ship, Mr. Popo revealed that this was the very vessel Kami used to come to Earth as an infant. He explained that the ship was voice-activated and would only respond to the Namekian word for Piccolo. Bulma spoke the name, and the group watched in amazement as the ancient machinery hummed to life. As they entered the ship, Bulma marveled at the design, concluding that Kami's parents must have sent him away to save him from the disaster King Kai described. It was a bittersweet realization that this small vessel had protected their guardian for so long. However, the controls were still a mystery as they were written in a completely alien script. The hurdle of the Namekian language was quickly cleared when Mr. Popo revealed that he had learned the tongue during his many years of service to Kami. Bulma was ecstatic and immediately asked him to provide a demonstration. She requested that he command the ship to take them to Jupiter as a trial run for their long voyage. Mr. Popo spoke the coordinates in Namekian, and the ship accelerated with a force that defied imagination, reaching Jupiter in mere seconds. After a successful return to Earth, Bulma rushed to the hospital to update Goku and the others. She explained that with Mr. Popo's help, they finally had a way to reach Namek safely and quickly. Bulma laid out the timeline, stating she would spend the next 10 days studying the Namekian language under Mr. Popo's guidance. She then asked who would be brave enough to accompany her on this dangerous mission. Krillin was the first to volunteer, followed quickly by Gohan, who was determined to see his mentor revived. Chi-Chi was absolutely livid at the suggestion of Gohan leaving Earth, screaming that he needed to stay home and focus on his schoolwork. Gohan stood his ground, explaining to his mother that he couldn't just go back to a normal life while Piccolo remained dead. He felt a deep responsibility to ensure their friend's sacrifice wasn't for nothing. Gohan argued that since they were all involved in the fight for Earth's survival, they had to finish what they started together. 10 days later, the group had finalized their preparations and officially launched the Namekian ship. They left Earth's atmosphere behind, embarking on a journey into the unknown depths of space to find the Dragon Balls. After a week of traveling through the dark expanse of the universe, Bulma informed Krillin that they were still about 23 days away from Namek. She couldn't help but worry about Vegeta's whereabouts after his escape from Earth. Remembering Raditz's words about the Saiyan homeworld, she wondered if they would cross paths with the prince again. The Saiyan race had been wiped out once before, so Krillin speculated that Vegeta would likely retreat to one of the various worlds under Saiyan control. He was right on the money. After fleeing Earth, Vegeta headed straight for a base known as Planet Frieza 79. That planet bears the name of the most wicked and overwhelmingly powerful emperor in the galaxy, Frieza himself. As soon as Vegeta touched down, Frieza's medical staff placed him in a rejuvenation tank until he was fully healed, at which point he immediately tracked down a soldier named Kiwi to find the boss. Kiwi dropped some heavy news, explaining that Lord Frieza had been monitoring the Earth conflict and learned about the Dragon Balls. He had already set course for planet Namek to claim them for himself. This left Vegeta absolutely stunned, realizing he was still trapped under Frieza's thumb because the gap in their power was just too massive. Vegeta knew that if Frieza managed to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for eternal youth and absolute power, he would be a permanent slave to the tyrant. There would be no hope of ever surpassing him. To prevent this nightmare, Vegeta realized he had to get to Namek and steal those wishes first. Without wasting a second, Vegeta blasted off for Namek. A few days later, the Earth team consisting of Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan finally reached the planet, only to discover that Vegeta had already arrived as well. The group was exhausted and on edge, leading Bulma to quickly reach out for some backup. Bulma updated Master Roshi on the situation, but they were still blissfully unaware that Frieza was already on the ground. He had discovered that the Namekians were the creators of the Dragon Balls, and had already terrorized the locals into giving up 4 of the mystical spheres. Frieza's top enforcers, Dodoria and Zarbon, were right by his side. Dodoria reported that Vegeta had landed on the planet, but Frieza wasn't surprised at all. He knew the Saiyan Prince was a traitorous worm who would try to snatch the Dragon Balls away from him. Zarbon noted that Kiwi had also arrived and was ready to finish the job. Kiwi tracked down Vegeta immediately, gloating that he followed him specifically to end his life. He revealed his deep-seated hatred for Vegeta, fueled by the elite status Vegeta always carried over the rest of them. Kiwi thought they were still on equal footing power-wise, but Vegeta just laughed in his face. He told Kiwi that he was far beyond him now, having learned the secret of controlling and hiding his power levels during his battle on Earth. Vegeta was ready to show him exactly how large the gap had become. As Vegeta powered up, the air itself seemed to tremble with his new strength. A panicked Kiwi unleashed a barrage of energy beams that caused a massive blast, but Vegeta emerged completely unscathed. He flickered behind Kiwi, sent him flying with a single strike, and then disintegrated him with a finishing blast. Vegeta didn't waste any time, knowing he needed to secure a Dragon Ball before Frieza could complete the set. While he made his move, Zarbon was forced to deliver the bad news to Frieza. Vegeta's power had grown exponentially, and he had wiped out Kiwi without breaking a sweat. Frieza dismissed the threat for the moment, prioritizing the slaughter of the Namekians to secure the remaining balls. As Frieza and his main force moved out, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan remained hidden near their spacecraft, paralyzed by uncertainty regarding their next step. Until 2 of Frieza's soldiers suddenly arrived and attacked it. Krillin and Gohan rushed in, beat them down, and sent them crashing. They found shelter in a small cave, but their hearts nearly stopped when Frieza's main unit flew directly overhead. Even from their hiding spot, Gohan and Krillin could feel the absolutely terrifying and overwhelming pressure of Frieza's godlike power level. Krillin whispered that there was an individual in that group whose strength dwarfed Vegeta's by a long shot. To make matters worse, Bulma checked the radar and confirmed they already had 4 Dragon Balls. Gohan and Krillin decided to tail them cautiously to see what was happening. While the boys shadowed Frieza, Bulma stayed in the cave and updated Master Roshi. Roshi then hurried to the hospital to inform Goku, who was slowly recovering. Just then, Yajirobe arrived with some senzu beans fresh from Korin Tower, which was a huge relief. Goku popped a senzu bean and was instantly back to full strength. He tossed aside his hospital gown, suited up, and declared he was heading for Namek. He revealed that he had requested Bulma's father to build him a high-tech spaceship modeled after the Saiyan technology. Goku met with Dr. Brief, who proudly showed off the new vessel. He explained all the features, specifically the gravity control system which could simulate massive weight. This was perfect for Goku to train under extreme conditions while traveling through space. Since Namek's gravity is significantly stronger than Earth's, this training was essential. Goku took off, calculating a 6-day journey to reach his friends. Meanwhile, back on Namek, Gohan and Krillin watched in awe as they saw the massive Namekian Dragon Balls, which were huge compared to the ones they knew. The Earthlings observed Frieza's group arriving at a Namekian village. Frieza directly confronted the village elder, Muri, with chilling confidence. The size of the Dragon Balls they had already collected was staggering, much larger than any of Kami's or King Piccolo's spheres. Frieza explained that they were using scouters to track the villages, and that they already knew from a previous victim that only the elders knew the locations of the hidden balls. He demanded that Muri reveal where the Dragon Balls were kept and how they were crafted. When Muri refused to cooperate, Frieza coldly ordered Zarbon to execute 2 of the village defenders. Zarbon killed them effortlessly, leaving Muri in a state of despair until 3 young Namekian warriors arrived to mount a counterattack against Frieza's thugs. These 3 warriors fought bravely, taking out many of Frieza's low-level soldiers. Frieza, bored with the spectacle, ordered Dodoria to wipe them out. In the chaos, Muri realized that the enemy was relying entirely on their scouters to track energy and find villages, so he decided to act. Muri successfully smashed all the scouters belonging to the group, blinding them technologically. However, Dodoria still managed to overpower and kill the 3 Namekian defenders. Frieza then turned back to Muri, using a more sinister approach to get what he wanted. Frieza threatened the lives of the 2 Namekian children present. Muri, desperate to save them, finally agreed to hand over the village's Dragon Ball. He fetched the orb and gave it to Frieza, hoping the nightmare would end there. But the tyrant wasn't finished yet. Frieza demanded the locations of the last 2 balls, but Muri refused to betray the other elders. Angered, Frieza ordered Dodoria to kill the children. Muri urged them to run, but Dodoria moved like lightning, brutally killing Muri and one of the young Namekians in an instant. Gohan was watching this horror unfold and finally hit his breaking point. He couldn't just stand by as the second child was about to be murdered. He charged in and kicked Dodoria with everything he had, and Krillin joined in to help them secure the child and escape. Dodoria pursued them through the air, firing energy blasts from his palms. Just as he was closing in, Krillin used his signature solar flare, blinding Dodoria with an intense flash of light. They used the opening to hide, but an enraged Dodoria unleashed a massive attack on the surroundings. The blast leveled the area, but the trio managed to stay out of the blast radius and continued their retreat. Dodoria, thinking he had succeeded, turned back to rejoin Frieza, only to be ambushed in mid-air by a very angry and very ready Vegeta. A terrified Dodoria tried to negotiate, claiming he was still stronger and offering to spare Vegeta if he handed over his scouter, since all of theirs were destroyed. Vegeta just laughed, dropped his scouter, and crushed it under his foot with total confidence. Vegeta told him that he had learned the ability to sense energy without technology, just like his rival on Earth. He explained that a Saiyan's power grows exponentially after every fierce battle, and he was no longer the same man Dodoria once knew. Dodoria panicked and fired off more beams, but Vegeta dodged them effortlessly and caught him in a death grip. Desperate for his life, Dodoria begged for mercy, promising to reveal a secret about the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld that Vegeta would never believe. Vegeta loosened his grip and Dodoria confessed the truth. Planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor as they were all led to believe. While Vegeta was away on a mission, Lord Frieza himself was the one who personally annihilated the entire planet and its people. Frieza had wiped them out because he lived in constant fear of the Saiyans' rising power and potential. When Vegeta returned to find his world gone, Frieza fabricated the meteor story to keep him loyal and subservient, using him as a pawn for all those years. Upon hearing this, Vegeta coldly stated that he didn't give a damn about his planet or his people. He powered up with a terrifying intensity and launched a final attack on Dodoria, finishing him off for good and ending his service to Frieza once and for all. Vegeta began his hunt for the other Dragon Balls. Using his newfound ability to sense power levels, he quickly picked up on the energy of Krillin, Gohan, and the Namekian child. He was closing in on their location, much to the horror of the trio hiding nearby. Just as Vegeta was about to find them, a massive fish jumped from the lake, momentarily distracting him and masking their energy. Vegeta missed them and moved on, allowing the three of them to return safely to the cave where Bulma was waiting. Bulma had set up a capsule house inside the cave and shared the news that Goku would arrive in 6 days. This brought a wave of relief to Gohan and Krillin. They formally introduced themselves to the Namekian child, who revealed his name was Dende. When they offered Dende food, he politely declined, explaining that Namekians only require water to survive. Krillin was surprised, mentioning he saw villagers farming. Dende clarified that they weren't growing food, but rather a special type of tree. Those trees, called Ajisa, were being planted to restore the beauty of Namek after a past global catastrophe. As they talked, Vegeta reached another village and proceeded to slaughter everyone there, cold-bloodedly seizing another Dragon Ball for his collection. Vegeta hid his new prize in a lake and immediately set out for the final ball. Krillin and Gohan could sense the energy of the dying villagers and were horrified by Vegeta's cruelty. They knew they couldn't let either Vegeta or Frieza gain control of the Dragon Balls. Krillin noted that Vegeta's ability to sense power made him a much more formidable threat. If someone like Vegeta or Frieza were to gain immortality, the universe would be doomed. Even Goku's arrival might not be enough to stop someone who literally cannot die. Seeing the urgency, Dende suggested they go to the Great Elder, the leader of the Namekian people. He believed the last Dragon Ball was likely in the Elder's possession and that the Elder could provide much-needed guidance or help in their struggle. The Grand Elder was the sole survivor of the ancient disaster that nearly wiped out Namek. Since then, he had personally given birth to all 108 Namekians currently living on the planet, making him the father of their entire race, including Dende himself. Bulma was puzzled and asked if there were no males or females on Namek. Dende explained that they are a monogendered race. All Namekians are male, and they reproduce by spitting out eggs from their mouths to bring new children into the world. Krillin and Dende headed off to the Elder's place immediately. Meanwhile, as Goku continued his journey through the stars, King Kai reached out to him mentally. He had some surprising news. Yamcha, Tien, Chiaotzu, and Piccolo had all arrived in the afterlife to train. Goku was able to speak with them through King Kai's telepathy. He was particularly confused about how Chiaotzu was there since he had self-destructed during the fight, but Yamcha explained that Kami had carefully gathered their remains so they could keep their bodies in the spirit world. Goku was thrilled and started filling them in on the Namek mission. He mentioned Bulma's warning about a powerhouse who made Vegeta look like a weakling. Hearing this, King Kai's expression darkened as he began to suspect who this mystery person might be. King Kai used his antennae to scan planet Namek and was horrified to confirm his fears. Frieza was there. He warned Goku that this emperor possessed a level of power that was completely off the charts, something Goku wasn't even close to being ready for. King Kai begged Goku to take his friends and run the moment he landed. However, Piccolo chimed in, telling Goku to stand his ground. He urged him to gather the Dragon Balls and bring them back to life so they could all join the fight against Frieza together. Goku agreed to the plan. Back on Namek, Krillin and Dende continued their flight toward the Grand Elder. Krillin was still getting used to the environment and noticed something strange about the sky that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Dende explained that Namek never experiences nighttime because it is orbiting 3 different suns. As soon as one sets, another rises to take its place. Suddenly, Krillin sensed Vegeta's energy closing in fast, and they scrambled to hide. Vegeta arrived in the area but was immediately intercepted by Zarbin. Vegeta didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, he welcomed the confrontation, telling Zarbin he was glad to see him so he could send him to the same grave as Dodoria. Zarbin mocked Vegeta, asking if he really thought he could challenge Frieza even if he won this fight. Vegeta confidently claimed that Frieza feared the Saiyan potential, though Zarbin retorted that Frieza only worried about them as a united group, not as a lone warrior. Zarbin launched a fierce attack, but Vegeta was dodging effortlessly. A massive energy beam from Zarbin missed and leveled the landscape behind them. Vegeta countered with a series of brutal strikes, clearly showing he had the upper hand in his base form. Zarbon, realizing he was losing, decided to reveal his trump card. He underwent a grotesque transformation into a monstrous beast, gaining a massive boost in power. He began relentlessly pummeling Vegeta, overwhelming him with raw strength and energy blasts. Vegeta was left bloodied and battered, unable to keep up with Zarbon's new form. Zarbon grabbed him and slammed him into the rocky ground with such force that the terrain shattered, leaving Vegeta buried under debris near a waterfall as Zarbon reverted to his normal state. Believing he had finished the Saiyan Prince, Zarbon headed back to report to Frieza. However, a heavily wounded Vegeta managed to crawl out of the water, furious that he had been bested. He swore to get stronger before eventually losing consciousness from his injuries. Krillin and Dende finally arrived at the Grand Elder's home, guarded by a warrior named Nail. After Krillin explained their situation, the Elder entrusted him with his Dragon Ball, but warned him that his own life was fading. If he died, the balls would become useless. The Elder emphasized that time was of the essence since he was the creator of the Dragon Balls. Krillin promised to gather them quickly to save his friends. To aid him, the Grand Elder sensed a great potential within Krillin and offered to draw it out. The Elder placed his hand on Krillin's head and unlocked his latent power, resulting in a massive energy boost. Feeling stronger than ever, Krillin thanked the Elder and decided to head back and bring Gohan to receive the same treatment. As Krillin left with the Dragon Ball, Zarbon reached Frieza and recounted his victory over Vegeta. Frieza was livid, shouting that Vegeta must be kept alive because he likely hidden a Dragon Ball that they still needed to locate. Frieza ordered Zarbon to find Vegeta immediately and warned him that if the Saiyan was dead, Zarbon would pay with his life. He also instructed his subordinates to contact headquarters to dispatch the elite Ginyu force, as he felt a sense of unease about the situation on Namek. Frieza was worried about the possibility of a Super Saiyan appearing and needed the Ginyu force to bring new scouters and reinforcements. Zarbon quickly located the unconscious Vegeta and brought him back to the ship's medical bay for emergency treatment. While Vegeta was healing, Gohan and Bulma were waiting for Krillin's return. Gohan decided to check the Dragon radar and noticed a signal for the Dragon Ball that Vegeta had previously hidden in the lake. He saw an opportunity to snatch it while Vegeta was occupied. Gohan told Bulma that he couldn't sense Vegeta anywhere near the lake, so he was going to make a run for it. He successfully dove into the water, retrieved the hidden Dragon Ball, and was heading back when Vegeta finally woke up and broke out of the medical chamber. Vegeta had fully recovered and created a distraction by destroying the ship's medical room. While Frieza and Zarbon were dealing with the mess, Vegeta snuck into the room where Frieza had stored the 5 Dragon Balls he already collected. He managed to jettison all 5 balls out of the ship and into the wild. Frieza was absolutely fuming and gave Zarbon a final ultimatum: bring back the balls and Vegeta, or die. Zarbon flew out in a panic to track them down, but he had no idea where they landed. Vegeta gathered the 5 balls he had thrown and hid them securely. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he spotted Krillin flying back with the final Dragon Ball from the Elder. He was shocked to see the Earthling on Namek and immediately gave chase. Vegeta realized that with Krillin's ball and the one in the lake, he'd have all 7. He trailed Krillin all the way back to Bulma's hiding spot, but Zarbon was also following them from a distance. A chaotic 3-way confrontation was about to break out. Krillin and Bulma were terrified as Vegeta and Zarbon both arrived. Vegeta told Krillin to stay back while he dealt with Zarbon once and for all. The two engaged in a high-speed battle, and Zarbon wasted no time transforming back into his hideous monster form. Zarbon attacked with everything he had, but Vegeta used a dirty tactic by throwing sand in his eyes. He landed several heavy blows, finishing with a massive downward strike that sent Zarbon crashing into the lake. Vegeta followed up with an energy barrage, but Zarbon was still breathing. Vegeta taunted Zarbon, saying that healing him was the biggest mistake Frieza's men ever made. He lunged forward and delivered a lethal punch straight through Zarbon's gut, killing him instantly. He then turned his cold gaze toward Krillin, demanding the Dragon Ball. Krillin tried to bargain, asking for a promise that their lives would be spared if he handed over the ball. Vegeta agreed, took the prize, and flew off without harming them. However, Krillin was suddenly gripped by fear, realizing Gohan was out there with the other ball and might run right into Vegeta. Vegeta did indeed pick up on Gohan's energy signature. Gohan tried to suppress his power and hide, but Vegeta was too skilled now. He landed nearby and called out to Gohan, telling him he knew exactly where he was hiding and to come out immediately. Gohan managed to hide the Dragon Ball behind some rocks before stepping out. Vegeta greeted him mockingly as Kakarot's son. He noticed the dragon radar in Gohan's hand and asked what it was, but Gohan thought fast and tried to lie his way out. Gohan claimed the radar was just a simple watch, and Vegeta actually bought the story. He gave Gohan a parting blow to the stomach and flew off. Gohan recovered, grabbed the hidden ball, and rushed back to his friends. They quickly abandoned their cave for a new hiding spot to stay ahead of Vegeta. Krillin decided to take Gohan to the Grand Elder so he could also have his latent powers awakened. They left their Dragon Ball with Bulma for safekeeping. Meanwhile, a smug Vegeta arrived back at the lake where he had hidden his first Dragon Ball, thinking he was about to win. Vegeta was convinced that this was the final piece of the puzzle for his immortality. He dove into the water, but to his absolute fury, the Dragon Ball was gone. He realized that Gohan must have been the one who stole it, and that the watch he saw earlier was actually a radar. Exploding with rage, Vegeta destroyed everything around him. He raced back to the original cave to slaughter Gohan and the others, but they had already vanished. He had no clue where their new hideout was, leaving him completely empty-handed and desperate. Vegeta returned to his stash of 6 balls, knowing he had to find the 7th one before Frieza's elite reinforcements arrived. He knew the clock was ticking and that Frieza would never let this betrayal slide, especially with the Ginyu Force on their way. The Ginyu Force was indeed approaching Namek. Meanwhile, Goku was still in deep space with only 2 days left until arrival. He pushed his body to its absolute limits, and his speed and power were reaching levels that were simply hard to believe. Goku was training so fast he could throw a stone and catch it from the other side before it moved an inch. At the same time, Krillin and Gohan reached the Grand Elder, but they sensed Vegeta closing in fast. They knew they had to act quickly before the prince caught up. Krillin urged Gohan to hurry and get his power unlocked while he distracted Vegeta. The Elder successfully boosted Gohan's strength just as Vegeta touched down. Krillin tried to play it cool, claiming they didn't have any Dragon Balls, but Vegeta wasn't falling for it. Vegeta sensed Gohan's massive new power level and confronted him. Gohan and Nail stood their ground together. When Vegeta demanded to know how Gohan got so strong, Gohan told him it was none of his business and ordered him to leave their presence immediately. Vegeta threatened to kill them all if they didn't hand over the ball, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of pure terror. He sensed the arrival of the Ginyu Force and realized that their power was far beyond anything he could handle alone. Vegeta begged them to give him the ball so he could become immortal, promising not to hurt them if they complied. He warned that 5 elite warriors were about to land, and none of them would survive unless they had an immortal on their side to fight back. Nail revealed that the Namekian Dragon Balls actually grant 3 separate wishes, not just one. This was a game changer for Krillin, who realized they could fulfill everyone's needs. He agreed to a temporary alliance and took Vegeta to retrieve the final ball from Bulma. The goal was to combine their balls with Vegeta's stash and make their wishes before Frieza could intervene. However, their timing was off. The Ginyu Force had already landed and stepped out of their space pods, ready to carry out Frieza's orders. The Ginyu Force consisted of Recoome, Berter, Jace, Guldo, and their leader, Captain Ginyu. Frieza was pleased with their swift arrival and immediately dispatched them to hunt down Vegeta and recover all 7 of the stolen Dragon Balls. The elite squad moved with incredible speed, tracking down Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan just as they reached Vegeta's hidden stash. The Ginyu Force stood before them, knowing that all 7 Dragon Balls were now finally within their reach. Vegeta realized they were in deep trouble. In a desperate move, he hurled the Dragon Ball away as hard as he could, hoping to buy them some time. But Berter, boasting the greatest speed in the universe, caught the ball before it even hit the ground, leaving the heroes completely stunned. They were absolutely stunned by his sheer velocity. It was unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. Krillin desperately tried to smash the Dragon Ball he was holding to keep it out of enemy hands, but Guldo had a trick up his sleeve. By freezing time for just a single second, Guldo managed to snatch the ball right out of Krillin's grasp and rejoin the rest of the Ginyu Force. With all 7 Dragon Balls now in their possession, Captain Ginyu took off to deliver the prize to Frieza personally. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the squad stayed behind and reached an agreement that Guldo would be the one to face off against Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. Seeing their opening, Gohan and Krillin braced themselves, determined to be the ones to take Guldo down once and for all. Vegeta acknowledged their progress, noting that their power levels had grown significantly since their last encounter back on Earth. Yet he warned them to remain cautious because these opponents were exceptionally dangerous. Moments later, the battle erupted as Gohan and Krillin synchronized their movements, launching a high-speed coordinated assault on their foe. They lunged at Guldo, but he cleverly froze time to step aside and evade their strikes with ease. Every time they managed to close the distance and launch a fresh attack, he would simply stop the clock and reposition himself. However, through sheer persistence and increasing speed, they eventually began to corner him, nearly landing a decisive blow that would have ended the fight right then and there. Feeling backed into a corner, Guldo stood his ground and unleashed a paralyzing technique known as the Iron Bind, which completely froze the two heroes in their tracks. He then bombarded them with heavy stones before telekinetically launching a massive tree trunk directly at them to finish them off, but just as it was about to strike, Vegeta intervened with lightning speed. In a brutal display of efficiency, Vegeta decapitated Guldo before he could land the killing blow, and then proceeded to vaporize the head entirely, ending Guldo's life. He turned to Gohan and Krillin, coldly warning them not to mistake his actions for a rescue mission. He simply wanted Guldo dead for his own reasons. He then commanded them to sharpen their focus because the three remaining Ginyu members were far more powerful than the one they just buried. Gohan and Krillin braced for the next tier of power while Recoome, Burter, and Jace prepared to engage. Recoome stepped forward as the primary challenger, prompting Vegeta to begin gathering his energy and powering up. As he did, the Ginyu Force's scouters began to beep wildly, registering the massive surge in his battle potential. His power level skyrocketed to 30,000, and with incredible speed, Vegeta blindsided Recoome with a devastating blow from behind. He didn't stop there, following up with a second strike and a punishing third hit before hurling him into a nearby mountain. To seal the deal, he unleashed a massive energy beam, resulting in a colossal explosion that rocked the entire area. Despite the massive blast, Recoome emerged from the smoke almost completely unharmed and countered with a powerful kick that sent Vegeta reeling. The two began trading a series of rapid-fire blows until Recoome managed to land a heavy elbow strike that sent Vegeta flying backward, only for Recoome to follow up immediately with another crushing attack. Vegeta was knocked into the water, but managed to recover, surfacing and landing a desperate punch to Recoome's midsection. Recoome simply grabbed him and slammed him hard into the ground, but Vegeta forced himself up and pushed him back with an energy blast. Standing there completely exhausted and panting, Vegeta realized he was running out of options. Recoome prepared to finish Vegeta off with a lethal blast from his mouth, but Krillin distracted him with a surprise hit from behind while Gohan grabbed Vegeta and pulled him out of the line of fire. Unfortunately, Krillin and Gohan's intervention didn't stop the behemoth. Recoome became even more enraged, while Jace and Burter watched from the sidelines, letting Recoome handle the mess. Recoome declared he would slaughter all three of them, starting with a kick so incredibly powerful it actually shattered Krillin's bones. As Krillin collapsed, he told Gohan that they had absolutely no chance of survival against these three monsters unless Goku arrived soon. At that very moment, Goku was just minutes away from entering the planet's atmosphere. While the battle raged on the ground, Captain Ginyu finally reached Frieza and laid out the 7 Dragon Balls in a row. However, to their confusion, absolutely nothing happened. They stood there waiting for a miracle, but without calling forth the dragon specifically, the spheres remained inert and lifeless. Frieza was visibly irritated, concluding that there must be a specific password or secret phrase required to summon the dragon. He activated his scouter and successfully tracked down the location of the Namekian Grand Elder, informing Ginyu of his next move. Frieza noted that there were still 2 Namekians alive and decided to fly there himself to extract the secret of the balls by force. As Frieza departed, the fight between Recoome and Gohan continued. Recoome easily countered Gohan's attempts to attack, landing several heavy blows that sent the young boy tumbling back. Gohan tried to rally and attack once more, but Recoome delivered a final crushing blow that left Gohan lying on the brink of death. Recoome stood over them, mocking their weakness, but right as he spoke, Goku's spacecraft finally touched down on planet Namek, and he stepped out into the open air. Immediately sensing the fading energies of Gohan and Krillin, Goku rushed to their location and found them in a terrible state. He quickly gave them senzu beans to restore their strength, allowing them to stand back up. Krillin, however, was still terrified, warning Goku that these three fighters were so monstrously strong that even he might not be able to survive against them. Krillin kept trying to explain the horrors they had faced, but Goku simply told him he would find out for himself. He placed his hand on Krillin's head, using his abilities to scan Krillin's memories and instantly learn everything that had transpired on the planet since they first arrived. After realizing that Vegeta was actually fighting on their side this time, Goku handed the Saiyan Prince the very last senzu bean. Krillin protested, thinking it was a waste to heal their old enemy, but Goku explained that his rivalry with Vegeta wasn't over yet, and he needed him to be at full strength. He then told them to stay back while he handled the trio. Goku calmly stepped forward to face Recoome, who checked his scouter and saw a reading of only 5,000. Recoome burst out laughing, mocking Goku for being so weak despite his confident attitude. Goku just smiled, remaining perfectly composed, which began to unsettle Vegeta as he watched from the sidelines. As Goku stood there with an aura of total peace, Vegeta couldn't help but wonder why Kakarot was acting so unfazed. A shocking thought crossed his mind. Was it possible that Kakarot had actually become the legendary Super Saiyan? The ancient tales spoke of a warrior who appears only once every 1,000 years. Vegeta had always believed that he would be the one to achieve that legendary status in this era, but now it seemed that the low-class trash Kakarot might have beaten him to it. While Vegeta was lost in his thoughts, Recoome launched a sudden attack on Goku, but the Saiyan disappeared in an instant. Goku reappeared suddenly behind Berter and Jace, calmly suggesting they leave if they didn't want to get hurt. Everyone was stunned by his speed, but before they could even react, Goku vanished again and returned to his original position in front of Recoome. Just as Recoome was winding up his ultimate technique, Goku delivered a single, lightning-fast strike to his solar plexus that brought the giant down effortlessly. Jace and Berter couldn't accept what they were seeing, dismissing Goku's incredible feat as nothing more than dumb luck before they both decided to attack him at once. Goku swatted their initial attempts away with ease, forcing them to combine their efforts into a joint technical attack. However, Goku blocked their moves without even breaking a sweat or wasting any energy. He maintained absolute control over the rhythm of the battle. Even as Berter and Jace threw everything they had at him, Goku traded several rapid blows with them before suddenly vanishing right as they lunged, causing the two teammates to accidentally hit each other. Berter was in total shock, screaming that it was impossible for anyone to be faster than him since he was the fastest in the universe. Goku simply replied that he had just been demoted to the second fastest. Goku appeared behind Berter in a flash, knocking him out and then following up with another strike to finish him off. Krillin and Gohan were absolutely speechless at Goku's new level of power. Seeing his partner defeated, Jace became terrified and fled the scene to find Captain Ginyu. While Goku was distracted, Vegeta stepped in and mercilessly finished off the unconscious Berter and Recoome. Goku was upset, asking why he had to kill them when the fight was already won. Vegeta scoffed, telling Goku that his soft attitude would be his downfall and that he'd never stand a chance against Frieza with that mindset. Vegeta warned him that Frieza's power was on a completely different level that he couldn't even fathom. Shortly after, Jace returned accompanied by Captain Ginyu himself. Goku's friends were relieved that Frieza wasn't with them, but they quickly realized that the tyrant was likely busy somewhere else, and they soon sensed his powerful energy in the distance. They deduced that Frieza was heading toward the Namekian Grand Elder because he couldn't figure out the secret phrase to activate the Dragon Balls. Seeing an opportunity, Goku told Gohan and Krillin to head toward Frieza's ship to recover the balls while he and Vegeta stayed behind to deal with Ginyu and Jace. Gohan and Krillin flew off as instructed, but Vegeta had his own agenda and abandoned Goku, leaving him to face Ginyu and Jace all by himself. Vegeta sped off to find the secret password for himself. Ginyu saw the opening and immediately launched a high-speed attack on Goku, initially taking control of the rhythm of the battle. Ginyu was surprisingly fast and landed a series of hits on Goku, eventually knocking him into the water. Goku emerged and the two began a fierce exchange of blows, matching each other move for move in a high-stakes duel as they pushed their martial arts skills to the limit. They eventually broke apart, and Ginyu launched a massive energy beam that Goku barely managed to dodge, causing a massive explosion in the background. Following the blast, Goku gained the upper hand, landing several solid hits on Ginyu and sending him reeling through the air. Jace tried to interfere by attacking Goku while Ginyu held him, but Ginyu let Goku go and scolded Jace, telling him never to interfere in his fights again. Ginyu turned back to Goku, admitting he knew the Saiyan was still hiding his true power and demanded to see it. Goku agreed and unleashed his Kaioken technique. Ginyu watched in horror as his scooter climbed past 180,000, leaving him completely stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around how a common Saiyan could possibly possess such an astronomical power level. As Goku's power peaked, Ginyu speculated that Goku might be some kind of incomplete Super Saiyan. Excited by the prospect of such a powerful vessel, Ginyu decided he would steal Goku's body for himself. He suddenly struck his own chest, wounding himself severely before preparing his special technique. Ginyu shouted, "Change," and successfully swapped souls with Goku, leaving each of them trapped in the other's body. Ginyu, now in Goku's healthy body, flew off with Jace, leaving the real Goku stranded and bleeding in Ginyu's broken, battered frame. Goku was left struggling to move while Frieza finally reached the Grand Elder's home. The Elder sensed the danger and awakened Dende's latent potential, telling him to rush to the aid of the Earthlings so they could use the Dragon Balls before he succumbed to his failing health and passed away. The Elder told Nail to stay behind and stall Frieza while Dende completed his mission. When Frieza confronted them and demanded the secret of the Dragon Balls, Nail stood his ground, refusing to say a word about the orbs or the Grand Elder's secret knowledge. Nail warned Frieza that if the Grand Elder died, the Dragon Balls would vanish forever. Frieza countered by saying he would simply torture Nail until the Elder broke and revealed the truth. Nail then challenged Frieza to a battle away from the Elder's home to protect his master. They flew to a remote location to begin their fight, where Nail powered up to an impressive 42,000. Frieza acknowledged that Nail was relatively strong for a Namekian, but casually mentioned a terrifying fact that Nail didn't know yet. Frieza revealed that his power level was a staggering 530,000, making Nail's efforts look like child's play. Nail attacked anyway, but Frieza easily tore his arm off. Nail shocked the tyrant by regenerating his limb and continuing the fight, while elsewhere, Krillin and Gohan were searching for Bulma. After rescuing Bulma from a hungry dinosaur, Gohan and Krillin secured the Dragon radar and tracked the Dragon Balls to a location right next to Frieza's spaceship. They found the balls buried in the ground and began digging them up, unaware of a hidden observer. Vegeta was lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. He planned to wait until they uttered the secret summoning phrase so he could swoop in, drive them away, and use the wish for himself. Krillin and Gohan finally unearthed the balls and prepared to summon the dragon. They shouted for the dragon to appear, but to their immense disappointment, nothing happened at all. They couldn't understand why the summoning failed, which also frustrated Vegeta. Just then, Ginyu in Goku's body arrived on the scene accompanied by Jace. Krillin ran toward Ginyu, thinking he was Goku, but was met with a sudden attack. Confused and hurt, Krillin asked why he was being hit, only for Ginyu to reveal the truth. He had swapped bodies with their friend and was now in control of Goku's powerful frame. Gohan and Krillin were paralyzed with shock as Ginyu began to attack them. However, the real Goku arrived in Ginyu's injured body and warned the captain that he wouldn't be able to tap into the body's full potential because he lacked the necessary mental and spiritual harmony. Ginyu tried to power up to prove Goku wrong, but his power level stalled at a mere 23,000. Goku explained that his body's strength is deeply tied to his own mind and spirit, making it impossible for a thief like Ginyu to unlock its true capabilities. Goku urged Gohan and Krillin to attack Ginyu while he was weak and unable to use the body properly. They followed his lead and began landing heavy blows on Ginyu, and when Jace tried to jump in and help his captain, Vegeta suddenly appeared to block his path. Vegeta challenged Jace, telling him he'd have to go through him first. During their skirmish, Vegeta boasted that his power was growing exponentially with every battle, and that he would soon achieve the legendary Super Saiyan form, even before Kakarot. Vegeta quickly overwhelmed Jace, killing him with a powerful energy blast before turning his sights on Ginyu and delivering a brutal beating. Realizing he was outmatched, Ginyu decided his only hope was to use his change technique one more time to take over Vegeta's body. As Ginyu fired the body swap beam at Vegeta, Goku jumped in the way, successfully regaining his original body while Ginyu was forced back into his own injured one. Vegeta immediately resumed his assault on the captain, who was now desperate and looking for another opening. Even while being pummeled, Ginyu managed a wicked smile as he prepared to swap bodies with Vegeta again. However, Goku spotted a nearby Namekian frog and threw it directly into the path of the soul-swapping beam at the perfect moment. The technique hit the frog, causing Ginyu's soul to be trapped in the tiny amphibian's body, while the frog's soul took over Ginyu's powerful frame. With the captain now a harmless frog, the threat of the Ginyu force was finally neutralized. Goku was left physically shattered after his body sustained so much damage while Ginyu was in control of it. Vegeta told the group that while he still intended to kill them eventually, he would spare them for now because he needed their help to face the overwhelming might of Frieza. Vegeta brought them all to Frieza's ship, placing the injured Goku into a medical rejuvenation tank to heal his wounds. He also provided Gohan and Krillin with battle armor from the ship's supplies to give them a better chance in the coming conflict. After donning his new gear, Krillin announced that he would head back to the Grand Elder to learn the correct secret phrase for the Dragon Balls, since their previous attempt had failed. He took off, while Nail was still desperately trying to delay Frieza. Nail was finally reaching his limit after Frieza's relentless attacks eventually collapsing. Frieza demanded the secret password again, but Nail remained defiant, refusing to give the tyrant what he wanted even as he faced death. Nail revealed with a smirk that Dende had likely already reached the Earthlings and shared the secret password with them. Enraged, Frieza abandoned the dying Namekian and flew back toward his ship at maximum speed to stop them, but Dende was already closing in on his destination. Dende met Krillin along the way and explained that the wishes must be spoken in the Namekian language to be granted. Krillin hurried back with Dende, and they took advantage of the fact that Vegeta was taking a short nap to relocate the Dragon Balls. With Vegeta asleep, they brought the balls to a safe distance and Dende spoke the sacred words. Suddenly, the sky turned black as night, and the Dragon Balls began to glow with an intense light, signaling the arrival of the mighty Namekian dragon. The dragon, known as Purunga, appeared and announced that he would grant 3 wishes. Krillin asked Dende to wish for all their fallen friends to be brought back to life, but Purunga explained that he could only revive 1 person per wish. While Krillin and Gohan debated which of their 4 friends to bring back first, Piccolo's voice suddenly reached them through King Kai's telepathic link. He gave them a specific plan that would maximize their chances against Frieza. Piccolo urged them to revive him first, because his return would also bring Kami back to life and restore the Earth's Dragon Balls, allowing them to eventually revive everyone else. For their second wish, he demanded to be brought directly to planet Namek so he could help them fight Frieza. They followed Piccolo's instructions and had Dende relay the wishes to Purunga. The dragon complied, bringing Piccolo back to life and then teleporting him to Namek. While on Earth, Kami reappeared in his lookout with Mr. Popo. Purunga fulfilled the requests. Before they could make their final wish, Vegeta woke up sensing Frieza's terrifying approach. He rushed out of the ship and was outraged to find the dragon already summoned, realizing that Gohan and Krillin had gone behind his back. Vegeta was ready to kill them in his fury, but Gohan begged him to stop, pointing out that there was still 1 wish remaining. Vegeta calmed down just enough to seize Dende, demanding that he ask the dragon to grant him eternal life and immortality. Dende hesitated to help the villainous Saiyan, but Krillin urged him to do it, arguing that an immortal Vegeta was their only hope against Frieza since Goku was still recovering. He figured that while Vegeta was evil, Frieza was a much greater threat to the universe. Dende finally began to speak the wish, but Purunga suddenly vanished into thin air before the request was completed. The Dragon Balls turned into ordinary stones, signifying that the Grand Elder had passed away at that exact moment. Dende wept for his lost leader, while Vegeta's rage boiled over, blaming Gohan and Krillin for the missed opportunity. He was about to strike them down when he suddenly froze, sensing that Frieza had finally arrived on the scene. Frieza loomed over them, his voice cold as he promised they would all suffer for their deception. Meanwhile, Piccolo was speeding toward their location when he stumbled upon the broken body of Nail, who was barely clinging to life. Nail recognized Piccolo and told him that while he was strong, he was still no match for Frieza's true power. He proposed a permanent fusion, promising that their combined strength would give Piccolo the boost he needed to actually stand a chance against the tyrant. After a moment's consideration, Piccolo agreed and fused with Nail, feeling a massive surge of power before continuing his journey. Back at the ship, Frieza began to unleash his energy, causing the earth to crack and mountains to crumble before launching a barrage of energy beams at the group. Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin scrambled to dodge the onslaught until Vegeta fired back, claiming he had reached a new level of strength that would allow the three of them to win. Frieza engaged Vegeta directly, and the force of their struggle was so great that the ground beneath them shattered. Frieza backed off, acknowledging that Vegeta's power had indeed increased significantly. Vegeta goaded him, suggesting that Frieza should transform just like Zarbon did to reach his full potential. And Frieza complimented Vegeta's intelligence for figuring it out. Frieza admitted that he hadn't even needed to transform when he wiped out the entire Saiyan race, but he agreed that the current situation warranted it. He began a grotesque transformation, his body growing much larger and more menacing as his power level started to climb into terrifying territory. His power reached a staggering 1 million, leaving everyone frozen in fear. With a casual flick of his power, Frieza sent out a shockwave that devastated the surrounding landscape, causing massive floods and geological shifts across the planet's surface. After the initial blast, Vegeta and Gohan stayed airborne to avoid the chaos, while Krillin remained near Dende. Frieza suddenly charged at Dende with blinding speed, but Krillin managed to push the boy out of the way just in time. Frieza's horn impaled Krillin through the chest, a brutal wound that left him nearly dead before Frieza tossed him into the ocean. Seeing his friend's fate, Gohan snapped in a fit of pure rage, screaming at Frieza to get out of his way before launching a furious counterattack. Gohan unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches on the giant, finally landing a powerful energy blast directly in Frieza's face. He didn't let up, raining down countless energy beams on the fallen tyrant before gathering all his remaining power for one final, massive explosion. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. While the smoke cleared, Dende rushed to pull the injured Krillin from the water. Vegeta watched in awe, realizing that Gohan's hidden potential made him the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan when pushed to his limits. However, Frieza soon stood back up, relatively unharmed, and quickly neutralized Gohan with 2 swift strikes. Vegeta tried to take advantage of the distraction by unleashing everything he had, but it had no effect on the monster, leading Vegeta to realize that they were truly doomed. Frieza descended upon Gohan, effortlessly dodging the boy's desperate attempts to fight back. He toyed with Gohan, appearing behind him repeatedly to deliver punishing blows before eventually pinning him to the ground under his foot, preparing to crush him. Suddenly, a fully healed Krillin surprised everyone by launching a Destructo disc that successfully severed Frieza's tail. Frieza was livid and gave chase, while Krillin used every trick in the book to evade him, eventually leading the chase into the ocean to buy some time. Frieza was baffled as to how Krillin had recovered so quickly from a fatal wound. He didn't realize that Dende possessed incredible healing powers, which he had used to restore both Krillin and Gohan to full health in the middle of the battle. Gohan stood ready alongside Vegeta and Krillin, and the trio launched a coordinated energy assault on Frieza. Just then, Piccolo arrived on the battlefield much to Gohan's delight, though Vegeta mocked the Namekian's arrival, doubting his usefulness. Piccolo calmly told Vegeta that once he finished with Frieza, the Saiyan Prince would be next on his list. Vegeta just laughed in derision, while back at the ship, Goku could sense the shifting energies of the battle from within his healing tank. Piccolo then stepped forward to confront Frieza face to face. The two began a fierce exchange of blows, but Piccolo surprisingly had the upper hand, landing 2 solid hits that sent Frieza reeling. Frieza retaliated by knocking Piccolo into a mountain and following up with a blast that leveled the entire peak, yet the Namekian was far from finished. Piccolo easily evaded the follow-up attack, and the battle spilled over into the sea. Frieza surfaced first and ambushed Piccolo with a massive energy wave, but Piccolo emerged from the water completely unfazed, his newfound power shielding him from the brunt of the attack. Piccolo confidently told Frieza that his power was now vastly superior, proving it by landing a series of heavy hits. Frieza tried to end the fight with a massive energy sphere, but Piccolo knocked it away and countered with a precise beam that struck Frieza directly, leaving the tyrant absolutely consumed with rage. After a rather dramatic entrance, he descended to confront Piccolo head-on, delivering a sudden, astonishing blow. His speed, you see, had become utterly monstrous, allowing him to continuously pummel Piccolo until he quite literally shattered the ground beneath him. But our resilient Piccolo, always ready for a comeback, quickly rose to his feet. He then shrewdly discarded his weighted clothing, aiming for maximum agility, and declared to Frieza with a glint in his eye that the real battle, my friend, is just about to kick off. This was indeed the true test of their might, and the ruthless slaughter continued unabated. Suddenly, Piccolo, with cunning precision, appeared from behind Frieza, landing a powerful strike that sent him crashing down to the earth, causing it to crack and crumble under the impact. While Frieza was momentarily grounded, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Yet, to everyone's utter dismay, Frieza remained completely unfazed by the assault, calmly rising as if nothing had happened, ready for more. With a chilling smirk, Frieza casually informed Piccolo, "Oh, my dear friend, you haven't even glimpsed my true power yet. I still possess 2 more terrifying transformations that I can unleash upon you." And true to his word, Frieza began his gruesome second metamorphosis. His form twisted and contorted into something even more menacing. Every single one of his previous wounds miraculously vanished, and he emerged infinitely more formidable than before. He became, quite frankly, an absolute powerhouse. Gohan, Krillin, and even the arrogant Vegeta, who had moments ago felt so secure in Piccolo's seeming dominance, were now gripped by an undeniable fear. Frieza, with his newfound form, was not just faster, but also exponentially stronger, completely seizing control of the entire confrontation. He began to assault Piccolo from every conceivable angle, striking him with brutal force, and after inflicting continuous damage, he unleashed a flurry of devastating energy beams upon him, striking true. Piccolo, for all his legendary speed, found himself utterly unable to evade the lightning-fast assault. Seeing his mentor in such dire straits, young Gohan, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted into the fray, determined to intervene. He launched himself at Frieza, unleashing a formidable blast of energy from his hand, which Frieza, with alarming ease, simply contained within his palm at first. Initially, Gohan's burst of power managed to somewhat surprise Frieza, and by amplifying his own strength and intensifying his attack, he actually succeeded in landing a hit on the tyrant. However, Frieza, annoyed but far from beaten, swiftly retaliated by hurling a massive sphere of energy directly at Gohan. Before it could make contact, our ever-vigilant Piccolo heroically intercepted and detonated the attack. This deflected explosion then rained down upon the planet like a meteor shower, obliterating a vast swathe of the landscape. Many things were utterly annihilated. Frieza then paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and declared to the terrified Z-Fighters, "Now prepare yourselves, for you are about to witness something far more horrifying than mere death itself. I shall undergo my 3rd transformation." And with that, Frieza indeed began to transform yet again. Meanwhile, a desperate Vegeta turned to Krillin and commanded, "Hit me, and hit me hard. Bring me right to the very brink, the precipice of death itself. Only then will I have Dende heal me." We Saiyans, you see, possess a unique ability. Our power dramatically escalates when we recover from near-fatal injuries. This time, after I'm miraculously healed, my strength will explode exponentially, allowing me to finally ascend and become a legendary Super Saiyan. He pleaded, "Hit me, don't be afraid." Remember how Gohan became infinitely stronger after Dende healed him, unleashing that final, incredible attack you witnessed? Krillin, despite his profound apprehension, reluctantly complied, attacking and severely injuring Vegeta. Vegeta, now on the verge of unconsciousness, collapsed and gasped out to Dende. He implored, "Heal me." However, Dende, his expression firm, refused outright, stating, "Absolutely not. I will not heal you, for you have cruelly murdered countless innocent Namekians." With that, Vegeta collapsed into full unconsciousness, and Dende, leaving him there, went instead to tend to Piccolo. After their own healing, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo collectively managed to persuade Dende to reconsider, arguing he simply must go and heal Vegeta. They explained that, without Vegeta's strength, none of them stood a chance against Frieza. Dende, finally convinced, agreed and quickly healed him. In a classic display of his irritable nature, Vegeta immediately punched Dende, they complaining about the delay. However, by this point, Frieza had already completed his terrifying third and final transformation, now standing before them in an utterly monstrous new form, radiating an unimaginable aura of power. In his new terrifying form, Piccolo grimly announced to the others, "His power is absolutely staggering now. I'm afraid, my friends, I won't be able to protect any of you." And in that very moment, as Piccolo spoke, Frieza launched a lightning-fast attack from a distance, brutally striking down and killing Dende. The assault was so swift, so incredibly quick, that no one even registered it until it was too late. Frieza then, with a cruel chuckle, declared to them, "Now you see, no one will be able to heal any of you." With a wicked grin, Frieza then vanished from sight. Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo found themselves utterly disoriented, only for Frieza to reappear directly behind them. Despite being absolutely paralyzed with fear, they instinctively launched themselves at him. However, Frieza, with contemptuous ease, effortlessly dodged every single one of their attacks and deflected all their energy beams. Their furious energy attacks simply missed their mark, and just as quickly as he'd appeared, he materialized behind them once more. Vegeta, exasperated, yelled, "He's behind you, you fools! Watch out!" But it was too late. Frieza focused his wrath on Gohan, attacking him with brutal force. Vegeta, ever the one to steal the spotlight, dramatically descended right after Gohan, and the sheer power of the attack annihilated a mountain behind them. Vegeta, with a surprising amount of concern, then barked at Gohan, "I didn't actually mean to hit you. I merely wanted to demonstrate to everyone just how immensely powerful I've become." He then dramatically turned to Frieza, his voice brimming with arrogant conviction, and declared, "I am about to transcend into a Super Saiyan right now, and when I do, I will effortlessly defeat you." Vegeta proceeded to gather every ounce of his energy, his aura surging with an extraordinary, almost violent intensity, causing everything in his immediate vicinity to shatter into pieces. And after that breathtaking display, he launched himself into a ferocious assault on Frieza, who, with an almost dismissive air, simply continued to effortlessly dodge every single one of Vegeta's blows. Then, in a blink, Frieza vanished entirely, only to reappear a considerable distance away, chuckling mockingly. He then taunted Vegeta, "I am still, quite clearly, faster than you are. Is this your mighty Super Saiyan form? You can't even keep up with my movements, let alone land a hit." So, naturally, Vegeta was utterly exasperated, a tempest of frustration raging in his mind. He silently raged, "Impossible! How can it be that even after achieving this incredible power, I still can't match his speed?" Undeterred, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of energy beams at Frieza, desperately trying to corner him. Seeing the escalating chaos, Piccolo quickly grabbed both Krillin and Gohan, whisking them away from the immediate danger zone, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, Vegeta's assault continued, an unrelenting storm. Vegeta's furious onslaught persisted until, at last, he found Frieza directly in his path. He then pulled back, gathering every last particle of his energy, and prepared to unleash his most devastating attack, launching it with immense force at Frieza. But in a display of utterly infuriating arrogance, Frieza merely casually kicked the powerful blast back with his foot, sending it hurtling towards Vegeta. Our hero managed to narrowly dodge his own attack, but the sheer impact of the deflected blast caused a colossal event. A terrifying planetary earthquake erupted across Namek, triggered by the sheer power of that deflected attack. Vegeta stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that Frieza had repelled his ultimate attack with such ridiculous ease. He began to tremble uncontrollably, overcome by a primal terror, and then, for the very first time in his proud Saiyan life, he broke down and cried, feeling a profound and agonizing sense of utter helplessness. Frieza, seizing the opportunity, advanced upon him, struck him fiercely, and sent him plummeting into a shimmering lake. Frieza, ever the sadist, pursued him relentlessly, emerging from the lake's depths and descending once more to brutally pummel Vegeta without mercy. After this prolonged torment, he contemptuously hurled Vegeta towards the stunned figures of Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. Frieza then grabbed the helpless Saiyan prince by his powerful tail and continued his savage beating. The three remaining warriors could only stand there, utterly frozen, powerless to intervene, do anything at all. But as fate would have it, in that very moment, Goku's healing was finally complete, and he burst forth from the recovery capsule with incredible speed. Frieza, meanwhile, continued his brutal assault on Vegeta, eventually tossing him violently against a nearby mountain. Just as Frieza was about to deliver the killing blow, Goku arrived, his power significantly amplified by his recovery. He looked at Gohan and, with a confident smile, declared, "You guys put up a fantastic fight." He confidently stated, "Leave the rest to me." Frieza, upon seeing Goku, immediately released Vegeta and, with a chilling smile, remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to the last Saiyan warrior, who dared to challenge me before I obliterated planet Vegeta. Come, fight me before I destroy this planet." Frieza then launched himself into an attack, but Goku, demonstrating astonishing speed, appeared from behind him and delivered a powerful strike. Frieza, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and unleashed a relentless barrage of energy beams. But Goku, with an almost casual air, simply deflected them all with his hand, completely unaffected by the onslaught. From his prone position, a gravely wounded Vegeta gasped out to Frieza, You will be defeated soon. The warrior standing before you, he is about to become a Super Saiyan." In a fit of cruel pique, Frieza retaliated by unleashing a devastating energy beam directly into Vegeta, piercing his very heart. He sneered, "This Super Saiyan you speak of is nothing more than a childish, pathetic legend. I have never, nor will I ever, believe in such nonsense." Goku, seeing this act, was immediately enraged. He snapped at Frieza. Vegeta was utterly helpless. You had no right to attack him in such a state. But Vegeta, with his dying breath, implored Goku, "Cast aside your foolish emotions right now, Kakarot. You will never ascend to Super Saiyan if you continue to let your feelings dictate your every move. I am dying now, but I beg you, I implore you, defeat Frieza." Vegeta's voice cracked and tears streamed down his face as he continued, his final words echoing with raw pain. Frieza is the one who utterly annihilated our entire planet. He murdered my father, your father, and every single being on our homeworld. You must defeat him, Kakarot, to avenge our entire Saiyan race. It is simply unacceptable for him to escape punishment after committing such unspeakable atrocities." And with those heart-wrenching words, Vegeta drew his last breath and died. Goku, grief-stricken and utterly heartbroken, then began to mourn. He fashioned a deep, solemn pit and gently laid his rival to rest within it. He spoke softly to the fallen prince. "Vegeta, while it's true we often found ourselves at odds, I will always respect that you died with pride, a true Saiyan warrior. You will now remember my heritage as a Saiyan, just like you, and I will fight fiercely for our entire race." With Goku's new resolve taking hold, Piccolo, ever the pragmatic one, made a decisive move. He quickly gathered Gohan and Krillin, urging them to move away from the imminent danger. He ushered Gohan and Krillin to a safer distance, understanding that the cataclysmic battle between Goku and Frieza was about to truly ignite. And indeed, the epic clash began. Goku launched himself into the fray, his engagement with Frieza becoming an unbelievably swift and immensely powerful dance of destruction. Any area they traversed was instantly reduced to rubble. Frieza, equally ferocious, began to unleash his own devastating attacks. He launched a barrage of energy beams, but as Goku effortlessly dodged each one, a critical realization dawned on him. Frieza was attacking in a completely random, haphazard manner. This was because Frieza couldn't actually see him, nor could he sense the energy signature of his opponent. Frieza's frenzied assault continued, and then, in a shocking moment, he suddenly found Goku directly behind him. Both powerful warriors stood poised, perched precariously on a massive rock formation. Following Frieza's explosive attack, that very rock fractured and crumbled beneath them, sending Frieza plummeting into the churning waters below. But with a sudden furious burst, he re-emerged, launching himself into yet another relentless assault. Goku, ever agile, retreated towards a towering mountain, deftly shattering a section of it to absorb the impact and repel Frieza's furious charge. However, Frieza was far from finished. He unleashed a devastating barrage of energy beams directly onto the planet's surface, causing the ground to crack and explode, spewing forth torrents of molten fire. Goku, quick as a flash, distanced himself and, with a powerful Kamehameha, expertly extinguished the raging inferno. Frieza then paused, a smirk playing on his lips, and confidently declared to Goku, "You are undeniably strong, but let's be clear. You are nowhere near as powerful as I am." The intense, planet-shaking battle raged on. The fierce struggle continued, and Frieza, in a display of sheer destructive intent, attempted to shatter the very mountain that Goku was standing upon. In response, Goku unleashed a concentrated blast of energy from his eyes, hoping to dislodge Frieza. However, Frieza, with incredible speed, deftly deflected the attack and countered with a powerful blow, sending Goku plummeting into the water below. Submerged, Goku began to meticulously strategize, contemplating his next decisive move, and what he ultimately decided to do was breathtaking. Immediately afterward, he unleashed not one, but two powerful Kamehameha waves, firing them from beneath the water directly at Frieza. In the very instant Frieza dodged these blasts, he was utterly caught off guard, finding Goku had swiftly materialized behind him, delivering a devastating blow. Frieza plummeted downwards, creating a massive crater and causing widespread destruction to the planet's surface. Piccolo and Gohan, watching from a distance, and Krillin, for a brief hopeful moment, believed that Frieza had finally been defeated. But no, he sensationally rose once more, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and declared to Goku, "My dear Saiyan, you have greatly invigorated me." He then proceeded to gather a vast collection of massive rocks around himself, hurling the entire menacing cluster directly at Goku. Our hero, unflustered, began to systematically shatter and pulverize every single one of them, reducing them to mere dust. With a powerful energy beam, and as Frieza watched, his smirk widened as he, with impossible ease, lifted an entire island clean off the ground and hurled it with devastating force straight at Goku, declaring triumphantly, "This battle, my dear Saiyan, is unequivocally over." But Goku, with a display of unimaginable power, caught the colossal island, then, with a mighty roar, completely obliterated it into dust, emerging unscathed. Suddenly, Frieza appeared directly before him and, using a sinister, unseen technique, completely paralyzed Goku's movements. Goku was utterly immobilized, unable to twitch a single muscle. Frieza, relishing the moment, began to mercilessly pummel him, following up with an incredibly potent energy attack. This devastating blast created an enormous explosion that ripped through the very fabric of the planet. The shockwaves from this colossal detonation rippled outwards, even affecting Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, who were watching from a distance. They shakily rose after the blinding explosion, their faces etched with genuine fear for Goku's safety. But Piccolo, ever the calm voice of reason, reassured them, "Do not worry, my friends. Goku, with his incredible speed, undoubtedly moved swiftly enough to evade that last attack. Goku and Frieza, they are truly monstrous beings, and to be honest, I don't believe they've even begun to fight for real yet." And indeed, as if on cue, Goku, now fully recovered, confidently approached Frieza once more. He declared to Frieza, "All right, Frieza, the real, no-holds-barred fight between us begins now." Both formidable warriors descended to the ravaged ground. Goku, with a resolute gesture, shed a portion of his battle-damaged clothing. Frieza, oozing with arrogant confidence, sneered, "I won't even deign to use my hands on you, Saiyan. I shall defeat you using only my mighty tail, and I shall achieve victory." Goku immediately lunged forward, but Frieza, with surprising agility, simply kept dodging him. Frieza continued to effortlessly evade Goku's attacks, then, with a sudden whip-like motion, struck him with his tail from both the right and the left, following up with a powerful final blow. Goku, however, resilient as ever, rebounded with astonishing speed, immediately launching himself into another fierce assault. Frieza, in a display of cunning, ensnared Goku with his tail. But our resourceful hero, seizing the opportunity, grabbed Frieza's tail, spun him around, and hurled him away before swiftly dashing towards him, intent on landing a decisive strike. However, Frieza, with a flash of malevolent speed, vanished from sight, only to reappear instantly behind Goku, coiling his powerful tail tightly around Goku's neck. Goku, momentarily caught off guard, found himself in a desperate bind, unsure of how to escape this unexpected grapple. But then, with a stroke of genius, he bit down hard on Frieza's tail, forcing the tyrant to release him. Free at last, Goku managed to land several solid blows on Frieza, compelling the arrogant alien to finally and reluctantly resort to using his hands in the fight. And with those newly freed hands, he unleashed a furious volley of strikes upon Goku. Goku, however, after taking the blows, remarkably stood up with a confident, almost cheeky smile and triumphantly declared, "Aha! You finally resorted to using your hands, didn't you, Frieza?" Frieza, visibly annoyed, retorted, "I cannot deny that you possess a certain level of strength, Saiyan. However, I assure you, even at a mere 50% of my true power, I am more than capable of utterly obliterating you." And while this earth-shattering battle raged on, Bulma was still patiently waiting, quite alone, hoping that any of her valiant friends would eventually come to her rescue. As she sat there, pondering her predicament, a rather curious group of frogs hopped into view. To her surprise, one of them was none other than the notorious Captain Ginyu, who, in his new amphibian form, began to follow Bulma everywhere she went. So, ever the inventor, Bulma decided to equip him with a special device she had on hand. It was a rather ingenious translator device, one that converted the croaks and chirps of frogs into understandable human speech, and the very first word uttered by Ginyu in his new surprising voice was a chilling body change. He swiftly activated his signature technique, swapping his consciousness with Bulma's, thus taking control of her body. He, then with cruel efficiency, left Bulma trapped within the frog's body, and Ginyu, now inhabiting Bulma's form, promptly seized her spaceship and sped away. But Bulma, now trapped in the surprisingly agile frog's body, courageously pursued him, latching onto his face as they careened across the landscape. They eventually arrived at the location where Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin were observing the battle. Ginyu, in Bulma's body, stumbled, then quickly regained his footing and began to intently watch the ferocious clash between Frieza and Goku. Meanwhile, Bulma, still a frog, desperately tried to communicate. She tried to make Gohan and Krillin understand that she was, in fact, trapped inside the frog. But, alas, they simply couldn't comprehend her frantic croaks and continued to be captivated by the ongoing, earth-shattering battle. Meanwhile, Frieza, with a malevolent smirk, sneered at Goku. "Prepare yourself, Saiyan, for you are about to witness the vast disparity in our power levels." With that ominous declaration, Frieza launched himself into an attack, moving at a speed that was utterly leagues beyond Goku's current capabilities. He mercilessly continued to pummel Goku, who, despite bravely employing the Kaioken technique and multiplying his power several times over, found himself utterly unable to retaliate or even defend effectively. Frieza, relishing his dominance, continued his relentless assault, mockingly declaring to Goku, "You see, I still haven't even utilized my full power." And as Frieza was delivering yet another devastating blow to Goku, the sneaky Captain Ginyu, still inhabiting Bulma's body, saw an opportune moment and decided to attempt to seize Piccolo's powerful physique for himself. He swiftly initiated his notorious body change technique. However, the quick-witted Gohan, instantly realizing that Ginyu was currently possessing Bulma's body, cleverly threw the frog Bulma directly into the path of the body swap beam. This brilliant move caused Bulma to swap back with Ginyu, and she triumphantly returned to her original body while Ginyu was once again relegated to his humiliating frog form. Bulma, utterly ecstatic, celebrated her return, but her joy was short-lived as a stray attack suddenly struck her, sending her flying. Meanwhile, Frieza continued his brutal assault on Goku, then abruptly ceased his attack. With a malevolent grin, he employed a devastating technique that literally split the entire planet in two. He then chillingly informed Goku, "I, Frieza, have the power to absolutely annihilate this entire planet right before your very eyes, but I shall refrain from doing so for the moment." Goku, feeling a profound sense of utter powerlessness, thought to himself, "I simply cannot do anything against him." Frieza, seizing on Goku's momentary despair, launched another ferocious assault, continuing to relentlessly pummel him. Goku, by this point in the battle, was completely surrendered, his fighting spirit temporarily extinguished. Frieza, savoring his dominance, cruelly grabbed Goku, lifted him high by his tail, and then simply dropped him into the swirling waters below. Every time Goku attempted to surface for air, Frieza would blast him with an energy beam, forcing him back down. He then advanced upon the helpless Saiyan, actively attempting to drown him. As Goku struggled beneath the surface, on the verge of succumbing, he began to think about everyone he knew and loved. He thought about all his cherished friends and family, and the terrifying realization that if he failed, they would all perish and the beloved planet Earth would be utterly annihilated. This profound thought ignited a fierce determination within him. He surged from the water, activating his Kaioken technique to an astounding 20 times its normal power. He launched himself at Frieza, landing 2 incredibly powerful blows, and then, with a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating Kamehameha wave. He miraculously managed to strike Frieza directly with the overwhelming energy blast, triggering a colossal explosion that rocked the entire planet. After the smoke from the tremendous blast cleared, Piccolo, his face grim, commented, "Frieza, he doesn't seem to be significantly affected. King Kai was absolutely right. We should never have confronted Frieza. He is simply too overwhelmingly powerful." But Frieza, defying all expectations, slowly and menacingly stood up once more. Frieza, astonishingly, thought to himself, This is the very first time I have ever truly felt pain." With a renewed surge of sadistic energy, he descended upon the struggling Goku and relentlessly attacked him again, delivering blow after brutal blow. Goku, utterly exhausted from pushing his Kaioken to its absolute limits, found himself unable to defend against Frieza's relentless onslaught. He felt his spirit waver, realizing, "I've truly lost this battle." But then, as if from nowhere, he suddenly heard Vegeta's unmistakable voice resonating within his very mind, shouting, "Never give up, Kakarot. Remember, Frieza is the monster who murdered your father, and he also killed my own father, King Vegeta. Do not, under any circumstances, allow him to defeat you. The very destiny of the entire Saiyan race rests firmly within your hands. Be courageous, Kakarot, and continue the fight." With Vegeta's spectral encouragement, Goku felt a surge of renewed fighting spirit, a flicker of his morale returning. He then launched himself into another attack, momentarily pushing Frieza back. However, the tyrant quickly regained his terrifying control and continued to relentlessly pummel Goku. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Goku muttered to himself, "I must use the Spirit Bomb. It is my absolute last resort. My solution, my final chance at victory." And indeed, Goku halted his physical combat, focusing his entire being on the monumental task of gathering energy. He began to draw upon the life force of all living creatures around him, not merely those on planet Namek, but also from the countless other planets in the surrounding cosmic vicinity. He meticulously forged a colossal sphere of pure energy, an intimidating sight that Frieza, surprisingly, couldn't perceive. Yet, Goku, deep in thought, knew he needed more. He pondered, "I absolutely must absorb even more energy to ensure the Spirit Bomb's power is truly overwhelming, allowing me to finally defeat Frieza." However, the process of gathering such immense energy consumed a significant amount of time, and Frieza, relentless as ever, refused to grant him any reprieve, continuously battering him with powerful blows. Seeing Goku's dire predicament, Piccolo bravely turned to Gohan and Krillin, stating, "Give me some of your energy, both of you. Your remaining power, so that I can go and distract Frieza, buying Goku enough time to complete his Spirit Bomb." And without a moment's hesitation, they selflessly complied, pouring their energy into him. Frieza, still mercilessly pummeling Goku, suddenly paused. His eyes widened in disbelief as he finally perceived the colossal energy of the Spirit Bomb hovering ominously above them. Utterly taken aback, he scoffed and declared, he sneered at Goku, "You Saiyans, with your short, brutal lifespans, are already so insignificant. I, Frieza, shall make your existence even briefer, and I will dispatch you right now, before you can complete whatever pathetic technique you're attempting." Frieza was about to deliver the killing blow, but in a flash of heroic speed, Piccolo appeared, delivering a powerful strike that sent Frieza hurtling away. Piccolo urged Goku, "Finish it quickly. I won't be able to hold him off for much longer." Goku, still concentrating, continued gathering energy. Frieza, now absolutely seething with rage, returned with a vengeance. Piccolo bravely launched himself at the tyrant, but Frieza, with cruel efficiency, simply waited for Piccolo to finish his attack, then struck him several times with brutal force, knocking him to the ground. He then descended, intent on delivering the final, fatal blow. So, with a final, desperate burst of energy, Krillin and Gohan launched their remaining power from a distance, aiming for Frieza. Meanwhile, Goku had finally completed his arduous task. He had meticulously crafted an incredibly colossal Spirit Bomb, a truly awe-inspiring sphere of pure energy, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed it upon Frieza, sending it plummeting downwards, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. The massive Spirit Bomb descended, slowly but inexorably, towards Frieza. Frieza, in a desperate attempt, declared, "I'll stop it." But for all his power, he found himself utterly unable to repel its overwhelming force. The colossal energy sphere crashed down upon him and a vast section of the planet, igniting a truly tremendous explosion that obliterated everything in its path and sent all nearby beings flying through the air. The sheer destructive power of the blast was immense, covering the battlefield in a vast churning sea. Gohan and Krillin, battered but alive, emerged from the watery depths and anxiously waited for Goku and Piccolo to surface. After what felt like an eternity, Piccolo finally broke through the water, clutching an unconscious Goku in his arms. Krillin and Gohan, overjoyed at seeing their friends, erupted in cheers and exclaimed, "We've done it! We've won!" They rushed over to Goku, and Gohan, overcome with relief, embraced him tightly. The four of them, united in triumph, shared a moment of joyful laughter. Krillin, beaming with pride, declared to his friends, "Now, with Frieza defeated, we can finally return to Earth with our heads held high. Come on, let's go retrieve Bulma and then head straight back to Earth." And indeed, they were about to embark on their journey home, but in a horrifying twist of fate, Frieza suddenly emerged from the devastation. The terrifying realization that he was still alive sent a wave of utter dread through them all. Frieza, with a malevolent snarl, unleashed a deadly energy beam directly at Goku. But Piccolo, with lightning-fast reflexes and selfless courage, shoved Goku out of the way, taking the devastating blast himself, and fell heavily to the ground, critically wounded. Frieza, showing no mercy, sneered at them. "None of you will escape this planet alive." He then, with a terrifying display of psychic power, seized control of Krillin, lifted him high into the air, and, with a sadistic grin, caused him to explode into countless fragments, killing him instantly. Gohan watched in utter horror, paralyzed by fear. But Goku was consumed by an incandescent, all-consuming rage at the brutal, senseless death of his dear friend Krillin. He bellowed at Frieza, his voice raw with fury. "How dare you commit such an atrocity?" The very ground beneath Goku's feet cracked and fractured under the sheer force of his escalating anger. A blinding, enigmatic flash of golden light erupted, and Goku's entire appearance underwent a dramatic, legendary transformation. His hair turned a vibrant golden yellow, his eyes became a piercing emerald green, and he ascended into the fabled Super Saiyan. He was now exponentially more powerful than he had ever been before. Before, his very essence had been completely altered. His personality had shifted dramatically. He had shed his gentle emotions and become incredibly stern, focused, and utterly ruthless. Frieza, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend what astonishing transformation had just befallen Goku. With a chillingly calm yet powerful voice, Goku commanded Gohan, "Take Piccolo and Bulma immediately. Get them to the spaceship and return to Earth. To the spaceship I arrived in and get yourselves back to Earth." Gohan, recognizing the gravitas in Goku's voice, immediately obeyed, scooping up Piccolo. As they flew away, Frieza, ever the villain, attempted to launch a surprise attack to kill them. But Goku, moving with blinding Super Saiyan speed, instantly appeared, seized Frieza's arm in a vice-like grip, and with a voice colder than the vacuum of space, commanded him, "Enough! No more senseless killing of innocent lives." Frieza froze, completely terrified by the overwhelming raw power radiating from Goku. He managed to forcibly yank his hand free, stumbling backwards, and stammered, How did you suddenly become this incredibly powerful? Don't tell me you've actually become a Super Saiyan?" Goku, remaining silent, offered no response. Instead, he simply moved, striking Frieza with immense force, sending him soaring high into the sky. Then, with incredible speed, he intercepted him, grabbing him mid-air. Goku delivers a nasty blow right to Frieza, sending him crashing into the dirt with incredible force that actually shatters the ground beneath him. Rising from the dust, Frieza sneers with pure hatred, telling Goku not to even dream of victory. He spits out that the Saiyan race is absolutely repulsive to him, and he refuses to let any of them get the upper hand. Without a second's delay, Frieza moves like lightning, launching a relentless barrage of energy beams straight at Goku. Many, many beams. But to Frieza's utter astonishment when he looked, Goku was completely, utterly unaffected. Infuriated, Frieza intensified his assault, unleashing another furious barrage of energy at Goku, but still Goku remained completely impervious. With a chilling, cold demeanor, Goku declared, "I will not show you mercy, Frieza, not even if you were to beg for your life." With that, Goku launched himself at Frieza, driving him back, and then, with incredible speed, delivered a devastating blow. 3 times in rapid succession, a whirlwind of powerful strikes. Frieza, utterly frustrated, attempted to retaliate, launching his own furious offensive. However, Goku, with a frightening display of mastery, effortlessly blocked every single one of Frieza's blows, leaving the tyrant completely unable to land even a single hit. Frieza then retreated, launching a desperate barrage of energy beams. But Goku, now moving with unimaginable Super Saiyan speed, dodged them all with a casual ease that was infuriating to witness. Frieza stopped, his face contorted in a mask of extreme annoyance and disbelief. Goku, his voice resonating with newfound authority and power, declared to Frieza, "You may possess the capability to obliterate an entire planet, but you, Frieza, cannot destroy me. I am the Saiyan who emerged from the peaceful planet Earth, destined to defeat you. Despite my inherently kind heart and my calm, gentle nature, you, with your heinous acts, have unforgivably awakened my true, dormant power when you pushed me to the edge of my wrath. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Saiyan, Son Goku." Frieza was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the ground when he realized that Goku had not merely experienced a terrifying increase in raw power, but even his very manner of speaking, his entire demeanor and fighting style, had undergone a dramatic and profound transformation after his ascension. Frieza, reeling, thought to himself, "I, the mighty Emperor Frieza, am being humiliated like this for the very first time in my existence. This cannot stand." A terrifying crimson-red aura of malevolent energy erupted violently from Frieza, immediately countered by an equally potent, brilliant golden-yellow aura that blazed forth from Goku. The sheer power emanating from both warriors was so immense that everything on the entire planet was being violently pulled towards their clashing energy fields. With a chilling finality, Goku declared to Frieza, "This is it, Frieza. You are completely finished." Frieza, defiant to the very end, screamed back at him, "I refuse to die. I will annihilate this entire planet, taking it all down with me." Frieza then meticulously prepared an incredibly potent and colossal attack, specifically designed to utterly demolish the entire planet. He unleashed it, and indeed, Namek began to visibly crumble and break apart under its destructive force. Meanwhile, in a desperate race against time, Gohan carefully placed the unconscious Piccolo into Goku's spaceship, ensuring his safety, the venerable space vessel. He then rushed off, frantically searching for Bulma amidst the rapidly escalating destruction and rubble of the crumbling planet. He miraculously found her, scooped her up, and they quickly made their way back to the spaceship. Bulma, terrified and eager to escape, wanted to launch the ship immediately. However, Gohan, ever the hopeful one, insisted she wait, clinging to the slim possibility that Goku would still emerge victorious and join them. With them, leaving no one behind. All of these harrowing events were being meticulously observed by the venerable King Kai through his specialized sensory antennae. He was frantically relaying every single detail, every desperate twist and turn, to Yamcha, Tien, and Chiaotzu as he watched, utterly mesmerized. At the same time, Kami, the Guardian of Earth, contacted King Kai, informing him, "Pobo and I will begin gathering the Earth's Dragon Balls immediately. The Dragon Balls of Earth. We intend to summon the mighty Shenron and wish for Yamcha to be brought back to life. However, there's a rather significant complication. Chiaotzu, having already been revived by the Dragon Balls once before, cannot be wished back a second time." King Kai, ever the strategist, paused thoughtfully before replying, I see. Well then, give me a moment to consider, as the situation on planet Namek is quite frankly becoming increasingly dire. And indeed the situation was terrifyingly bleak. Frieza, still locked in ferocious combat with Goku, snarled, "Hear this, Saiyan. This entire planet will be utterly annihilated, completely destroyed, in precisely 5 minutes. Goku, unyielding, shot back, "Those 5 minutes, Frieza, are more than enough time. Are perfectly sufficient for me to completely defeat you, gather my friends, and evacuate this planet." With that defiant declaration, both combatants launched themselves at each other with explosive force. Goku struck Frieza multiple times, his speed now truly astonishing. Frieza simply couldn't keep up with the flurry of blows. Eventually, Goku is forced back by Frieza, with a powerful energy attack sending him crashing down. Goku, demonstrating his incredible resilience, swiftly re-emerged. Frieza, with a sinister chuckle, then chillingly announced, "All this time, Saiyan, I have only been utilizing a mere 70% of my true, unbridled power. But now, I shall unleash my full, uninhibited strength." Frieza then began to gather his power, his mighty muscles visibly bulging and expanding, and his strength surged to terrifying, unprecedented levels. So, naturally, King Kai, witnessing this terrifying power-up, quickly established telepathic contact with Goku, urgently warning him, "Goku, I am King Kai, and I'm watching your battle. Attack Frieza now, while he's still gathering his strength." But Goku, with a resolute and determined spirit, replied, "No, King Kai, I refuse to do that. I desire to defeat him at his absolute maximum power, to truly conquer him fairly," he explained, "and to avenge Krillin." He clarified, Krillin was already brought back to life by the Dragon Balls once before, and tragically, we won't be able to revive him again. I must avenge him. Just as Goku finished speaking, Frieza had completed his horrifying power-up, gathering every last shred of his immense strength. He was now unbelievably fast, a blur of malevolent energy, and he immediately launched himself, striking Goku with brutal force. Directly in the stomach, both combatants began to furiously exchange blows, their speeds reaching absolutely monstrous levels. However, it quickly became apparent that Frieza had once again seized complete control of the battle, delivering a relentless series of powerful strikes to Goku. Goku was sent flying a considerable distance away, and Frieza, ever the predator, pursued him relentlessly, continuing his brutal assault without mercy. There, continuing the relentless beating until Goku, with a sudden burst of power, managed to grab Frieza's arm and bring him to a halt. Frieza, however, quickly broke free from Goku's grip and delivered yet another devastating blow. Both warriors then distanced themselves, hovering opposite one another. Frieza, with an arrogant sneer, proclaimed, "You are certainly strong, Saiyan, but you are not stronger than I am." And as King Kai anxiously monitored this desperate struggle, Kami, from distant Earth, re-established contact with him. Once again, inquiring, "Once I have successfully gathered the Earth's Dragon Balls, tell me, King Kai, what specific wish should I ask of the Eternal Dragon?" King Kai, ever the thoughtful strategist, pondered for a moment before posing a crucial question in return: "How long can the dragon bring back those who have passed away?" Kami quickly responded, "He possesses the power to revive anyone who has not been dead for longer than a year. Their demise has exceeded 1 year." King Kai, his voice firm with a brilliant new plan, then instructed him, "All right, listen closely to me. I want you to make a wish for the dragon to revive every single person on planet Namek who was murdered by Frieza and his tyrannical forces, as well as everyone who died of natural causes on Namek. Because, Kami, when you make that precise wish, every single Namekian will be miraculously brought back to life. This includes the venerable Namekian elder, Grand Elder Guru, who will also be resurrected, as his passing was due to natural causes. And when he returns, a truly remarkable thing will happen. Planet Namek's own Dragon Balls will instantly reappear as well, and with them, their powerful eternal dragon will also return to existence. Now, we have reached a critical point where only one final wish remains available for us to request from the powerful dragon. Since Gohan and Krillin had previously utilized 2 wishes before the venerable Namekian elder tragically passed away. For this single remaining wish, we are going to urgently request that he transport every living being currently situated on planet Namek immediately over to the safety of planet Earth, with the exception of specifically excluding the tyrannical villain Frieza. If this plan succeeds, Goku, along with his companions and all the remaining Namekian citizens, will be safely transported straight to planet Earth. Frieza, however, will be left entirely alone on the surface of planet Namek, just as it is rapidly collapsing and being utterly annihilated. Kami, upon receiving and processing this crucial request, promptly responded to King Kai, saying, "Understood. I shall proceed with this action exactly as you requested." Meanwhile, Frieza was still intensely focused, facing Goku directly, and lunged forward to attack him viciously. Goku managed to successfully intercept this assault, seizing Frieza, striking him hard, and then proceeding to spin the tyrannical alien around rapidly before finally tossing him away. Predictably, Frieza swiftly recovered and bounced right back, resuming their violent confrontation. Frieza launched a powerful energy beam, but Goku, expertly maneuvered, managed to quickly evade the attack and then landed a counterblow, striking Frieza squarely, following up immediately with a devastating energy attack that inflicted damage, causing Frieza to crash down. Frieza quickly scrambled back to his feet after the knockdown and then zoomed straight toward Goku, initiating another offensive. Goku swiftly prepared a formidable energy attack of his own and released it. Frieza bravely attempted to block the incoming blast. Seeing this, Goku instantly magnified the power of his launching maneuver, but Frieza somehow managed to dodge the amplified assault at the last second and then retaliated by delivering a forceful hit right back at Goku, which sent the hero reeling to the ground, where Frieza relentlessly hammered him repeatedly. Following this brutal assault, Goku's key signature abruptly vanished entirely. Gohan was utterly astonished and alarmed when he sensed the sudden disappearance of his father's energy. realizing with a heavy heart that he must now step forward and take Goku's place in the desperate battle against Frieza. He rushed off to the confrontation without hesitation. While back on Earth, Mr. Popo was busy finishing the summons. Mr. Popo had successfully summoned Shenron, the Earth's dragon, and wished for everyone killed by Frieza and his men to be brought back to life, along with those who died naturally on Namek recently. Shenron granted the wish, and just like that, Vegeta found himself alive again, along with every single one of the Namekian people. Furthermore, the Namekian Dragon Balls instantly returned, and with them, the majestic Namekian dragon, Porunga, materialized once again. This whole sequence of incredible resurrections happened only after the Grand Elder Guru of the Namekians was also successfully brought back to life. King Kai then used his telepathic abilities to contact the Elder directly, communicating with him mentally, and informed him pointedly that there was now only one remaining wish that could be requested from his planet's magnificent dragon. I absolutely need you to request that he transport every person currently located on planet Namek directly to planet Earth, with the sole exclusion of Frieza, King Kai urged. The benevolent Grand Elder readily consented to this vital request. Just as this communication concluded, Gohan arrived right near the location of Frieza's intense battle. Upon spotting Gohan, Frieza simply chuckled dismissively and immediately began pummeling the young boy without mercy. Gohan, however, tapped into a deep well of latent rage and his power level soared dramatically, enabling him to fiercely counterattack Frieza, landing solid blows that actually managed to knock the tyrant down. Frieza quickly recovered, rising to his feet and preparing to deliver a killing blow to Gohan, until in a sudden flash, Goku materialized right there, looking completely worn out and seriously injured. He immediately warned Gohan, "Listen, didn't I give you clear instructions to get out of here?" Gohan reluctantly obeyed and fled the scene. Frieza then addressed Goku with mocking contempt, stating, "You are incredibly defiant, you know? I'm going to detonate you just as thoroughly as I annihilated your little friend." The moment Goku recalled the tragic fate of Krillin, a wave of intense fury and overwhelming grief washed over him. He let out a deafening, anguished roar and subsequently lunged into the fray, launching his full-power assault. Even amid the chaos of the brutal combat, Goku's heightened consciousness allowed him to pick up the telepathic conversation between King Kai and the Namekian Elder, where they were finalizing the details of their remaining wish. Goku interjected immediately, delivering his own urgent instructions. "Please request that the dragon transport everyone to planet Earth, with the explicit exception of Frieza and myself. I absolutely have to remain right here and ensure his defeat." King Kai acknowledged the raw determination in Goku's voice and ultimately deferred to Goku's intense insistence on remaining behind, reluctantly agreeing to this dangerous modification of the plan. The Namekian Grand Elder, recognizing that Dende possessed the closest spiritual connection to the great dragon Porunga, swiftly instructed the young Namekian on the precise steps he needed to take. Dende immediately went to Porunga, and the mighty dragon then addressed him, saying, "You still have one powerful wish available, one which I unfortunately did not have the opportunity to fulfill for you during our previous encounter. Quickly, state your request now." However, while this crucial conversation was taking place, Frieza noticed the enormous form of Porunga hovering nearby. He raced over to the dragon at breakneck speed and bellowed, "I command you, make me completely immortal." Porunga certainly heard Frieza's demand clearly, but he absolutely refused to grant the tyrant's audacious request, simply because Frieza had failed to state the wish in the proper Namekian tongue. Dende, knowing the proper protocol, then formally requested Porunga, speaking clearly in the native Namekian language, to transport absolutely everyone present to planet Earth, excluding only Goku and Frieza. Porunga immediately initiated the execution of this complex wish. Just then, Vegeta surprisingly materialized near Goku and Frieza's location. He witnessed the incredible Super Saiyan transformation and was filled with a triumphant joy that Goku had finally achieved the legendary state. He desperately wanted to jump into the fray and attack Frieza, but the Dragon Porunga had just moments before finished granting the wish. Consequently, Vegeta, along with all the other individuals who were on Namek, was instantaneously transported away to planet Earth. This left barely any time remaining, specifically less than a full 2 minutes remaining before the total and catastrophic destruction of planet Namek. Frieza was completely baffled, struggling to comprehend how Vegeta was suddenly alive and well again. Goku took a moment to explain the entire situation regarding the Dragon Balls and the resurrections. Frieza, listening to this revelation, became absolutely livid and profoundly enraged by the turn of events. They both immediately resumed attacking each other once more, with both combatants relentlessly delivering powerful, punishing blows to one another. Frieza charged and unleashed an absolutely massive sphere of destructive energy directly at Goku. However, Goku successfully repelled the massive blast, pushed it away, and then immediately seized the opportunity to launch a potent retaliatory strike at Frieza. King Kai, observing the dire situation from afar, remarked gravely, "There is now only one critical minute remaining until this entire planet is utterly annihilated. If this planet explodes while the two of them are still locked in combat, the advantage will swing decisively in Frieza's favor, primarily because he possesses the inherent ability to survive the harsh vacuum of space, whereas Goku absolutely cannot withstand that environment and will surely perish." Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and poor little Chiatsu grew incredibly anxious and deeply concerned for Goku's fate. Meanwhile, back on the safer ground of planet Earth, the young healer Dende was busy administering aid to Piccolo until the warrior regained all his lost strength and rose to his feet. The Namekian Grand Elder began to patiently explain to the assembled group of stunned survivors precisely how they had all managed to arrive safely on Earth after the chaotic events on planet Namek. Despite being safe, every single one of them remained profoundly anxious and worried, specifically for Goku, the brave hero currently fighting this monumental battle in their stead. The only exception was Vegeta, who stood sullenly by himself, thoroughly irritated and deeply annoyed that he had been involuntarily removed from the glorious fight against both Frieza and Goku. The intense, destructive clash between Goku and Frieza raged on without pause, with the combatants fiercely trading dominance, as each fighter briefly managed to assert control over the pace of the combat for a short period before landing significant blows on their opponent. In the midst of one particularly explosive exchange, Frieza successfully grabbed Goku in a vice-like grip. Goku quickly delivered a sharp strike to loosen Frieza's hold, immediately freeing himself, and then followed up by delivering a powerful second blow directly to Frieza's midsection, causing severe internal damage. Following this effective counterattack, Goku decisively gained the upper hand, becoming the one who was fully dominating and relentlessly hammered Frieza with multiple devastating strikes. Goku's speed was now far superior. He would repeatedly materialize behind Frieza without warning and land another punishing hit. Frieza became visibly and deeply annoyed by this humiliating tactic. Goku eventually halted the assault and addressed Frieza calmly, stating, "That's enough, we are officially concluding this conflict now. Your battered body and your reflexes have slowed down considerably, and you simply cannot match my speed or technique anymore. I am departing immediately, and I have decided not to finish you off, purely so that you are forced to endure the profound humiliation after everything I have demonstrated against you. You once arrogantly believed yourself to be the absolute strongest warrior in the entire cosmos, but now you have witnessed the brutal reality firsthand." Goku indeed turned and began to walk away, but Frieza, filled with spite and desperate rage, refused to allow him to leave, launching a cutting energy technique right at Goku's back, and the attack continued to pursue Goku relentlessly. Goku abruptly turned around and began skillfully evading the deadly disc. He sternly informed Frieza, "I sincerely offered you a final generous opportunity to survive, and you have foolishly thrown it away." Goku then utilized the Zanzoken after-image technique, swiftly teleporting a safe distance away from the cutting disc. He then looked back at Frieza and confidently declared, "A pitifully ineffective technique as weak as this could never ever manage to successfully kill me." Frieza became absolutely incandescent with rage and intensely maintained the trajectory of his cutting disc, commanding it to relentlessly chase after Goku. Goku continued his flawless evasion until he deftly maneuvered right up to Frieza himself and landed a staggering, forceful punch directly on the tyrant's head. Following this blow, he grabbed Frieza firmly and began delivering a series of rapid, humiliating slaps right across his shocked face. He then delivered one definitive, powerful final strike, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. When Frieza tried desperately to rise, He inadvertently stumbled and positioned himself directly in the path of the very energy disk he had launched earlier. The boomerang technique returned from behind him and horrifically sliced Frieza clean into two separate pieces. Goku looked down at the mutilated villain and declared somberly, "Well, Frieza, this is the inevitable end that you truly have justly earned." Frieza, despite his horrific injuries, looked up from the ground and desperately begged Goku, "Please, I implore you, save me." Goku, driven by his inherent good nature, found himself unable to abandon Frieza completely. He channeled a small portion of his own energy into the dying tyrant, stating, "I have generously provided you with a fragment of my own power. It is now entirely up to you to save your life in this condition." Frieza, energized by this unexpected gift, slowly managed to rise up, using only his remaining upper body, and let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. He gloated to Goku, "I never in a million years anticipated that you would be foolish enough to give me any of your precious energy. You will die here. The planet is rapidly disintegrating, and since you lack the biology to survive in the vacuum of space, you won't make it. You may have claimed victory in this single battle, but you will surely die, while I will be the one who ultimately survives." Goku just responded by telling him, "I will leave you now in your shock and disbelief over this defeat, and I will walk away." Goku actually left, but Frieza attacked him. Goku countered with an even stronger attack, utilizing a far superior energy blast that utterly crushed Frieza for good. Goku then rushed off, frantically searching for any serviceable spaceship he could commandeer in order to escape the planet before the massive explosion consumed everything, including him. Back on planet Earth, Goku's bewildered companions, while gathered together, were startled to discover that the colossal Namekian Dragon Balls had suddenly materialized in their presence. They instantly realized that the spheres must have arrived because the Namekian Grand Elder was now also on Earth. However, the Elder, whose life had been naturally extended only briefly by the recent wish, was now fading fast, delivering his final, heartfelt message to all the Namekians of our people. "It is true that the great dragon successfully restored my life, yes, but regrettably, I simply cannot continue living for much longer. Since my death occurred naturally due to extreme old age, my revival means I can only survive for a very brief duration. Therefore, I urgently request that all of you support one another and remain completely united following my inevitable death. Mori is to be designated as the new Grand Elder, and we must perform the necessary ceremony immediately. The Namekian Dragon Balls will subsequently be magically bound to him. After one full Earth year passes from this moment, the balls will cease being inert stones and will revert back to their powerful, active state. It is at that time you will finally be able to utilize their immense power." The venerable Grand Elder concluded his final poignant message and passed away peacefully shortly thereafter. Dende wept openly, distraught by the loss. Gohan lamented, "We have truly lost far too many dear friends in the brutality of this conflict. I simply cannot grasp the fact that I will never see my best friend Krillin again." Dende, however, offered a ray of hope, informing Gohan, "Hold on, actually, the remarkable thing about the Namekian Dragon Balls is that they possess the extraordinary ability to bring back anyone who has perished multiple times, which is a capability far beyond the limits of the traditional Earth Dragon Balls." Gohan was instantly overcome with elation and burst out, "This is amazing! That means we can definitely resurrect both Krillin and Chiaotzu." While all this vital planning was happening, Goku was still simultaneously frantically searching for any viable means of transport to flee the exploding planet. He eventually stumbled upon Frieza's personal spaceship, immediately boarded it, and desperately attempted to launch, but the heavily damaged vessel failed to take off. The intensifying geological destruction of Namek ultimately caused the ship to be utterly crushed. Goku managed to scramble out just in time, standing there realizing he was trapped, completely unsure of what action to take next. He became intensely frustrated, letting out a primal, powerful yell, just as the entire planet was consumed by a catastrophic explosion, presumably taking him along with it. King Kai, who had been witnessing the entire tragic spectacle, was deeply saddened. He informed Yamcha, Chiaotzu, and Tien, with a heavy heart, "Goku has perished." He then facilitated a telepathic link, instructing Yamcha to contact Bulma immediately and relay the dreadful news to her. Bulma, upon learning the devastating fact that Goku had been killed, exclaimed urgently to Yamcha, "Wait a moment, we potentially have a way to bring him back to life a second time." The Namekians who are here with us are explaining that their planet's special Dragon Balls possess the capability to revive anyone who has previously been resurrected by a set of Dragon Balls. This incredible power means that we can definitely bring back Goku along with Krillin and Chiatsu. King Kai quickly intervened, sounding a note of caution. "Hold on, everyone, there is a very critical obstacle we must consider. The dragon's power resurrects the deceased, yes, but it always returns them to the last physical location they occupied just before their death. The last known location for both Goku and Krillin was, of course, planet Namek. Since that planet has now been violently annihilated, the dragon will attempt to materialize them directly into the cold vacuum of space, causing them to immediately die once more." When the pragmatic Vegeta overheard this complicated dilemma, he offered a brilliant solution. "I suggest you request that the dragon brings their physical bodies here to planet Earth first, making that their last known location, and then proceed with the wish to revive them and restore their lives." Bulma agreed immediately, declaring it a wonderfully clever concept. Gohan, grateful for the crucial advice, approached Vegeta to offer his sincere thanks. Vegeta snarled dismissively at the boy, "Stay away from me. I'm only doing this so Kakarot lives and I can fight him again and surpass him, nothing more." A little later, Dr. Brief and Chi-Chi both showed up to the place where Bulma and the rest of the group were assembled. Chi-Chi took her son Gohan back home with her. Meanwhile, Bulma generously made the decision that the displaced Namekians and the volatile Vegeta would be allowed to reside comfortably at her house until they were able to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls to successfully bring both Goku and Krillin back to life. This thoughtful arrangement was indeed carried out precisely as she intended. It is important to remember that a complete year on planet Namek is equivalent to a mere 131 Earth days. Once this designated period of 131 days had successfully elapsed, the mighty Dragon Balls began to pulse with a vibrant light, signaling the summoning of Porunga. Their very first request to the magnificent dragon was to successfully transport Krillin's physical body and Goku's physical body immediately to planet Earth. Porunga, the great dragon, successfully fulfilled this primary wish, but he added a stunning piece of information. "I have successfully retrieved Krillin's body for you, but I am unable to locate Goku's body because, I must inform you, Goku is actually alive. He did not perish." This revelation left the entire group completely stunned and deeply bewildered, prompting them to request from the dragon for their second wish, the immediate resurrection of Krillin. Porunga executed this request immediately, bringing Krillin back completely to life. The third and final wish they pleaded for was for the dragon to bring Goku back to Earth. Porunga regretfully informed them, Goku is actively refusing to return home at this specific time. He transmitted a message stating that he wishes to return under his own power when he is ready. They were utterly perplexed by this characteristic stubborn action taken by Goku. Utilizing the final available slot, they made the decision to resurrect Yamcha, largely because both Tien and Chiatsu strongly desired to continue their intense training sessions under the guidance of King Kai for a longer period. Porunga readily granted this request, successfully reviving Yamcha, and then the great dragon vanished, splitting the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, observing the developments, was intensely frustrated and deeply agitated that Goku had failed to make an immediate appearance. He fumed internally, thinking, Kakarot must be training aggressively on some other distant planet. I am certain of it, and I absolutely must ascertain his precise location. Acting on this conviction, Vegeta seized a serviceable spacecraft and promptly departed from planet Earth. Another 131 days, the duration of a Namekian year, swiftly elapsed. Goku's devoted friends successfully gathered the massive Namekian Dragon Balls once more, and Porunga rematerialized for a second time. Their initial two requests focused on resurrecting Tien Shinhan and Chiatsu. Their third and final wish to the magnificent dragon was for him to transport the entirety of the Namekian population safely to a brand new, habitable planet. Porunga faithfully executed all three profound wishes. Dende, visibly tearful and emotional, exchanged a final farewell with Gohan before departing. Planet Earth subsequently enjoyed a much-needed period of tranquility and peace. Gohan, in accordance with his mother Chi-Chi's firm demands, dedicated himself seriously to his academic studies. Piccolo, ever the watchful protector, would frequently visit Gohan just to make sure that the boy was safe and progressing well. One full year slipped by, but here is the shocking twist. What remained completely unknown to everyone was the fact that Frieza had somehow not been killed in the planetary explosion. He was drifting aimlessly and severely injured through the deep expanse of space until he was discovered by his own father, the formidable ruler known as King Cold. King Cold immediately commanded his subordinates to retrieve the mutilated Frieza, initiating a complex process to medically heal and mechanically repair his severely damaged body. After his restoration, Frieza ranted to his father, Cold, a disgusting Super Saiyan named Goku, utterly humiliated and defeated me. He is now residing on planet Earth. I want to go to him, defeat him, and annihilate that wretched planet entirely. King Cold responded, clearly enraged, how in the universe was such a humiliation possible? I shall absolutely accompany you personally, and we will descend upon that insignificant planet together, ensuring that our formidable dynasty maintains its rightful place as the most powerful force in the entire cosmos. They quickly gathered a small contingent of their most capable henchmen and set off on their vengeful journey. Meanwhile, Goku's anxious friends back on Earth waited patiently every single day, hoping desperately for Goku's unexpected return. However, Goku had not yet reappeared, and instead, the person who did return was the lone returnee, Vegeta. He immediately demanded information regarding Goku's whereabouts and quickly discovered that Kakarot had still not returned, a fact that seriously irritated the proud Saiyan prince. Bulma took him and gave him fresh clothing to replace his grime-covered Saiyan armor, which had endured his lengthy trip through space, and she convinced him to remain with the group. Vegeta was fundamentally resistant to the idea of staying and socialize with Goku's bothersome group of friends, nor did he care for the casual attire Bulma had insisted he wear. However, he grudgingly complied because he desperately needed to stick around and wait for Goku's eventual return. Just a few days later, all of Goku's allies were struck by an alarming surge of shock as they collectively sensed the unmistakable and rapidly approaching energy signature of Frieza. Terror struck their hearts, and they immediately questioned, wait, how could Goku possibly have failed to destroy the vile Frieza completely? Their fear intensified exponentially when they also detected the massive, oppressive energy signature of King Cold, which was demonstrably far more powerful than Frieza's own. They immediately mobilized and hurried toward the designated landing zone where Cold and Frieza's intimidating spacecrafts were anticipated to arrive. Vegeta addressed the nervous group grimly, informing them, "Let me make this perfectly clear. We absolutely will not be strong enough to withstand the combined might of Frieza and the exponentially stronger warrior who is accompanying him. This planet, Earth, is already finished." Goku's friends exchanged worried glances, internally confirming that Vegeta's assessment was tragically accurate. Yamcha, ever the dramatic one, had a particularly dark thought flash through his mind. Good grief, I just managed to return from the grips of death. Is it seriously possible that I'm going to be killed off again so soon? Moments later, the colossal spacecraft belonging to King Cold and Frieza touched down heavily. Frieza stepped out and announced menacingly, "It seems Goku isn't present right now. Fine, we shall proceed to systematically demolish this planet until he finally decides to show up." His subservient followers instantly began their mission to destroy the Earth. However, completely unexpectedly, a mysterious, unfamiliar individual suddenly materialized who introduced himself as Trunks. He swiftly and violently dispatched a significant group of King Cold's soldiers, then addressed Frieza with intense seriousness. "I have arrived here with the specific intention of terminating you." Frieza merely laughed scornfully. His remaining henchmen, checking their scouters, noted that Trunks' detectable power level was astonishingly low, barely registering above 5. Confident in their superior numbers, they launched a combined energy beam attack directly at the newcomer. Trunks easily evaded the concentrated beam attack, drawing an impressive sword from his back, and ruthlessly cut down every single one of Frieza's remaining soldiers instantly. He then addressed Frieza with grim determination, "I am intimately familiar with your cruel history, and let me assure you, I will not be showing you the same misplaced mercy that Goku mistakenly granted you. What remains utterly unknown to you is the existence of a second living Super Saiyan warrior, distinct from Goku, and that legendary Super Saiyan Happens to be me myself. Trunks proceeded to intensely gather his latent power, transforming instantaneously into the awe-inspiring state of a Super Saiyan, appearing visually identical to Goku's powerful transformed appearance. Frieza was immediately overwhelmed by sheer terror and launched a desperate, frantic attack at the newly transformed warrior. However, the blow had absolutely no effect on Trunks, causing Frieza's palpable fear to spiral even further out of control. Back on the sidelines, Goku's assembled friends detected the colossal energy signatures of King Cold and Frieza, alongside a third, distinctly powerful signature that frighteningly resembled Goku's Super Saiyan aura. Since they had no idea what chaotic events were unfolding, Bulma cautioned Vegeta to stay put and refrain from any impulsive action. Vegeta, highly agitated, snapped back at her, "Keep quiet. We are departing this area right now and heading toward their current position immediately, specifically so that their pathetic scouter devices cannot detect our considerable energy levels." They followed Vegeta's lead and departed, arriving soon after at the site where Trunks was confronting the invaders. They witnessed Frieza desperately attacking the Super Saiyan, who was effortlessly parrying every blow. Frustrated, Frieza subsequently conjured a gigantic, lethal sphere of energy. It was exceptionally colossal, and he hurled the destructive orb straight at Trunks, believing this would surely be the end of the conflict. However, when Frieza looked, he was utterly aghast to see Trunks casually holding the massive ball in his hand. Shocked, Frieza commanded the energy sphere to detonate while Trunks was still grappling with it, concluding, "He is certainly destroyed now." Yet, Trunks had miraculously survived the explosion, and in a terrifying instant, he suddenly reappeared standing directly behind Frieza. He rapidly struck the tyrant with his specialized sword, brutally slicing Frieza's body into numerous small fragments. Trunks then swiftly vaporized these scattered pieces, ensuring nothing remained of the villain. Goku's astonished friends watched, completely unable to process the incredible speed and brutality of the execution. King Cold, now terrified, stepped forward to face Trunks, nervously stating, "You slaughtered my son with such terrifying ease. You must be relying heavily on the power of that impressive sword you wield. Let me just take a look at it." Surprisingly, Trunks complied and handed the weapon over. Cold grasped the sword, adopted an aggressive fighting posture, and boasted to Trunks, "Now you won't be able to defeat me." He lunged forward to attack, but Trunks was faster. He instantly reclaimed the sword, then delivered a devastating energy beam right into Cold's chest. King Cold fell heavily, instantly starting to plead desperately with Trunks for his life and mercy. Spare him, but Trunks paid him no mind, unleashing a second, lethal energy blast that utterly obliterated King Cold, eliminating the Galactic Emperor completely. Trunks then turned to Goku's friends, who were still reeling in absolute astonishment at his actions, and instructed them, "Join me. I am currently heading to meet Goku. He is scheduled to land his spacecraft in this general area within the next 3 hours." Given the circumstances, they all decided to accompany the mysterious warrior, primarily motivated by their desperate need to uncover his mysterious identity. Once they had reached the desolate area designated for Goku's arrival, Vegeta was nearly driven mad with frustration, determined to extract Trunks' identity. He confronted the young Saiyan, demanding, "Listen here. There are only 2 surviving pure-blooded Saiyans remaining in the universe, myself and Kakarot, the one you Earthlings strangely refer to as Goku. How in the world did you manage to transform into a full Super Saiyan, especially considering the fact that the legend doesn't account for Saiyans having white hair like yours? Just tell us who you truly are." Trunks firmly responded, "I am sorry, but it is currently impossible for me to reveal my true identity to any of you." Vegeta was visibly aggravated by this stonewalling. The 3 hours eventually passed, and Goku's arrival was signaled as he emerged casually from his space capsule. He looked around at the entire group and innocently inquired why they were all assembled in such a large crowd. They quickly recounted the entire dramatic episode involving Frieza's arrival and the swift, brutal execution carried out by the mysterious Trunks. Goku nodded, saying, "I actually detected Frieza's ship while I was still in deep space, and that is precisely why I hurried back here. But I still need to know, who exactly is this Trunks character? Honestly, I have no recollection of meeting him, nor have I ever laid eyes on him previously." This further deepened the general confusion among the group. Trunks then addressed Goku directly, saying, I urgently need to have a serious conversation with you in complete privacy." The two men separated from the group. Trunks immediately started speaking, explaining to Goku, "I took the initiative to kill Frieza and his father because I truly believed I needed to intervene and stabilize this dangerous situation, primarily due to the fact that your arrival was delayed." Goku casually informed him, "Actually, I possess the ability to travel here instantly. I successfully mastered the technique of instant transmission while I was training on one of the distant planets I visited. However, I lacked the ability to precisely determine the exact moment of Frieza's arrival on Earth, so I decided to take my spaceship just in case." Trunks then replied to him, "I sincerely apologize. It appears I may have unnecessarily interfered with the timeline without any genuine cause." Goku looked puzzled, not grasping the gravity of his words. Trunks quickly changed the subject, asking, "Would you mind transforming into your Super Saiyan state right now? I am very eager to witness your power firsthand." Goku complied and transformed, and then Trunks, showing his own incredible power, also transformed into a Super Saiyan and attacked with his sword. But Goku deflected the ferocious attack effortlessly using only a single index finger. Trunks ceased fighting, and both warriors reverted back to their base forms. Trunks confessed to Goku, "You are undeniably powerful. In fact, you are even stronger than me, exactly as the stories I heard foretold. I am prepared to tell you absolutely everything now. But first, I need you to please trust and believe the extraordinary truth I am about to tell you. My name is Trunks, and I have made a dangerous journey here from the distant future, traveling across time itself. My current presence standing right here before you indicates that I have successfully traveled 20 full years back into the past. I possess Saiyan heritage because I am in fact the future son of Vegeta, and I am destined to be born right here in your present timeline, about 2 years from this exact moment." Goku was understandably shocked and bewildered by this astonishing revelation. Trunks pressed on with his alarming narrative, informing him, "In exactly 3 years from this day, and I mean specifically on May 12th at precisely 10 a.m., 2 malevolent entities will suddenly emerge right here. They are beings composed of half organic human matter and half artificial robotics. We refer to them as the powerful androids. These pair of creations possess an utterly staggering level of power, a destructive force that you have never yet witnessed in your entire life. The major complication is that they are intrinsically evil, driven solely by the malicious objectives of wholesale destruction and indiscriminate killing. They were originally engineered and constructed by a demented doctor named Gero, who was, long ago, associated with the infamous Red Ribbon Army. However, shortly after he completed their creation, they brutally turned on him and murdered their own creator. These twin destructive forces are still rampaging through my timeline. And with my current strength, I am unable to defeat them definitively because they are just so overwhelmingly powerful, as I have just explained, and I have to fight them completely alone." Goku questioned this dire situation, asking, "Then why aren't there any other skilled fighters helping you in your future timeline?" Trunks answered with deep sadness, "That's because every single one of the great warriors will be dead 3 years from this day. Every one of the friends you see here will be tragically killed during the grueling conflicts they undertake against those 2 terrifying cybernetic creatures. The only person remaining for a time will be your son, Gohan, who eventually takes me on as his student, but even he will eventually be killed too. Furthermore, you are fully aware that if Piccolo dies, then Kami perishes right along with him, meaning that the Dragon Balls will be permanently destroyed, leaving us with no means to resurrect anyone who has fallen." Goku then asked anxiously, "If all that happens, what exactly becomes of me?" Trunks told him, "You, Goku, will unfortunately contract a highly aggressive viral heart ailment, and you are destined to die from this illness roughly 1 year from today. You won't even get the opportunity to participate in the fight itself. That is the crucial reason why I undertook this mission, to find you. My mother is the genius who invented and constructed the time machine, and she personally dispatched me back through time to secure your assistance from the past. She also ensured I carried this specific medicinal antidote for you to ingest immediately when you start showing signs of the illness, ensuring your survival. And yes, my mother is Bulma, that intelligent woman standing right over there. I am unbelievably the biological son of both Vegeta and Bulma. Goku was absolutely floored by this revelation, asking incredulously, "What? How can that be? All I know is that Bulma has always been romantically involved with Yamcha." Trunks explained the circumstances matter-of-factly. Yamcha turns out to be severely lacking in maturity and responsibility, and my mother eventually comes to this unavoidable conclusion. She will then end their relationship, eventually marrying my true father. I believe I have successfully conveyed all the necessary details to you now. I have absolute confidence that you will succeed in changing our bleak future, both from what I have observed of your power and from the high praise my mother always spoke of you. I must depart shortly, but first, I intend to take a solemn final look at my father Vegeta, because in my timeline he tragically passed away only 1 year after my birth. Just as I recounted, which meant I never had the precious opportunity to build cherished memories with him. Trunks paused, taking one last meaningful glance at the surprised Vegeta before heading off to re-enter his time machine and return to his era. Piccolo immediately went over to Goku and quietly informed him, "My enhanced Namekian hearing is incredibly sharp, and I managed to intercept and hear every single word that was exchanged between the two of you. I will proceed to inform all our companions about the upcoming events and the necessary preparations, but I will carefully omit Trunks' shocking identity. Specifically, I will not reveal that he is the future son of Vegeta and Bulma." Piccolo subsequently relayed every detail he had heard to his friends. The entire group reached a unanimous agreement that they would all commit themselves fully to intense training throughout the upcoming 3-year period. Their plan was to reconvene precisely after those 3 years had passed, meeting up at the desolate island where the deadly androids were predicted to first materialize. Before the group disbanded to start their individual training, Vegeta, consumed by curiosity, turned to Goku and demanded, "Tell me, Kakarot, how exactly did you manage to survive the colossal explosion of planet Namek?" Goku replied simply, "While the entire planet was rapidly disintegrating around me, I was fortunate enough to discover, purely by chance, a battered spacecraft that belonged to the Ginyu Force. I hastily climbed inside and managed to launch myself off the planet just as it completely detonated, miraculously surviving the catastrophe. The spaceship subsequently transported me to a remote world known as Planet Yardrat. It was there that I successfully learned the incredibly useful technique of instant transmission, which grants me the immediate ability to teleport to literally any place where I can successfully lock onto the unique energy signature of someone I know. To demonstrate, Goku vanished instantaneously right before their eyes, immediately reappeared carrying Master Roshi glasses, whom he had snatched directly from Kame House, and returned in less than a second. His friends were completely flabbergasted by this display of mastery. Vegeta, predictably, grew deeply irritated and annoyed that Goku had clearly achieved a new level of power beyond his own, and he growled, "Right, let's get moving. Every single one of us needs to commence rigorous training. I swear I will become the most powerful person here and achieve the Super Saiyan transformation myself." Bulma then interjected, offering a surprisingly simple suggestion. "Hold on a minute. Everyone, why are we planning to wait? Why don't we simply track down Dr. Gero, the mad scientist who created those 2 androids, and eliminate him right now, before he even gets a chance to finish building them? We could easily avoid all this future catastrophe." However, the entire group immediately dismissed Bulma's practical suggestion entirely, primarily because they were exhilarated by the prospect of engaging powerful future foes, believing that only facing such strong adversaries could further increase their own combat strength. The warriors all departed to commence their individual training regimens. Goku, meanwhile, returned home and managed, only with tremendous difficulty, to persuade Chi-Chi that he absolutely needed to take Gohan along with him for training. Consequently, the two of them went off to train extensively alongside Piccolo. Krillin, always dedicated, chose to train diligently with Master Roshi. Tien and Chiaotzu commenced their severe training sessions strictly on their own. Yamcha was residing comfortably at Bulma's expansive home. Vegeta, surprisingly, also decided to conduct his training sessions at the Capsule Corp compound, but first he strategically had Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, construct a specialized training ship for him, calibrated to simulate gravity 300 times stronger than Earth's normal pull. One particular day during his intense training, he pushed his limits too far, resulting in him accidentally destroying the specialized vessel and sustaining serious injuries. Bulma lovingly nursed him back to health. Once he had fully recovered, Vegeta immediately modified the ship's gravity settings, increasing the intensity to a punishing 400 times normal gravity, and resumed his relentless training regimen with unmatched ferocity. It was during this demanding period that Vegeta and Bulma eventually married, subsequently conceiving and giving birth to their son, Trunks. The allotted 3 years flew by with incredible speed, and finally, May 12th, the ominous date predicted for the deadly androids' arrival, dawned. Goku and all his dedicated friends immediately set out for the remote island location where the cybernetic foes were expected to surface. Upon arrival, they were surprised to find Bulma already waiting for them there. There she was, carrying little Trunks, patiently waiting for our heroes. When they finally caught up, they discovered from her that this adorable little one was indeed her son, a testament to her union with Vegeta. Now, this came as a bit of a surprise to both Goku and Piccolo, despite having already heard some of Trunks' future tales. Goku, ever the direct one, immediately inquired of Bulma, "So, where on earth is Vegeta?" She calmly replied, "Oh, he's not exactly living under my roof with me right now, you see." She continued, "But he did tell me that he'd be here exactly on time, so please don't you worry your little heads about it." Following this, Goku then asked about the whereabouts of Chiaotzu. Tien explained, "I didn't bring him along. Frankly, he wouldn't be able to keep up in a fight of this magnitude." A little while later, Yajirobe suddenly appeared before them and announced to Goku, "Master Korin has sent you these senzu beans." Goku quickly accepted the potent senzu beans, and off Yajirobe went. The clock hands relentlessly ticked forward, finally hitting 10 a.m., the very moment the formidable androids were prophesied to make their grand entrance. While Yajirobe was making his way, those two nefarious androids suddenly appeared before him, launching an attack before vanishing just as quickly. Goku and his friends witnessed the sudden assault, but here's the kicker. They couldn't sense their energy at all, because, well, they were artificial beings. Since these beings were artificial, Goku decided it was time to formulate a plan. He handed a senzu bean to Bulma and declared to everyone, "Alright, listen up. We're all going to head down into the city below to track down these two androids. Gohan, you're on rescue duty. Go save Yajirobe." And indeed, that's precisely what they did. Gohan managed to rescue Yajirobe, but the androids in the meantime had already started making their presence known. During this unsettling period, these formidable androids began a brutal spree, mercilessly eliminating the city's inhabitants. Just as Trunks had forewarned, there were indeed two of them. The first was designated Android 19, and the second, Android 20. These mechanical menaces possessed a chilling array of abilities, one of their most terrifying being the power to absorb energy from their opponents. Yamcha, bless his brave but often unlucky soul, was the very first to reach them. As soon as Android 20 spotted him, it swiftly grabbed him, immediately beginning to drain his vital energy. While this terrifying scene was unfolding, a fuel truck nearby had an unfortunate accident and exploded with a massive boom. Goku and his friends naturally witnessed the fiery blast. They rushed towards the explosion's source, only to find Android 20 still relentlessly siphoning Yamcha's energy. With a cruel final blow, it struck him powerfully in the chest before casually tossing him aside like a ragdoll. Seeing his injured friend, Goku quickly instructed Krillin, "Grab Yamcha, take him straight to Bulma, and give him one of those senzu beans." Krillin, ever the loyal friend, did exactly as he was told, and Yamcha was soon out of danger. Once Yamcha had made a miraculous recovery, Goku boldly challenged the two androids, declaring, "Come on, let's take this fight somewhere open." In response, Android 20 began to unleash powerful energy beams from its eyes, systematically obliterating the surrounding city buildings, intending to clear the area for their impending battle. Goku, however, acted swiftly, intercepting and striking them before they could cause further destruction. He stopped their destructive rampage and told them, "We're going to move this battle far away from here." To his surprise, they readily agreed, smugly stating, "Fine by us. We're going to defeat you anyway. We know you, Goku, and we know Tien and Piccolo too." With that, they all took off together, heading for a more desolate location, leaving the city behind. They flew until they reached a completely empty and desolate area. It was then that Tien noticed Goku was heavily panting, struggling to catch his breath. Tien was utterly baffled, thinking to himself, Goku hasn't done anything but fly here. Why on earth is he so out of breath already? Goku, ignoring his own struggle, then questioned the two androids. Just how do you know us? Android 20, with a chilling smile, replied, "Oh, we know, you especially well. You see, after you obliterated the Red Ribbon Army all those years ago, Dr. Gero, the brilliant scientist who actually created us, swore he would get his revenge on you. So he meticulously crafted a sophisticated spy device," he continued, "and started to meticulously track your every move with it. This incredible device recorded every single one of your battles, from the Tenkaichi Budokai tournament all the way up to your epic clash with Vegeta. However, Android 20 paused, a slight smirk playing on its lips. It didn't manage to record your battles on planet Namek." Goku, a glint of defiance in his eyes, retorted, "You fools! That's precisely why you're so utterly ignorant. The battle on planet Namek, that, my friends, was arguably the most crucial battle of all, witnessing my most powerful transformation yet, my first emergence as a Super Saiyan." Android 20, unfazed, merely scoffed, "Ha! Even that transformation won't be enough to defeat us." Without another word, Goku surged forward, launching himself directly at Android 19, and they immediately began to exchange a furious flurry of blows. Meanwhile, Android 20 and Piccolo, along with Tien, stood by, merely observing the unfolding mayhem. Goku, demonstrating his superior speed and agility, continuously pursued Android 19, never letting it escape his sight. Then, in a dazzling flash, he suddenly appeared behind it, delivering a powerful strike that sent it crashing into a rock formation, shattering it. When Android 19 tried to retaliate and charge at him, Goku effortlessly grabbed it, dealt another fierce blow, and sent it soaring high into the sky. He then shot up after it, relentlessly pummeling it with a barrage of punches, showcasing his incredible power as they both ascended. Just then, more allies arrived on the scene. It was at this exact moment that Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha all arrived. Shortly after, Goku slammed Android 19 back down to the earth. Despite his clear advantage in the battle, he was still inexplicably panting, struggling to catch his breath. Nevertheless, he launched into his signature attack, preparing a powerful Kamehameha. Android 19, much to Goku's surprise, actually smiled as it eagerly absorbed the energy blast. Piccolo immediately shouted a warning to Goku, "Don't use energy attacks, they can absorb ki." Goku started to visibly tire, and from that moment on, Android 19 seized control of the battle. It relentlessly attacked Goku, striking him repeatedly and knocking him down to the ground. Goku valiantly rose once more. Goku, clutching his chest in obvious pain, found himself unable to continue fighting. Krillin, witnessing his friend's distress, quickly offered him a Senzu Bean, but to everyone's horror, it had absolutely no effect. Android 19 continued its relentless assault on Goku. Confused, Krillin muttered, "Why is he grabbing his chest? Didn't that kid who came from the future give him medicine for his heart virus?" Gohan, with a worried look, confirmed, "Yes, but he hasn't been taking his medicine for a while now. He thought he had fully recovered. This must mean the disease has severely worsened because he stopped his treatment." Indeed, Goku was writhing in intense pain, a truly heartbreaking sight. Goku, weakened and in agony, reverted from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state, losing his golden aura. Android 19, seeing its opportunity, began to mercilessly drain his remaining energy. His friends immediately rushed forward to intervene, but Android 20 swiftly blocked their path, warning them, "Nobody is getting past me." When Piccolo bravely attempted to push through, Android 20 intercepted him, striking him hard in the chest. Piccolo stumbled and fell, but with a defiant roar, he quickly stood up, exclaiming, "That's not the kind of attack that can finish me off." Just then, Vegeta dramatically arrived on the scene, immediately striking Goku and admonishing him, "You shouldn't have transformed into a Super Saiyan so quickly. That's exactly what exacerbated your illness." Yamcha, ever the compassionate one, carefully took Goku to bring him home so he could finally get his much-needed medicine and rest. After they had departed, Vegeta began to gather his ki, focusing his immense power. Then, in a brilliant flash, he dramatically transformed into a Super Saiyan. This incredible feat was a direct result of the intense and rigorous training he had undertaken. He had dedicated himself to incredibly difficult training over the past 3 years, all to achieve this Super Saiyan transformation, and, more importantly, to surpass Kakarot, Goku, and defeat him, solidifying his status as the true prince of all Saiyans. Android 20, unimpressed by Vegeta's bravado, cut him off mid-sentence, scoffing, Enough of your pointless bragging." As if on cue, Android 19 launched itself at Vegeta, firing a barrage of beams from its eyes and relentlessly punching him. However, Vegeta was utterly unfazed by the assault. With a chilling grin, he declared, "You've only succeeded in getting me excited." He then delivered 3 incredibly powerful blows. When Android 19 managed to stand back up, Vegeta struck it again, lifting it high into the air. Vegeta then ascended swiftly after it, striking it forcefully in the face, causing blood to gush out. Android 19 then plummeted back to the ground, and Vegeta descended gracefully after it. Seeing its chance, Android 19 quickly grabbed Vegeta, attempting to absorb his energy, exclaiming, "I won't let you go." Vegeta, with a smirk, retorted, "And I don't want you to." With a swift, brutal move, Vegeta planted his foot squarely on Android 19's face, yanking its arm and tearing it clean off, ensuring it could never absorb energy again. Android 19, now absolutely terrified, turned tail and bolted, desperate to escape. But Vegeta, a blur of golden energy, took to the skies, launching an incredibly powerful energy attack that utterly annihilated Android 19 with shocking ease. Android 20, despite having watched the entire unsettling spectacle with a clear sense of apprehension, brazenly declared to Vegeta, "No matter what you do, you won't be able to defeat us." Then, with a tactical move, Android 20 took flight, skillfully hiding amidst the rocky terrain, knowing full well that Vegeta wouldn't be able to sense its energy signature. Vegeta, not one to be deterred, then took a Senzu Bean from Krillin. He consumed the powerful Senzu Bean and immediately went after Android 20, with the rest of the Z-Fighters following close behind Vegeta, all searching for the elusive Android 20. When Vegeta grew impatient with the search, he unleashed a massive, devastating energy attack, intending to obliterate the rock formations and flush out his foe. However, Android 20, quick as a flash, saw the incoming blast. It quickly absorbed the powerful attack, and its energy levels surged. Android 20 thought to itself, "Vegeta has become incredibly strong. I don't stand a chance against him in my current state. I absolutely must absorb the energy of these 4 individuals here if I'm going to be able to confront him. I'll start with Piccolo." And true to its cunning plan, Android 20 swiftly seized Piccolo. As Android 20 began to mercilessly drain Piccolo's energy, Piccolo, with an urgent burst of telepathy, mentally contacted Gohan, pleading, "Come quickly, the android has me." Gohan, hearing his mentor's distress call, immediately rushed to Piccolo's aid and struck Android 20, forcing it to release its grip. Android 20, disoriented, looked up to find itself surrounded by all 5 of our heroes. Piccolo, a fierce glint in his eye, shed his weighted clothing. He turned to Vegeta and sternly commanded, "Leave this one to me." Vegeta, with a nod of approval, replied, "Fine, kill it. Just don't let it absorb any more energy." Piccolo, ready for battle, swiftly moved and struck Android 20 with incredible speed. As Android 20 tried to counter, Piccolo vanished in a flash, only to reappear directly above it, delivering a powerful descending blow. Piccolo continued his relentless assault, pummeling Android 20, and then, with a decisive move, grabbed its arm and ripped it clean off. However, at that very same moment, Bulma had taken the young Trunks and Yajirobe into a vehicle, setting off to check on the well-being of their friends. But they weren't the only ones making a dramatic appearance. While everyone was on the move, future Trunks made his dramatic return to the past in his time machine, eager to see how Goku and the rest of the gang were holding up. As he was heading toward his friend's location, he suddenly spotted the severed head of Android 19 lying discarded on the ground. He stopped dead in his tracks, completely bewildered by the sight, and muttered to himself, "Wait, who on earth is this supposed to be?" He continued on his path, arriving just in time to witness Piccolo thoroughly beating Android 20. The moment Piccolo saw Trunks, he exclaimed, "Trunks, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing the name, Vegeta's mind raced. "Trunks, that's my son's name. Could it be? Is this kid from the future actually my son?" A realization began to dawn on the proud Saiyan prince. Trunks then cast a bewildered glance at Android 20 and declared to Goku's friends, "Something truly strange is happening here. The 2 androids you just fought and defeated are not the formidable androids I warned you about, the ones that plague my future." Everyone was utterly stunned, gasping, "Wait, who are these guys then?" As they pondered this shocking revelation, Bulma arrived, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding drama. Bulma had just arrived on the scene, and Android 20, now visibly terrified, thought to itself, I absolutely have to escape and return to the lab, no matter what. Before Android 20 could make its getaway, it brazenly taunted Goku's friends, You fools can never defeat me. I'm sending you Android 17 and Android 18 right now. With that ominous declaration, Android 20 launched a powerful attack and then, with surprising speed, made its escape. Bulma and the infant Trunks were knocked off their feet by the blast, but luckily future Trunks quickly swooped in and rescued them both. He then confronted Vegeta, demanding, Why didn't you save your wife and son? Vegeta, ever the stoic and detached warrior, simply replied, I have absolutely no interest in such trivial matters. Trunks was genuinely taken aback by his father's cold and indifferent demeanor. As they stood there, Bulma suddenly called out to everyone, sharing a crucial piece of information. By the way, that Android 20 you were all fighting, that's actually Dr. Gero himself. She continued, Yes, the very same Dr. Gero who supposedly created these androids. I recognized him because I did some research on him and saw many pictures. Vegeta, absolutely astonished, retorted, But how is he still alive now? And before he left, he also mentioned that he would send androids 17 and 18. Who are they? Piccolo, with a grim expression, stated, They must undoubtedly be the two incredibly powerful androids we were meant to fight all along. Vegeta then turned to Trunks accusingly, Everything you told us was wrong. Trunks, with a thoughtful frown, began to explain. Trunks said, I believe that when I traveled back in time and altered the past, the timeline itself changed, and its events shifted. That's why things aren't happening exactly as I described. Anyway, the real androids we need to be concerned about, the ones I meant, are Android 17 and Android 18. He clarified, They are a girl with blonde hair and a boy with black hair. I suspect that Gero hasn't activated them yet. As Trunks was speaking, he suddenly remembered Goku and inquired about his condition. Upon learning what had happened, he declared with urgency, We absolutely must get to Gero's laboratory. He continued, We need to destroy Android 17 and 18 before he activates them, or at the very least, try to disable them until Goku fully recovers. But Vegeta, ever stubborn, ignored Trunks entirely. He instead learned the location of Dr. Gero's lab from Bulma and declared, I'm going there myself. Vegeta firmly stated, I'm going there to confront those two androids. Piccolo, alarmed, retorted, No, we must destroy them before Gero activates them. Vegeta, with a dismissive wave, scoffed, Absolutely not. I'll let them awaken so I can fight them myself. Trunks, visibly frustrated, argued, No, we have to destroy them. You're severely underestimating them. They are incredibly powerful. He pleaded, We need to disable their activation until Goku recovers. Vegeta, bristling with pride, declared, I am now a Super Saiyan, far stronger than all of you combined. I'm going. And with that, Vegeta strode off. Trunks, horrified by his father's recklessness, muttered, I can't let my father die, and immediately followed him. Bulma, utterly flummoxed, asked, Why did he call him father? Piccolo patiently explained to her that this was actually her son, Trunks, from the future. Both Gohan and Krillin were completely astonished by this revelation. Bulma, however, looked down at the infant Trunks with a joyful glint in her eye, delighted to imagine that when he grew up, he would become such a powerful warrior. Piccolo then instructed Gohan, Take Bulma and Yajirobe home to safety. The rest of us will go after Vegeta to destroy androids 17 and 18 before Vegeta even reaches them. And so, they did just that. As they drew near to the suspected location, Trunks found himself alongside Vegeta, while Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin split up, each taking a portion of the precious senzu beans they had. They then fanned out, searching for the clandestine laboratory, as its location was proving to be quite elusive and not at all easy to access. Unbeknownst to them, Gero was watching their every move. Dr. Gero was observing them, muttering to himself, No matter what you do, you'll never find my secret lab. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted Krillin right in front of him. Gero quickly struck him down, then continued his desperate escape, finally reaching the location of his hidden laboratory. Krillin, despite being injured, caught a glimpse of him. Krillin, now knowing the laboratory's precise location, unleashed his full power, allowing his friends to sense his energy and pinpoint where the lab was hiding. And indeed, all of them quickly converged on the site. But alas, Gero had already slipped inside and activated Android 17 and Android 18. The moment they powered up, they immediately snatched the remote control device from him. This was the very device he used to control them. Android 17, with a smug grin, told him, "Now you won't be able to control us or order us around ever again." Zero was utterly flabbergasted and panicked as he realized his creations were breaking free from his command. Suddenly, Vegeta, with an explosive burst of power, smashed through the laboratory door and burst inside, finding Zero amidst his rebellious androids. They saw Jiro standing before androids 17 and 18, and the androids were discussing how Jiro had also created another, even more powerful android, designated Android 16. Trunks, hearing this, was utterly shocked, muttering, "Android 16? I've never heard of him before, not once." Android 18 then turned to Jiro, stating, "We're going to activate Android 16. Jiro, horrified, pleaded with her, "No, don't you dare do that. Android 16 is incredibly powerful, and there are still critical flaws I haven't fixed. If he's activated and awakens, he'll annihilate all of us." But androids 17 and 18 completely ignored his desperate plea. Android 17, with a chilling swiftness, attacked Jiro, severing his head and then crushing it to pieces, effectively ending his creator's life. Android 17 then joined Android 18, heading directly to activate Android 16. Future Trunks, seeing this horrifying development, immediately launched an attack on them. Trunks unleashed his attack, hoping to stop them, but his blast only managed to completely destroy the laboratory itself. Android 17 and 18, however, were unharmed and successfully activated Android 16, who then powered up and stood tall. The three androids then conversed, and it became clear to Android 17 and 18 that Android 16 was not a half-human, half-android like them. No, Android 16 was a 100% pure artificial being, a complete robot. Android 18 then boldly declared to them, "All three of us were specifically created to kill Son Goku. Let's fulfill the mission for which we were built." And with that unified declaration, they all set off, their cold, determined eyes set on finding Goku. Vegeta was utterly infuriated that they were so singularly focused on Goku. "I'll go after them myself," he growled. Trunks tried to stop him, but Vegeta simply struck him aside and flew off. Goku's other friends, worried, went after Vegeta. A short while later, Vegeta caught up to androids 16, 17, and 18, and with a sneer he declared to them, "You won't be able to bypass me." He boastfully proclaimed, "I'm going to defeat all three of you." Android 18, cool and collected, merely told her companions, "Leave this one to me, I'll handle him." And so their battle truly began. Vegeta, with his characteristic speed, was the first to act, managing to throw Android 18 and land 2 quick strikes. He then prepared to finish her with a powerful energy beam. But just as he was about to unleash his attack, a car suddenly drove up behind Android 18, and Vegeta inadvertently struck the vehicle instead. Android 18, moving with lightning speed, reappeared directly behind him and calmly stated, "I haven't even used my full power yet." Vegeta, with a confident smirk, challenged her, "Well, you'd better start using it now." She then lunged at him, delivering a solid blow. Android 18 connects with a sharp strike that leaves Vegeta bleeding and absolutely livid. Just as the prince prepares to launch a furious counterattack, she catches him right in the stomach with a punishing blow that sends him reeling. Right at that moment, the rest of the Z-fighters arrive on the scene to help, but Vegeta, being his usual stubborn and prideful self, snaps at them, insisting that he always fights his battles alone and doesn't need any backup. He declared, "I've never fought to protect anyone, nor will I ever fight on your side. Get out of here and let me finish this battle." So, Goku's friends reluctantly backed off, allowing Vegeta to continue his fierce combat with Android 18. He launched a powerful assault, striking Android 18 and sending her hurtling towards a nearby mountain range. He then unleashed a powerful energy beam, striking her directly. Android 18 miraculously got back up and stated, "I never imagined you'd actually be able to hit me." She then attacked Vegeta once more, and it quickly became evident that she was gaining the upper hand in the fight because she was now utilizing her full power. Vegeta, on the other hand, was starting to visibly lose his strength. With every single movement, Vegeta was losing more and more of his precious energy. Android 18 managed to strike him once, then, with incredible swiftness, she delivered a powerful kick with her left leg to his left arm, shattering it completely. Vegeta writhed in agonizing pain. Trunks, seeing his father in such distress, rushed in to help. However, Android 18 effortlessly broke his sword. Then, Android 17 intervened as well, striking Trunks down. After Trunks fell, Piccolo joined the fray, but Android 17 quickly struck him too. When Tien bravely attacked, Android 17 easily caught him. Piccolo, seeing his allies falling, turned back to try and save them. But Android 17 delivered an incredibly powerful blow to Piccolo's stomach, knocking both him and Tien down simultaneously. Krillin, standing nearby, watched in absolute terror. He then glanced over at Android 16, who was the only one not participating in the brutal combat. To his surprise, he found Android 16 to be a remarkably peaceful character. Android 16 wasn't speaking much and was simply observing, even interacting gently with the local birds. Krillin was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Vegeta, still defiant, launched another attack, but Android 18 struck him and, with a vicious move, proceeded to break his other arm as well. Now, all of Goku's friends were down on the ground, defeated, except for Krillin. Android 17 then turned his attention to him. Both Android 17 and Android 18 approached Krillin, stating, "They're not dead yet. Give them these senzu beans. It's their right to heal. We, on the other hand, are going to go hunt down Goku and kill him." Krillin stood there utterly perplexed by the bizarre contradictions in their personalities. He finally asked them, "Why do you even want to kill Goku?" He pressed further, "The only one who truly hated Goku was Gero, and you've already eliminated him." Android 16, in a surprisingly calm voice, explained, "We don't have personal goals like you organic beings. We were simply created to kill Goku, and that is our objective right now." He then chillingly added, "Once we accomplish that mission, we'll simply find a new goal, something else to pursue." With that, the three androids walked away from a bewildered Krillin. He then went to his fallen friends, giving them the precious senzu beans, and they quickly recovered. Vegeta, rising to his feet, was visibly seething with anger and promptly left them all behind. Tien then spoke gravely. Tien declared, "These three androids are incredibly powerful. Even Goku wouldn't stand a chance against them in his current state." Piccolo then instructed them, "All of you, go and move Goku from his home to a safer place. I, meanwhile, will go execute my absolute last resort." Krillin, puzzled and concerned, asked, "What last resort? Tell us, we're your friends." But suddenly, Piccolo's demeanor changed drastically. Piccolo's eyes blazed with anger and he launched a sudden attack on Krillin, declaring fiercely, "We are not friends. I am only helping you to achieve my ultimate goal, which is to conquer the entire world." With that, Piccolo stormed off. Krillin, however, immediately understood. "I know exactly where he's going," he exclaimed. "He's going to Master Kami to fuse with him, just like he did with Nail, so they can become one powerful entity." He explained, "This will make them incredibly powerful, almost on par with a Super Saiyan. The only problem is that the Dragon Balls will vanish when Master Kami fuses with him. Regardless, we need to leave now." He urged, "We must hurry to move Goku, as the androids possess devices that allow them to detect our energy anyway." And so, Tien, Krillin, and Trunks immediately set off to transport Goku to a secure location. Along the way, Tien told them, "You two continue on. I'm going to go and train with Chiaotzu." So, Trunks and Krillin continued on their mission. Meanwhile, Piccolo arrived at Kami's lookout. Kami, with his ancient wisdom, greeted him. "I know you've come here to fuse with me, Piccolo. However, I won't proceed with it until I see with my own eyes something that convinces me these androids are truly evil." Kami elaborated, "Because up until now they haven't committed any truly evil acts. It was Vegeta, after all, who provoked them into fighting." Piccolo, with a nod of understanding, replied, "I agree. I'll stay here and wait for you until you are absolutely certain." He declared that they are truly evil, and then we will fuse. While this pivotal conversation was taking place, the three androids made a rather unusual decision. They decided to drive to Goku's location. They simply found a car abandoned in the street and took off in it. Krillin and Trunks were still en route to Goku. Trunks, with a worried expression, told Krillin something very strange is happening. He explained, "The events of your present time are significantly different from the history I know. For example, Android 16 simply didn't exist in my timeline. I've never seen him before. And as for Android 17 and 18, he continued, their personalities are different and their power levels have also changed. Their current strength is far greater than what I experienced in my time. All of these occurrences are incredibly perplexing to me." A short while later, Krillin and Trunks arrived at Goku's house and carefully took him onto an airplane. Their plan was to take him to Master Roshi's house and hide him there. Gohan also joined them after taking Bulma home, and everyone, including Chi-Chi, boarded the airplane. While they were en route, Trunks suddenly declared, "I've had an idea." He continued, "That might actually help us. I could use the time machine to go back to the past, to a point before the androids were even activated. However, there are a couple of significant issues. Firstly, the time machine requires a very long time to recharge between each trip. And secondly, even if I were to destroy the androids in the past," he added, "it could potentially affect the present timeline here, and what I'm absolutely certain of is that no matter what I do in the past or present, the androids will not be defeated in my future timeline." Krillin, confused, asked him, "Then why did you even come here for us to help you, if they're just going to remain alive in your time?" Trunks explained patiently, "My mother sent me to you because by fighting the androids alongside Goku here, I might be able to discover a crucial weakness in them that could prove useful in my future. Or perhaps I could even take Goku back to my future with me so he could fight them there." Krillin, finally understanding the complex reasoning, nodded and said, "I see." Indeed, it seemed there was no real need for him to return to the past. As they continued their conversation, Yamcha interjected, telling them to inform Bulma that they were taking Goku to Master Roshi's house. So Krillin promptly called her. Bulma replied, "It's good that you called. I was just about to contact you all. Some people in the West have made an incredible discovery." She excitedly revealed, "They've uncovered an ancient time machine, completely different from Trunks's, and it's manufactured by our company, Capsule Corp." When Trunks heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Another time machine, not mine? We have to go see it immediately." And so Trunks and Gohan quickly disembarked and sped off towards the location of the newly discovered time machine. Bulma soon arrived at the site. Trunks, always prepared, pulled out his own time machine capsule, transforming it into its full vehicle form. He then observed that the newly discovered older time machine was an exact replica of his own. When he and Gohan entered it, they were met with a peculiar sight, the discarded shell of an unknown creature's egg. Trunks meticulously examined the time machine and quickly determined that it had traveled from a future 3 years after his own time, arriving on Earth 4 years prior to the present moment, meaning a full year before Trunks himself had first journeyed to the past. Trunks, utterly bewildered, could only wonder aloud. He muttered, "Who on earth traveled to the past in that time machine before me? This must be the reason behind all these changing events." Following this revelation, Trunks and Gohan transformed both time machines back into their compact capsule forms and collected them. Bulma, meanwhile, carefully took the mysterious eggshell. But as Gohan glanced around, he spotted a strange colossal chrysalis nearby. He, Bulma, and Trunks immediately went to investigate it. Trunks observed, "This chrysalis is enormous and completely empty. It's clear that the creature who traveled here in the time machine emerged from the egg after it hatched." He concluded, "It must have stayed in this chrysalis for a period, and once it opened, the creature broke free and departed. We absolutely must track it down no matter what." Bulma, understandably terrified, quickly left. Trunks and Gohan also departed, making their way back to Master Roshi's house. Upon their return, they found that Krillin and Yamcha had successfully brought Goku to the house. At that very same moment, the 3 androids were still making their way towards Goku's location. They casually passed by an unclothing store, and Android 18, with a complete disregard for ownership, simply helped herself to some clothes and walked out without paying a single zeni. The indignant shop owner immediately reported the theft to the police, and soon law enforcement began a relentless pursuit of the androids. However, Android 18 simply took to the sky, effortlessly smashing the police airships that were chasing her. The androids continued on their journey, but it wasn't long before a shocking news report spread across all channels. A town called Ginger, located in the west, had mysteriously vanished. Every single one of its inhabitants had disappeared, leaving behind nothing but their discarded clothing. When Bulma saw this chilling news report, she gasped, "Ginger Town, that's right next to where we found the time machine." She realized with a growing sense of dread, what's happening in that town must definitely be connected to the time machine. And with that, the situation began to spiral into even greater complexity. Immediately following those events, Chaos erupted in the city as the sounds of intense gunfire filled the air, and suddenly all the reporters covering the scene vanished without a trace. Trunks realized that the mysterious entity that emerged from the time machine was undoubtedly behind this carnage, labeling the creature a true monster. Driven by a sense of duty, Trunks decided he had to investigate the situation personally to see the horror for himself, so he took off right away. Trunks rushed over to find out what was going on, but Kami was already watching every single detail unfold from the lookout. He spoke to Piccolo, warning him that a terrifying beast had appeared and insisted that they must unite and merge into a single physical form immediately to stand a chance. Piccolo agreed to the fusion but made it clear that he intended to be the dominant personality controlling the body, a condition that Kami accepted without hesitation. Kami acknowledged that Piccolo was currently the stronger of the two and deserved to hold the reins of their new existence. With that settled, the two finally fused together, transforming into a formidable Super Namekian with Piccolo firmly in control of their combined power. He quickly made his way to Ginger Town, but upon arrival, he found nothing left of the inhabitants except for piles of empty clothes scattered everywhere. The town was filled with the remnants of the people who had vanished, and suddenly the monster crept up right behind Piccolo. In a chilling display of cruelty, the beast absorbed the life energy of one of the town's residents right before Piccolo's eyes, making him realize the grim truth. Piccolo now understood that the citizens were disappearing because this creature was literally consuming their life force to fuel itself, which sent a shiver through him. As Piccolo stood there, he began to realize that the monster's energy signature felt strangely familiar, prompting him to demand, "Who exactly are you?" However, the creature remained silent, choosing instead to gather its inner strength and unleash a massive explosion that shook the entire area. The most bizarre part was that Goku's friends far away began to sense something impossible, a power that felt just like Frieza's. They were picking up the distinct energy traces of Frieza, Goku, Vegeta, and almost everyone they knew, all emanating from the monster's current location. Neither Piccolo nor the others could wrap their heads around how one being could possess such a diverse source of power. In a state of urgency, Krillin took off at high speed to catch up with Trunks so they could investigate this anomaly together and see what was happening. Standing defiantly in front of the monster, Piccolo once again demanded to know his identity, but once more the beast gave him no answer. This lack of response frustrated Piccolo, who decided to power up as well, revealing the staggering level of strength he had gained from merging with Kami. His surge of energy was so massive it triggered an even greater explosion than the one the monster had caused just moments before. Piccolo followed up his power display by launching a massive energy wave directly at the creature, a move so powerful that the three androids felt the vibrations from miles away. Android 16 turned to 17 and 18, explaining that his internal systems included a highly sensitive power radar. He informed them that a fierce battle was currently taking place in the west between two individuals, one of whom possessed a power level exceeding their own. When 16 mentioned someone was stronger than them, Android 17 scoffed, telling him his radar must be malfunctioning because he believed no one could surpass their power. Meanwhile, the brutal struggle between Piccolo and the monster raged on. The creature launched an attack, but Piccolo skillfully deflected it. Moving with incredible speed, Piccolo maneuvered behind the beast to deliver a counterstrike, showing he was more than a match for it. Piccolo continued his high-speed assault, landing multiple heavy blows while the monster struggled to keep up. Pausing for a moment, Piccolo interrogated him again, asking who had sent him through time in that machine. The monster finally spoke, claiming that no one had sent him and that he had come of his own volition. Then, the beast began to gather energy, preparing to use a very specific and famous technique. Piccolo was completely taken aback when he saw the monster preparing a Kamehameha, thinking it was impossible for a stranger to utilize Goku's signature move. He expected the creature to fail, but to his horror, the monster successfully executed and fired a full-powered Kamehameha blast. Piccolo managed to dodge the energy beam just in time, but the monster used the distraction to sneak up behind him and grab hold of him. The creature latched onto Piccolo from behind and immediately began draining the energy from his left arm, sucking it dry until it was completely withered. Piccolo reacted by delivering a hard headbutt to break free and create some distance. The monster mocked him, saying he wouldn't be able to fight with only one arm, and boasted that he would soon absorb all of Piccolo's energy to achieve his final, perfect form. Piccolo, playing along as if he were defeated, told the monster that since he was going to die anyway, he deserved to know the creature's identity and how it possessed the energy of everyone he knew. The monster, feeling confident in his victory, agreed to tell his story. He revealed that he was actually an advanced biological android, a product of a secret project that had been ongoing for many years. The creature introduced himself as Cell, explaining that he was the ultimate creation of Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Back in the past, Dr. Gero had deployed tiny spy drones to collect cellular samples from the world's most powerful warriors, including the Z-Fighters. The goal of this long-term project was to synthesize those cells into one singular invincible warrior, which resulted in the birth of Cell himself. Cell explained that Dr. Gero eventually lost hope and abandoned the project before it was finished, never realizing that his computer continued the work autonomously. Consequently, Cell was finally completed in a future timeline, specifically 3 years after the era Trunks originally came from. He emerged as a bio-android with immense potential, but he quickly realized that he was still missing something vital to reach his peak. Cell admitted that he hadn't yet achieved his perfect, most powerful form, and the computer's databanks informed him that this was only possible by absorbing androids 17 and 18. He spent a significant amount of time searching for them in his original future timeline, but his efforts were entirely in vain. He discovered that they were no longer around to be found, which forced him to change his strategy entirely. The reason they were missing in the future was that Trunks had eventually become strong enough to destroy them both 3 years after his return. With no other choice, Cell realized he had to travel back to the past to find the androids while they still existed. He ambushed and killed the future Trunks, hijacked his time machine, and reverted himself to a larval egg state, just so he could fit inside the small craft for the journey. Cell explained that he arrived in this timeline 4 years ago in that egg form and eventually hatched from his shell to begin his growth. Piccolo was confused by this timeline logic and asked, if you killed Trunks in the future, then how is it possible that Trunks is still alive and present here in this past timeline right now? Cell was more than happy to explain the intricacies of time travel to the bewildered Namekian. Cell clarified that he had killed a version of Trunks from 3 years further in the future, whereas the Trunks currently here had traveled from a slightly different point in time. This meant there were actually 2 separate time machines in this world. The one Trunks used to arrive from his own era, and the one Cell stole after killing the other Trunks 3 years later. It was a complex web of different futures overlapping in the present. Piccolo then questioned how the computer survived, given that they had already decimated Dr. Gero's laboratory and everything inside it. Cell chuckled and explained that the supercomputer was actually housed in a heavily fortified, secret underground chamber located deep beneath the main laboratory. Because of its hidden location and reinforced construction, it had remained completely untouched by the destruction they had caused on the surface. Now that Piccolo had extracted all the information he needed, he suddenly ripped off his own withered arm and regrew it instantly, mocking Cell for not knowing about Namekian regeneration. Cell was genuinely stunned by this revelation, and just then, Krillin and Trunks arrived on the scene to back Piccolo up. Sensing he was outnumbered, Cell quickly used the solar flare technique to blind everyone, creating the perfect window for his escape. With his enemies momentarily blinded, Cell fled, obsessed with his primary goal of locating and absorbing androids 17 and 18 to finalize his evolution. Shortly after he disappeared, Vegeta and Tien arrived to join Piccolo, Krillin, and Trunks. Piccolo wasted no time in debriefing the group, sharing every critical detail he had learned from Cell about his origin, his methods, and his ultimate plan for perfection. Piccolo emphasized the absolute necessity of preventing Cell from reaching his final form, suggesting they might even have to kill 17 and 18 themselves just to keep Cell from merging with them. However, Vegeta had a completely different perspective, arrogantly stating that he would let the androids and Cell do whatever they pleased. He was confident that no matter how strong they became, he would eventually surpass them and emerge victorious. Vegeta declared his intention to push past the known limits of a Super Saiyan and then abruptly walked away, leaving the group behind. Trunks stayed behind, deeply contemplating his father's words and wondering what it actually meant for a warrior to transcend the Super Saiyan level. The idea of reaching a power beyond that of a legend seemed both daunting and revolutionary to the young half-Saiyan. Trunks then told his friends that he and Krillin would head back to Dr. Jiro's lab to destroy the hidden supercomputer, ensuring that Cell could never be born again in some other timeline. Piccolo agreed with the plan and said that he and Tien would go out to hunt for Cell in the meantime. Trunks and Krillin arrived at the ruins of the laboratory and began clearing away the heavy debris to find the secret entrance. They eventually uncovered the secret hatch and descended into the hidden bunker where the supercomputer was still running. While exploring the dark room, they stumbled upon some technical blueprints for Android 17, which they quickly grabbed before completely demolishing the computer and the room. Trunks handed the documents to Krillin, suggesting that he take them to Bulma, as she might be able to find a fatal design flaw. Trunks decided his next step was to find his father, Vegeta, so he could train alongside him and discover the secret to surpassing the Super Saiyan state. The two friends then split up, with Krillin heading off to deliver the blueprints to Bulma as requested. Trunks flew off in search of Vegeta, determined to unlock a level of power that would make his father's boastful claims a reality. Krillin arrived at Capsule Corp and handed the plans to Bulma and her father, then immediately set out to assist Piccolo and Tien in their search for Cell. However, finding the bioandroid proved to be extremely difficult because Cell was being very calculated. After absorbing a group of humans, he would completely suppress his power level. By hiding his energy, he remained invisible to their senses as he moved from town to town. As Cell continued his hunt, he encountered a mother and her young daughter and was just about to absorb them when Krillin happened to spot him by pure chance. Krillin rushed in, grabbed the two terrified civilians, and saved them from Cell's grasp, urging them to escape in a nearby plane. They took his advice and scrambled to safety while Cell, annoyed by the interruption, turned his aggression toward Krillin. Krillin managed to dodge Cell's initial strikes and even managed to counterattack before jumping onto the wing of the plane as it began to take off with the mother and daughter. He thought for a second that they had successfully gotten away, but his heart sank when he realized Cell had landed on the roof of the aircraft. Cell began tearing through the metal hull of the plane, leaving Krillin to try and defend the passengers. Cell managed to knock Krillin aside and forced his way into the cabin to finish him off. But just as things looked hopeless, Piccolo and Tien arrived to save the day. Faced with the combined power of the Namekian and the monk, Cell chose to retreat once more, disappearing into the distance. The three heroes then returned to Master Roshi's house to regroup, and over the next 2 days, Cell continued his spree, absorbing countless more people. Krillin and his allies decided they couldn't just sit around, so they took a plane to resume their search for the elusive monster across the countryside. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after they departed, Goku finally woke up, having made a full recovery from his debilitating heart virus. He felt incredibly energized and happy to be back on his feet, greeting Chi-Chi with his usual cheerful demeanor as he regained his strength. Goku told Chi-Chi and Master Roshi that even while he was unconscious and ill, he had been able to hear their conversations and was fully aware of everything that had happened. He emphasized that he needed to start training immediately because his goal was to transcend the limits of a Super Saiyan. He planned to use a very special facility known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber to achieve this massive power jump in a short time. It's called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber because 1 year passes inside there in just a single day on Earth. I'm heading there now so I can take Gohan with me to train. And with that, Goku instantly teleported away and returned to his friends. The moment they saw him, they were shocked and overjoyed that he had recovered, Kami, and become a whole new person. He then told Piccolo about his plan to spend a year training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and invited him to come along for the session. However, Piccolo turned him down, explaining that he felt he had already grown significantly stronger through his recent fusion and had other concerns to attend to. Piccolo reminded Goku that he had tried to train in that chamber before, but the harsh environment was so intense he could only manage to stay inside for a single month. He warned Goku that enduring a full year in there might be more than he can handle, but Goku insisted he had to try regardless. After their chat, Goku took Gohan and headed toward Vegeta and Trunks to discuss their next move. When they found them, Trunks looked a bit downcast and told Goku that Vegeta refused to train with him, claiming that his son would only be a burden and slow him down. Goku reassured Trunks, promising that he would convince Vegeta to allow him to train together as a team. Goku then approached Vegeta directly and invited him to come along, pitching the benefits of the special training chamber. Goku explained to Vegeta that they could condense an entire year's worth of training into just 24 hours, which was their best shot at surpassing the Super Saiyan level. He added a crucial rule, however: only 2 people could enter the hyperbolic time chamber at any given time due to its limitations. This necessitated a plan for who would go in first and who would have to wait their turn for the next session. Goku proposed that Vegeta and Trunks should go in first, while he and Gohan would take the second shift once they were done. Vegeta agreed to the arrangement, and they all headed to the lookout at Kami's place, where Vegeta and Trunks entered the chamber. Many hours passed by as they worked inside, and as the next day dawned, Goku waited patiently outside the door for them to emerge. While Goku was waiting for the Saiyans to finish their training, the 3 androids had traveled to Goku's house, only to find it completely empty. They decided to head over to Master Roshi's island next, where they found Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien all gathered together. The androids immediately demanded to know where Goku was hiding, hoping to finally complete their mission of eliminating him. Piccolo stood his ground and flatly refused to give them any information about Goku's current location. Android 17 responded with a threat, saying they would force the answer out of him if they had to. Piccolo, confident in his new fused power, challenged 17 to take the fight somewhere else so they could settle things without harming their friends, eager to see who would actually be doing the forcing. Piccolo led the androids away until they reached a desolate, uninhabited area where they could fight without restraint. As 17 and Piccolo squared off, Piccolo took a moment to concentrate his energy and fully prepare his mind for the battle ahead. Once the fight finally began, Piccolo displayed a level of speed that was absolutely breathtaking, moving much faster than he ever had before. Piccolo began appearing from every angle, landing heavy strikes on 17 that forced the android to ramp up his own power to keep up with the Namekian's pace. They exchanged a series of brutal blows for quite some time until Piccolo landed a solid kick that sent 17 crashing into the ground. Piccolo followed up by firing a powerful energy beam at his fallen foe, but 17 managed to roll out of the way just in time. Android 17 launched back into the air to attack Piccolo, but the Namekian was ready and fired a barrage of small energy blasts that 17 easily dodged. However, 17 soon realized it was a trap, as all those missed shots were actually hovering in the air, completely surrounding him on all sides. Piccolo told him there was no escape now and commanded all the energy spheres to converge on 17 at once. The massive impact of that attack was so large that even Cell felt it from his distant location, prompting him to head toward the source of the power to absorb the androids. Back at the fight, it turned out that 17 was mostly unharmed because he had deployed a powerful energy shield at the last second to protect himself. He mocked Piccolo for causing so much destruction to the island they were on during his failed attempt. 17 suggested they relocate to a fresh spot, so they flew to a different island to continue their intense duel. The battle grew even more ferocious there, with their strikes so powerful they literally cracked the earth beneath them and triggered a nearby volcanic eruption. They continued to trade devastating blows for a long period, with neither warrior gaining a clear upper hand as they battered one another. The 2 fighters traded wounds until Piccolo eventually slammed 17 deep into the ocean, diving in after him to continue their combat underwater. Their submerged clash created a massive pressure buildup that resulted in a giant geyser-like explosion, propelling both of them back into the air. While this titanic battle was unfolding, Bulma reached out to Krillin via radio to give him some very important news. Bulma informed Krillin that she had thoroughly analyzed the blueprints he brought and discovered a crucial piece of information. Both 17 and 18 had a built-in emergency shutdown circuit. She explained that if they could trigger this circuit, they could deactivate the androids instantly and end the threat once and for all. To achieve this, she had successfully constructed a specialized remote control device that could send the shutdown signal. She told him she was on her way to deliver the remote right then, but after hanging up, Krillin started to feel conflicted as he thought about the androids' personalities. He couldn't help but feel that 17 and 18 didn't seem truly evil and began to question if it was really the right thing to just finish them off. Meanwhile, the exhausting and relentless struggle between Piccolo and 17 was still going strong. The fight kept shifting back and forth, with each fighter taking turns dominating the action as they traded punch after punch. Eventually, they paused to catch their breath, and 17 told Piccolo that while he was impressively strong, he lacked the infinite stamina of an android and would soon collapse from exhaustion. But as he was speaking, a dark shadow loomed over them as Cell finally made his grand entrance on the battlefield. Piccolo was visibly shaken by Cell's sudden appearance and tried to pull himself together, but he immediately noticed that Cell's power had increased dramatically since their last encounter. It was clear that the monster had absorbed thousands of humans to boost his strength, making him a far more dangerous threat than before. Piccolo's fear intensified as he watched Cell confidently overlook them, realizing the gap in their power. As Cell moved past Piccolo and headed straight for Android 17, Piccolo screamed out a warning to the androids, explaining that Cell's entire purpose was to absorb them into his body. He tried to tell them the full extent of the danger they were in, but Cell didn't waste any time and lunged at 17. He managed to grab hold of the android and was on the verge of beginning the absorption process right then and there. Piccolo quickly struck Cell to break his grip on 17, while Android 16 urged 17 to flee immediately, warning him that Cell's power far surpassed his own. Stubborn as ever, 17 refused to run away and insisted that he would fight his way out of the situation. He launched an attack on Cell, but the bioandroid easily countered his move and knocked him back with a single powerful blow. Piccolo tried to jump in again with another attack, but Cell swatted him away as well without much effort. Determined to stop him, Piccolo gathered every ounce of his energy and fired a devastating blast at Cell, which was so powerful it obliterated a massive chunk of the island they were standing on. However, once the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Cell was completely unharmed as he slowly emerged from the water. Cell retaliated with terrifying speed, striking Piccolo with enough force to nearly break his neck before shooting a piercing energy beam through him. This brutal assault left Piccolo on the very brink of death, and Cell carelessly tossed his limp body into the ocean as if it were trash. Up on the lookout, Goku and Gohan felt this horrific turn of events as they waited for Vegeta and Trunks to finish their turn. Gohan began to cry as he felt Piccolo's life force rapidly fading away and desperately wanted to rush down to the battlefield to help his mentor. Goku had to physically stop him, telling him to wait because if he went now, he wouldn't be strong enough to make a difference and would only get killed. It wasn't just them either. The sudden drop in Piccolo's power was felt by everyone else who was sensing the battle. Krillin and Tien were also overwhelmed by the sense of dread as they felt Piccolo's power vanish from their radar. Krillin immediately took off at full speed to meet up with Bulma and collect the remote control device that could shut down the androids. He hoped to deactivate 17 and 18 before Cell could get his hands on them, which seemed like their only remaining hope for stopping the monster. Tien rushed toward the scene of the fight to keep an eye on things and arrived just in time to see Cell mercilessly beating down Android 17. Seeing the situation reach a critical point, Android 16 turned to Android 18 and told her that he had no choice but to intervene. He warned her that if Cell managed to absorb them and reach his perfect form, the entire world would be in grave danger of being destroyed. Cell continued his relentless assault on 17 and was just about to finalize the absorption when Android 16 suddenly charged in and delivered a heavy blow to Cell, successfully saving 17. Cell was surprised by this intervention and turned his focus towards 16, initiating a direct confrontation between the two. Since their power levels were relatively evenly matched, the fight quickly became a high-stakes struggle of strength and skill. The battle was very close, with neither side gaining a clear advantage as they traded blows, until Cell attempted to stick his tail into 16 to absorb his energy. However, he quickly discovered that 16 was entirely mechanical, meaning there was no biological energy to drain. 16 took advantage of Cell's confusion, grabbed him by his tail, and slammed him into the ground before stepping forward to tear the tail right off Cell's body. Android 16 believed that by removing the tail he had permanently prevented Cell from absorbing anyone else, but Cell just stood up and laughed. He reminded 16 that he possessed Piccolo's cells, which meant he had the incredible ability to regenerate his body just like a Namekian. To 16's horror, Cell instantly regrew his tail, then landed a sharp punch to 16's face before closing in to finish him off. In a surprising move, 16 detached his hands from his arms to reveal built-in cannons, using them to blast Cell at close range before grabbing him and slamming him through the earth. He followed this up by unleashing a massive, concentrated wave of energy directly onto Cell, causing a huge explosion that radiated light and power across the entire island. It was an all-out effort to put the bio-android down for good. After the smoke from his massive attack began to clear, Android 16 urgently told 17 and 18 to run away while they still could. Android 17, however, was too proud, and stubbornly insisted that he wouldn't leave until he had seen Cell destroyed with his own eyes. But even as he was making his defiant claim, Cell suddenly emerged from the ground right behind him and easily absorbed him before anyone could react. Android 18, Tien, and 16 were all frozen in shock as they felt Cell's power skyrocket to an incredible new level, accompanied by a dramatic physical transformation. Android 16 tried to grab 18 and flee, but the newly evolved Cell moved with such blinding speed that he intercepted them instantly. He delivered a brutal attack on 16 that severely damaged the side of his head, then turned his menacing gaze toward Android 18. Cell told 18 that it was her turn next, to which she bravely threatened to self-destruct if he took another step toward her. Cell dismissed her threat, claiming she wouldn't be fast enough to do it, but just as he was about to lunge, Tien appeared high in the air above them. Tien unleashed his powerful Neo Tri-Beam technique on Cell, hitting him with a series of massive concussive blasts that actually managed to pin the monster down. Tien continued to fire the Tri-Beam repeatedly, pouring every bit of his life energy into the attacks just to buy enough time for 16 and 18 to escape the area. He finally collapsed from total exhaustion, and Cell, furious at being stalled, was about to kill him when Goku sensed Tien's fading energy from the lookout. Knowing exactly what was going on, Goku used his instant transmission to teleport to the scene in the blink of an eye. Goku appeared right in front of Cell, and at that same moment, he sensed Piccolo barely clinging to life as he emerged from the ocean. He quickly grabbed both Tien and Piccolo and teleported them back to Kami's lookout, where he immediately gave them senzu beans to heal their wounds and restore their strength. After ensuring they were safe, Goku sat down to wait for Vegeta and Trunks to finally finish their training session. Goku continued his long wait by the door of the hyperbolic time chamber until Vegeta and Trunks finally stepped out. Trunks' appearance had changed noticeably after spending a full year inside, and it was immediately clear that both he and his father had gained an incredible amount of power. Vegeta walked out with his usual confidence, looking more formidable than ever after his intense training. Vegeta told Goku there was no longer any need for him to enter the chamber, boastfully claiming that he had already surpassed the Super Saiyan level and could defeat Cell and the androids with ease. While this was happening at the lookout, Krillin finally met up with Bulma and received the remote control device. She handed it over, emphasizing that this was their best chance to neutralize the threat before things got any worse. Bulma gave Krillin a final warning, explaining that the remote control had a limited range and would only work if he managed to get within 10 meters of the androids. Krillin nodded in understanding and quickly took off, while Bulma decided to head up to Kami's lookout to meet with the rest of the group. She was determined to help in any way she could, even if it was just providing support from the sidelines. Bulma arrived at the lookout and was greeted by everyone, though Vegeta was characteristically grumpy and asked why she had come. She revealed that she had manufactured a set of battle suits similar to the ones Vegeta wore and had brought them for everyone to use in the upcoming fight. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks were happy to accept the new gear and immediately changed into their resilient new outfits. While the others donned the new battle suits, Tien and Piccolo flatly refused to wear them because they didn't want to look anything like Vegeta. Shortly after, it was finally time for Goku and Gohan to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to begin their own year-long training session. Once inside, Gohan was completely blown away by the infinite white void of the room, struggling to process that they would be living and training there for a whole year. Goku encouraged his son, and they immediately began their grueling regimen, with Gohan focusing on first achieving the Super Saiyan transformation while Goku aimed to push even further beyond that limit. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Vegeta and Trunks decided it was time to move out and confront Cell. They took off from the lookout, heading toward the battlefield with their newly acquired power. As they approached the area where Cell was last seen, they found the bio-android systematically destroying every island in sight to flush out Android 18 from her hiding spot. Cell was being incredibly destructive, blowing up entire land masses one by one in his desperate search. He was just reaching the next island when Vegeta and Trunks finally caught up to him, ready to put a stop to his rampage. Vegeta and Trunks landed right in front of Cell, and Vegeta confidently declared that the monster's time was finally up. From her nearby hiding spot, Android 18 watched with skepticism, remembering how easily she had defeated Vegeta before. She couldn't believe that the same Saiyan who had failed so miserably against her could possibly stand a chance against Cell's current level of power. But then Vegeta began to power up, and the sheer pressure of his energy started shattering the rocks and terrain all around him. Android 18 was absolutely stunned by the overwhelming force he was radiating, wondering how it was possible for him to have grown so much stronger in such a short time. She had no idea about the year of intense training he had just completed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta didn't waste any time and launched a vicious attack, buried a heavy fist into Cell's stomach before following up with a hard strike to his face. He then grabbed the bio-android by the leg and hurled him through the air like a ragdoll. Cell found himself unable to even track Vegeta's incredible speed, finding himself on the receiving end of a one-sided beating as the Saiyan landed hit after hit. Even when Cell managed to fire an energy beam from his mouth that clipped Vegeta, the Saiyan just brushed it off and came right back at him with even more intensity. Vegeta was in total control of the battle, making Cell look completely amateurish. Cell tried to gather himself and increase his power for a desperate charge, but his subsequent attack had absolutely no effect on the battle-hardened Saiyan Prince. Vegeta looked at him with disdain and declared, "You're fighting Super Vegeta now, and we aren't even in the same league." He continued his relentless assault, chasing Cell across the sky and peppering him with heavy strikes and energy blasts. He eventually blasted Cell into the ocean and continued to rain down energy volleys from above, keeping the monster pinned down under the water's surface. Vegeta actually dove into the water to continue the beating, eventually launching Cell back into the air with a powerful beam. As he struggled to stay conscious, Cell shouted out that if he could only absorb Android 18, he would reach his perfect, complete form. He claimed that in his final state, he would be far more powerful than Vegeta, and would be able to turn the tables on him easily. Even though Vegeta could have finished the fight right then, his own arrogance and desire to test himself against the strongest possible opponent made him stop and listen to Cell's proposal. He was intrigued by the idea of fighting Perfect Cell. At that same moment, Krillin arrived on the island and overheard their conversation, realizing that Android 18 was nearby and the situation was becoming incredibly dangerous. Krillin quickly located Android 18 and moved into position, pulling out the remote control Bulma had given him. He knew he had to get within 10 meters to activate the shutdown signal and then destroy her to prevent Cell's evolution. However, as he reached the required distance, he found himself hesitating, feeling a strange reluctance to go through with it as he looked at her. Krillin couldn't bring himself to deactivate her because he remembered how she had been surprisingly kind to him during their last meeting. He looked at her and thought to himself that beneath all the cybernetics, she was still part human and seemed like an innocent, pretty girl. He felt in his heart that she wasn't truly evil and didn't deserve to be destroyed just like that. After a long period of intense internal struggle, Krillin finally made a decision and threw the remote control to the ground, smashing it. Android 18 was watching and saw the broken device, completely surprised that Krillin had chosen not to harm her when he had the chance. Krillin looked at her with a mix of guilt and determination, having chosen his conscience over the plan. Krillin yelled at her to run away as fast as she could, while back at the main fight, Cell finally succeeded in convincing Vegeta to let him reach his perfect form. Driven by his massive ego, Vegeta told Cell to go ahead and find Android 18, saying he would wait for him to transform. He wanted to prove once and for all that even in his perfect state, Cell would still be no match for a Saiyan prince. As Cell took off to find his target, Trunks was absolutely horrified by his father's reckless decision and tried to intercept the bio-android. He stood in Cell's path and vowed that he would never allow him to reach his final evolution, no matter what. But just as he was about to attack, Cell spotted Android 18 in the distance and immediately adjusted his course to head straight for her. Trunks shouted a desperate warning to Android 18 to flee and fired a volley of energy blasts at Cell to slow him down. In a shocking turn of events, Vegeta actually intervened and attacked his own son, knocking Trunks aside just to ensure that Cell would reach 18 unimpeded. This allowed Cell to close the distance and finally land right in front of the terrified android. Krillin tried to put up a fight to protect 18, but Cell easily swatted him away like an insect. Even Android 16, who was severely damaged and exhausted from his earlier battle, lunged at Cell in a last-ditch effort to keep him away from 18, but he was also brushed aside. Even when Android 18 herself tried to fight back, she found herself completely outmatched by the monster's speed and power. As Cell prepared to absorb her, Trunks got back up, his face twisted with rage at his father's betrayal. Vegeta tried to pull rank, telling Trunks that he was his father and that he wouldn't dare attack him, but Trunks shouted back that he would. He unleashed a massive wave of energy at Vegeta to knock him out of the way, showing that he was willing to do whatever it took to stop the catastrophe. Trunks rushed over and began pummeling Cell with everything he had, momentarily pushing him back. However, Cell decided to end the games and use the solar flare technique to blind everyone on the island once again. While they were sightless, he grabbed Android 18 and finally absorbed her into his tail. Immediately, the sky turned pitch black and the entire Earth began to shake violently as the birth of a perfect terror began. The entire atmosphere was thick with dread because Cell had finally achieved his ultimate perfect form. Piccolo, watching the unfolding nightmare through the mystical eyes of Kami, gritted his teeth, blaming everything on Vegeta's treachery. Meanwhile, tucked away in their training, Goku and Gohan were still deep in their sessions, completely unaware of the catastrophe occurring in the outside world. As the chaos continued outside, Gohan was rapidly approaching the power of a Super Saiyan during his intense training. He looked at Goku and demanded that his father stop being so gentle with him. He insisted on being pushed to his absolute limits, fearing that if Goku kept coddling him, he would never find the true strength he needed to grow. Taking the request seriously, Goku launched a fierce attack on his son, and as the days passed within the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan's power surged exponentially. Goku even took the time to cut Gohan's hair as the boy finally ascended to the Super Saiyan level to continue their grueling drills. Outside those walls, however, Cell had already stabilized in his perfect form. Once Cell reached his peak state, Krillin desperately launched an attack, but it was like hitting a brick wall. Even Krillin's signature Destructo Disc failed to leave a single scratch on the bio-android, and Cell casually swatted him away. Seeing his friend in trouble, Trunks rushed to Krillin's side and provided him with one of the life-saving Senzu beans he had been carrying. Vegeta approached the perfected Cell with arrogance, declaring that it was finally time to test the android's ultimate power. The Saiyan Prince launched a series of aggressive strikes, yet he found himself unable to land even a single blow. He tried to corner Cell with a barrage of energy beams, using every tactic in his arsenal, but everything he did proved to be completely futile. Cell stood calmly, taunting Vegeta by admitting he hadn't even begun to use his real power. In a fit of rage, Vegeta managed to land a massive direct hit to the back of Cell's head, but the android didn't even flinch. Vegeta stood there in absolute shock, frozen by the realization that a strike containing his entire strength hadn't caused even the slightest bit of damage. As Vegeta's mind raced, trying to comprehend how his full power failed, Cell counterattacked with a blow that sent the Saiyan flying through solid rock and into the water below. Seeing the devastation, a panicked Krillin urged Trunks to jump in immediately to save his father from certain death before things got even worse. Trunks responded with a heavy heart, noting that while his father had indeed surpassed the standard Super Saiyan level, Trunks had secretly grown even stronger during their training. He hadn't revealed this truth to avoid wounding Vegeta's massive pride. He knew that if he intervened now, his father would feel pathetic and weak, unable to face life without his dignity. Vegeta eventually dragged himself out of the water, only to be met by Cell's mockery. The monster pointed out the massive gulf between their power levels and mockingly thanked Vegeta for his sheer stupidity, as the Saiyans' own actions had allowed Cell to reach this invincible state. Infuriated, Vegeta took to the skies, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. The Saiyan Prince began gathering an immense amount of energy, preparing to unleash his most devastating attack. He concentrated everything into the legendary Final Flash technique, aiming it directly at the perfect android. The sheer magnitude of the energy gathering was so intense that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the surrounding environment. Vegeta carefully angled the blast so it would strike Cell and then exit Earth's atmosphere to explode in space, preventing the total destruction of the planet. When the dust settled, the entire right side of Cell's body had been vaporized, leaving him standing there in a seemingly broken state. However, the monster suddenly burst into laughter, telling Vegeta that he had been played. Cell revealed that the massive attack was irrelevant because he possessed Piccolo's regenerative cells, allowing him to grow back his missing limbs in seconds. After completely restoring his body, Cell began menacingly walking toward Vegeta. Terrified and desperate, Vegeta began firing a frantic series of energy blasts, trying everything in his power to halt the monster's advance. Despite the barrage, Cell was unstoppable. He struck Vegeta with such force that he sent him flying upward, then vanished and reappeared behind him to deliver a crushing blow to his back. The impact was so severe that Vegeta was knocked out of his Super Saiyan form and fell to the ground unconscious. As Cell prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Trunks knew he had to act. Trunks decided the time for waiting was over and powered up to his maximum. He shouted to Krillin to take his father to Master Roshi's house and heal him with a Senzu bean immediately. With his father out of the way, Trunks descended to face Cell head-on while Android 16 watched the entire confrontation unfold from the sidelines. Android 16 remarked on the terrifying level of power Trunks was now emitting, moving back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The battle began with Trunks and Cell moving so fast they were vanishing and reappearing all over the battlefield, exchanging high-speed blows. However, during one of the exchanges, Cell managed to land a direct, heavy strike to Trunks' midsection. Cell continued to pummel Trunks after that blow to the stomach, unaware that Trunks was intentionally taking the hits to keep the android occupied. It was a calculated distraction to buy enough time for Krillin to swoop in and rescue the unconscious Vegeta. Krillin successfully grabbed the Saiyan Prince and prepared to make a quick exit from the battlefield. Krillin admitted he wouldn't have bothered helping the stubborn Vegeta if it weren't for Trunks' selfless plan, then quickly retreated. Seeing his father was safe, Trunks began blocking Cell's strikes with renewed focus. Cell smirkingly admitted he knew he was being distracted for Vegeta's sake, and then challenged Trunks to finally stop playing games and show his true strength. Trunks began to power up once more, pushing his energy levels to a massive new height. Cell acknowledged the impressive display, noting that this would be an excellent benchmark to gauge his own perfect power. Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but Cell vanished into thin air, only to reappear instantly behind the young warrior to strike him down. Trunks reacted with surprising speed, countering Cell's move and landing his own set of hits as they grappled in close quarters. He managed to land several significant strikes and even blasted the android with a beam. Despite the successful hits, Cell remained arrogant, telling Trunks that no matter how much he increased his power, he would still never be able to defeat him. Following Cell's taunt, Trunks launched a desperate assault, but this time his attacks failed to even faze the monster. Cell began systematically beating Trunks back, effortlessly countering every single move the young Saiyan attempted. Trunks was left reeling in disbelief, wondering how he could be so completely unable to even touch his opponent despite his massive power. Cell explained the fatal flaw in Trunks' strategy, pointing out that he couldn't keep up because he was focusing solely on raw power without any control. He explained that as Trunks' muscles grew larger to accommodate the energy, his physical speed was dropping significantly, making his increased power a major disadvantage in a real fight. The realization hit Trunks hard. He admitted he had been foolish to think he had truly surpassed his father. He finally understood that Vegeta likely avoided this bulky transformation because he knew the trade-off in speed would make the power boost useless. A lesson Trunks was now learning the hard way while facing a perfect enemy. Giving up on the fight, Trunks lowered his guard and told Cell to just kill him, accepting that victory was impossible. However, Cell refused to end it so soon. He expressed curiosity about how the Z-Fighters had achieved such a rapid increase in strength and demanded to know where Son Goku was hiding. Trunks explained the secrets of the hyperbolic time chamber to the intrigued android. In response, Cell decided to grant them a 10-day grace period to continue their training. He announced that after those 10 days, he would host a massive tournament similar to the Tenkaichi Budokai, where he would act as the sole challenger for all of them. Cell commanded Trunks to gather every capable fighter they knew because, in this upcoming tournament, he intended to face them one by one. He wanted to use the event as a grand stage to truly put his perfect power to the test against the best the Earth had to offer, ensuring he could properly evaluate his new limits. Cell clarified that he wasn't doing this out of mercy, but for his own amusement and to showcase his invincibility to the world. After Cell departed, Trunks stood there in frustration. Around that time, Vegeta finally regained consciousness, and Krillin was there to give him a Senzu bean to restore his strength so they could regroup. Sensing Trunks' massive energy, the group reunited as Trunks detailed Cell's plan for a tournament modeled after the World Martial Arts Championships. Vegeta, his pride stung, immediately declared that he would return to the hyperbolic time chamber to train once more, convinced that only further training would allow him to finally crush Cell. Android 16 stepped forward and requested to be taken to Capsule Corporation so that his damaged body could be repaired, as he also intended to fight against Cell. The entire group then headed to the Briefs' residence, where they met Bulma's parents and began making preparations for the battle that lay ahead. At Capsule Corp, they were joined by Master Roshi, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Oolong, Puar, and Chiaotzu. Roshi began reminiscing about the old Tenkaichi Budokai tournaments, noting that the very last one featured the legendary clash between Goku and Piccolo, and since that epic battle, the tournament hadn't been held again. As the group gathered with Bulma, Cell was busy constructing a custom fighting arena to host his grand event. To ensure the world was watching, he stormed a television station to hijack the broadcast, intending to make a global announcement that would change everything for the inhabitants of Earth. Cell went live on air announcing the Cell Games to the entire world. He invited anyone who dared to face him to join the tournament, but he added a terrifying ultimatum. If he emerged victorious against every challenger, he would proceed to systematically exterminate every single human being on the planet. Following Cell's chilling broadcast, global panic ensued as people scrambled to find hiding places. By this time, a full day had passed since Goku and Gohan entered the time chamber, while Piccolo, Tien, Vegeta, and Trunks waited outside for their return to see how much their power had grown. Vegeta declared that as soon as Kakarot and Gohan finished their session, he would re-enter the chamber to gain the strength needed to defeat Cell single-handedly. However, Piccolo interjected, reminding Vegeta of the strict rules of the room, warning him that he had to be extremely careful with the time he had left. Piccolo explained that no one is permitted to spend more than 2 total days in the chamber throughout their entire life. Since Vegeta had already used 1 full day, he only had 24 hours left. Exceeding that limit would result in being trapped inside the void forever, with no hope of escaping back to the real world. While they were debating the rules, Gohan and Goku finally emerged from the chamber, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms with ease. After greeting their friends and eating a full meal, they were briefed on Cell's actions. Goku then donned his classic gi and prepared to use his instant transmission technique. Goku teleported directly to the arena to observe Cell's perfect form and assess his power level firsthand. He spoke to Cell, noting that there were still 9 days left before the start of the tournament, and warned the android to refrain from harming any more innocent humans until the games officially began. After leaving Cell, Goku returned to Kami's lookout with an unnerving sense of calm. He shocked his friends by candidly stating that Cell was currently stronger than him and that he likely couldn't win. Piccolo immediately urged him to go back into the time chamber for one last day of training to close the gap. Goku calmly declined the offer, explaining that he and Gohan were going to take a period of rest before finishing their training outside the chamber in 3 days' time. Vegeta, listening to this plan, was deeply baffled by Goku's relaxed attitude in the face of such a massive threat, unable to understand his rival's strategy. Goku and Gohan then visited Korin and Yajirobe at Korin Tower. Goku asked Korin to honestly compare his power to Cell's, then powered up to exactly half of his maximum strength. The energy he released was so massive that it could be felt by Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, and Trunks all the way from the lookout. After powering down, Goku asked for the verdict. Korin admitted that even with that incredible display, Goku was still not quite as powerful as Cell. Goku simply nodded with a smile, saying he had expected that answer, which only served to confuse Gohan and Vegeta even more regarding his secret confidence. Gohan found himself wondering how his father could remain so composed while knowing he was outmatched by Cell. He suspected that Goku was hiding a secret trump card. Shortly after, Goku and Gohan teleported to Master Roshi's island to spend some quality time with their friends and recover from their intense training schedule. The duo relaxed with Krillin and the others, staying in their Super Saiyan forms as if it were their natural state. Meanwhile, Piccolo took his turn in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days, followed by Vegeta. At the same time, Bulma was busy examining Android 16 to see if she could get him back into fighting shape. As the fighters trained, the King of the World made a desperate announcement that the military would be mobilized to eliminate Cell. The army soon arrived at the arena, launching a massive assault using tanks, missiles, and heavy artillery, but Cell stood completely unfazed by the conventional human weaponry. After enduring the military's full might, Cell effortlessly wiped out the entire force, an event Goku heard about over the radio. Goku then teleported to Piccolo and asked if there was any way to separate him from Kami, because the Dragon Balls had turned to stone ever since their fusion was completed. Piccolo confirmed that a separation was impossible, leaving them without the Dragon Balls. Goku explained that he needed them to resurrect the people Cell had already killed, so his only remaining option was to travel to New Namek and find someone to become the Earth's new guardian, just as Kami had done years ago. Goku realized he needed to consult King Kai to locate the new home of the Namekians. After teleporting to King Kai's planet and getting the coordinates, Goku traveled to New Namek where he met with Muri, the Grand Elder, and explained the dire situation the Earth was facing with the threat of Cell. Mori decided that Dende, Gohan's old friend who possessed great potential and unique healing abilities, would be the perfect candidate for the job. Goku agreed and used instant transmission to bring Dende back to the lookout, where they explained their need to have the Dragon Balls restored to their functional state. Dende mentioned that he would require a physical model of Shenron to properly restore the dragon's power. He also revealed that his version of the Dragon Balls would grant 3 wishes instead of 1, much like the original Namekian set. Mr. Popo quickly went to retrieve a model he had previously prepared. Using his mystical abilities, Dende brought the Dragon Balls back to life. Goku thanked him and then quickly gathered Gohan and Krillin from Roshi's house so they could say hello to their old friend. Afterward, Goku set off to visit Bulma to borrow the Dragon Radar and begin his search for the scattered spheres. Trunks stopped Goku to ask why he was so incredibly calm, wondering if he had discovered a secret weakness that Cell possessed. Goku admitted that he hadn't found any such weakness and was simply taking things as they came. He then arrived at Bulma's, finding her still hard at work on repairing the systems of Android 16. Goku spent the remaining days gathering the Dragon Balls, while Vegeta finished his final round of training in the Time Chamber. During this time, the world-famous martial arts champion, Mr. Satan, made a public announcement that he would be the one to step into the ring and defeat the monster known as Cell. On the day the tournament was set to begin, Krillin broke some bad news to Goku, reminding him that the Dragon Balls Dende restored were still subject to the rule that people who have already been resurrected once cannot be brought back to life a second time. This meant several of the Z fighters were at risk of permanent death. Goku remained unshaken by the news and told Krillin not to worry as they set off for the tournament grounds. They arrived without Vegeta, who had already headed there on his own. Unbeknownst to them, news cameras were already set up to broadcast the entire event live to a terrified global audience. When Mr. Satan arrived at the Cell Games arena, the crowds cheered wildly, placing all their hopes for survival on him because they believed he was truly the strongest man alive. Shortly after, Vegeta arrived, followed by Android 16, and then Goku and the rest of the warriors made their grand entrance on the scene. The TV announcer and the crowd were confused by the appearance of Goku's group, having no idea who they were. Mr. Satan was annoyed by their presence and tried to shoo them away, claiming he would handle Cell alone. Goku bluntly warned him that he would be killed instantly if he tried to fight, but the warning fell on deaf ears. The announcer laughed at Goku's warning, insisting that Mr. Satan was the invincible world champion. Realizing there was no use in arguing, Goku stepped back to let him have his way. Before Mr. Satan could start, two of his top students and his manager, Piroshki and Koroni, arrived and begged to be allowed to finish Cell first. Mr. Satan sat back as his students entered the ring, but they didn't last a second. Cell's mere aura was powerful enough to blast them out of the arena. Finally, Mr. Satan removed his outer clothing and launched a flurry of punches at Cell. Cell simply waited for him to finish before effortlessly knocking him out of the ring as well. The spectators and the announcer were horrified to see their hero defeated so easily, fearing that no one was left to stop Cell. Mr. Satan, ever the showman, lied to the camera, claiming he had just slipped and needed to rest before he could truly win. It was at that moment that Goku stepped forward to begin his battle with Cell. Cell remarked that he had expected Goku to be the final fighter, but the battle began without further delay. They exchanged a series of rapid strikes until Goku vanished and reappeared behind Cell, delivering a kick that nearly sent the android out of the ring. Cell recovered quickly, but Goku knocked Cell high into the air as the tension rose. Goku fired a Kamehameha, which Cell countered with a physical strike. As they stood facing each other, the announcer and Mr. Satan were floored by the level of fighting they were witnessing. Gohan, however, noted to Vegeta that his father wasn't using his full power yet, prompting Vegeta to explain that Goku was merely testing Cell's limits. Goku finally powered up to his absolute maximum, releasing a colossal amount of energy that stunned even his closest allies. As a bright golden aura enveloped him, Cell responded by powering up himself. Goku rushed in, landing 3 devastatingly fast blows, kicking off a brutal exchange of strikes that blurred to the human eye. Cell then employed the multi-form technique, splitting himself into 4 separate entities to swarm Goku. Goku took to the sky to lure the clones into a more open area where he could pick them off. He successfully dismantled the duplicates one by one, demonstrating his superior tactical awareness in the midst of high-speed combat. Switching tactics, Cell launched several Destructo discs at Goku, but Goku responded by creating his own afterimages to evade the razor-sharp energy. He then saw Cell preparing a massive Kamehameha and braced himself. The energy levels in the arena were reaching critical mass as both fighters prepared for their next big moves. Goku used his incredible speed to teleport behind Cell and deliver a heavy blow. Cell admitted that he had finally found an opponent who was his equal in strength. The android then increased his power level even further, and the fight escalated into a ferocious, high-speed melee that was almost impossible for anyone to track visually. The combat was perfectly balanced, with Goku and Cell trading blows in an endless cycle of offense and defense. They were moving so quickly that the camera equipment failed to record their movements. After a long period of trying to knock each other out of the ring, Cell suggested that they should abandon the tournament rules and fight on the open ground. Goku shouted for his friends to move away from the arena just before Cell obliterated it with a massive blast. Now on the solid ground, the two warriors faced off again. Cell immediately began pursuing Goku with a relentless stream of energy beams, forcing Goku to stay on the move as he looked for an opening. Goku fired back an energy wave to counter Cell's assault, then closed the distance to engage him in a grapple. The ground beneath them began to shatter and shake under the weight of their immense power. Cell managed to knock Goku back and followed up with more energy explosions, filling the battlefield with smoke and fire. Goku ascended to the sky and began charging a full-power Kamehameha. Cell warned him that he couldn't possibly fire it from that angle, as a miss would result in the total destruction of the Earth. Goku ignored the warning, continuing to build up a massive amount of blue energy that lit up the entire sky. In a split-second maneuver, Goku used instant transmission to reappear directly in front of Cell, firing the Kamehameha point blank. The blast vaporized the upper half of Cell's body, leaving everyone watching in total disbelief. For a brief moment, it appeared that Goku had won the battle and saved the planet from the android's terror. To the horror of the onlookers, Cell's lower half stood up and completely regenerated his missing upper body. He mocked Goku, saying it was a good trick but one he wouldn't be able to pull off again. Goku admitted that he knew defeating the monster wouldn't be that simple, and the two immediately resumed their fierce combat. The ground continued to tremble as they traded blows with increasing exhaustion. Goku eventually launched a massive barrage of energy blasts that Cell struggled to dodge. Cell was forced to deploy a large energy barrier to protect himself, noting that Goku's energy reserves were finally starting to dwindle after such an intense struggle. Cell mockingly offered Goku a Senzu bean so they could continue the fight at full strength, but Goku didn't take it. Vegeta watched silently, knowing Goku would rather die than win by such dishonorable means, but he was secretly enraged that even after all his own training, Goku still appeared to be the superior warrior. Goku stood before Cell for a moment in deep thought before suddenly announcing his surrender, admitting that Cell was indeed the stronger fighter. The audience and the other Z fighters were stunned as Goku had never given up on a fight before. They couldn't understand what he was thinking or why he would quit now. Goku then made a bold claim, telling Cell that the person who would fight next would be the one to finally destroy him. Cell laughed off the suggestion, pointing out that all of Goku's friends combined didn't have enough power to even challenge him, let alone win. Goku simply replied that the warrior he was referring to was his son Gohan. Goku's decision caused an immediate uproar among his friends, and Chi-Chi, watching from home, was nearly driven to break her TV in fear for her son's safety. Piccolo confronted Goku, asking if he was trying to get his own son killed, but Goku remained entirely confident, insisting that Gohan had become much stronger than anyone realized. Goku assures Gohan that he has what it takes to win, and Gohan reluctantly steps down to face the monster. But Goku doesn't stop there, he actually tosses Cell a Senzu bean. He tells him to eat it so that when Gohan eventually defeats him, it will be at his full strength with no excuses. As the tension reaches its peak, Gohan begins to focus and tap into his inner reserves of power. Gohan's energy starts to swell to an incredible level, leaving Vegeta and Piccolo absolutely stunned. They can't believe how much the boy's strength has skyrocketed, wondering if this child could truly be the one to save them from Cell's reign of terror. It isn't long before the battle finally erupts, with Gohan and Cell exchanging a blur of high-speed blows as they test each other's limits. Cell quickly gains the upper hand, grabbing Gohan and unleashing a brutal series of attacks. Piccolo is convinced that Goku's decision was a total disaster from the start, but Goku remains standing there with a calm, confident expression, trusting completely in his son. Despite that confidence, Gohan is struggling to hold his own, taking a heavy beating before being blasted by a powerful energy beam. After being slammed into a mountain, Gohan gets back up and speaks to Cell with surprising maturity. He explains that he honestly hates fighting and has no desire to take anyone's life, including his. He warns Cell that his power becomes truly terrifying when he loses his temper, and after all the intense training he went through in the hyperbolic time chamber, he knows he could end this easily if he gets angry. Cell, being the arrogant perfectionist that he is, tells Gohan that he's dying to see this hidden power and decides to push him over the edge on purpose. He continues to ruthlessly beat Gohan, hoping the pain will trigger his rage. Eventually, he grabs the boy in a crushing grip, looking like he's about to snap his bones just to see if that's what it takes to finally unleash the kid's true potential. Piccolo turns to Goku and asks if he's really going to let his son die, telling him that Gohan needs to get angry. Piccolo explains that if Gohan gets angry, he can defeat Cell, and that this is their only chance. Even though Gohan might be strong, Piccolo adds that ultimately, he's still just a child. He's probably thinking that you abandoned him to Cell to die. I'm going to go defend him. But before Piccolo can go, Cell appears and takes the Senzu beans from Krillin. Cell then tells Gohan, "I'm going to attack your friends and beat them up. Perhaps that will make you angry." And indeed, Cell was about to attack everyone standing there. But suddenly, Android 16 descended, grabbed him, and told Goku and his friends, "Nobody come near. I'm going to self-destruct with him inside me. There's a destructive bomb inside me. I'm going to detonate it now." But 16 couldn't manage to self-destruct. Krillin told him, "You won't be able to detonate yourself. Bulma told me that while she was repairing you, she removed the bomb from your body." Destructive power? Cell laughed, and then he hit 16 with a beam, destroying him. Nothing was left of 16 but his head. After that, Cell released 7 small fighters from his body, who looked exactly like him, and sent them to attack Goku and his friends. Since there were 7 of them, the small Cell Juniors were incredibly strong. They attacked Goku because his energy was depleted from fighting Cell. Yamcha and Tien tried to defend them and fought back, but Cell's juniors didn't die and attacked again. Goku and his friends couldn't stand against them, and the juniors continued to beat them. Gohan was just standing there, not knowing what to do. Goku said to his friends, "I'm sorry, I'm the one who put you in this situation." The announcer was still, and Stan were watching and broadcasting the event. While they were standing there, they found the head of Android 16 next to them. 16 spoke to Stan, saying, "Take me to Gohan. The child is fighting Cell." Stan, although startled to hear the head speaking, alone picked up 16 and threw him towards Gohan. 16 told him, "You can't just stand there. Get angry and fight so your friends don't die. Your planet will be destroyed if you keep standing still." Cell approached 16 and stepped on his head, destroying him completely. Gohan then felt everything happening around him, became enraged, gathered his power, and shouted at Cell, "Enough!" Gohan's power grew immensely, and the ground began to shake from his strength. The camera even shattered. The broadcast was cut off from the public. Gohan approached Cell, took the Senzu beans from him, and then moved with incredible speed, saving his friends. He killed 3 of Cell's juniors with a single blow each. When the remaining 4 attacked him, with various techniques, Gohan was unaffected. He went to them and said, "You should be ashamed of what you've done." He then began to strike the 4 with powerful blows, tearing their bodies apart and finishing them off. After that, he gave the Senzu beans to his friends. Cell stood there, furious, and attacked him. But Gohan's speed made it impossible for Cell to land a hit. They entered a confrontation, and Cell tried to strike him. But Gohan had memorized all of Cell's movements, and easily blocked them. Goku's friends, watching, were amazed by Gohan's level and power. Goku said, "Gohan did exactly as I expected." Piccolo then said to Goku, "I understand now why you killed Cell initially. To show Gohan Cell's movements so he could memorize them before fighting. Your gamble paid off greatly." Afterwards, Cell and Gohan continued their battle. Cell attacked with a very powerful beam, creating a huge explosion, but still, he couldn't hit Gohan. So he got angry, gathered his full power, which was immense, and told Gohan, "Now I'll show you my true strength." Cell attacked quickly and hit Gohan, but the blow had no effect on Gohan at all. Then Gohan went and struck Cell in the stomach, then in the face. Cell was affected by the hits and stood there surprised, thinking to himself, "Even when I'm at full power, I can't keep up with him." Gohan approached him and Cell tried to strike him, but Gohan blocked him and kicked him in the face, knocking him down. Cell remained waiting. When Cell attacked with many kicks and beams, Gohan blocked them all. Cell then flew upwards and used his Kamehameha with all his might. He declared, "This Kamehameha is enough to destroy the planet." The Kamehameha descended upon Gohan, but to counter it, Gohan unleashed an even stronger Kamehameha, and the two collided with each other, causing a massive explosion that sent everyone flying. Gohan's Kamehameha hit Cell, severing both his arms and legs. Afterwards, Goku told Gohan, "Finish him off." But Gohan replied, "No, I want to torture him a bit." Cell's anger grew, and he regenerated his arms and legs, increasing his power and transforming. He attacked again, but when he enlarged himself, he became slower, and Gohan easily hit him twice. From then on, Cell was no longer able to control his final form completely. Against his will, Android 18 emerged from his mouth, and he returned to his previous form. Gohan then struck him once more, sending Cell flying. Cell inflated himself, saying, "I won't let you defeat me. I'm going to self-destruct now, and this explosion will destroy the entire planet Earth." Goku and his friends were shocked, and even Gohan stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Finally, Goku decided to take Cell and use instant transmission to move far away from the planet. And before he did that, he bid farewell to his friends, telling them, "This is the only solution I have." He then told Gohan, "Apologize to your mother for me, and tell her I'm sorry I wasn't a perfect husband." He then actually placed his hand on Cell and instantly transported them to King Kai's. He told King Kai, "Forgive me, I had nowhere else to go." Cell detonated in a massive explosion. After the explosion, Goku and King Kai died. Goku apologized to him, saying, "I'm sorry for bringing you with me, but why don't I feel Cell's energy here, even though he should be dead like us?" King Kai replied, "You're right, I feel his energy too. I think Cell didn't actually die." Goku and his friends were shocked. Meanwhile, back on Earth, everyone was saddened by his death. Gohan said, "This is all my fault. I should have defeated Cell when I had the chance." Krillin went to comfort Gohan and his companions. They were about to leave when suddenly Cell appeared in his perfect form and shot Trunks with a beam, killing him. Goku's friends were surprised that Cell was alive. Cell told them, "I'll tell you how I'm alive. My head contains a core. This core is what regenerates me. Luckily, after I self-destructed, the core remained intact and regenerated my body. And because I possess Saiyan cells, Saiyans become stronger when they are on the brink of death and return to life. So when I was on the verge of death and returned to life, my power increased tremendously and I achieved my perfect form. I was also able to use Goku's instant transmission. I came here and now I can defeat Gohan." After Cell finished explaining, Vegeta stood there, shocked by Trunks' death. He declared, "I must avenge him." He quickly attacked Cell with beams and then more beams, but Cell was unfazed and then struck Vegeta, and was about to kill him with a beam when Gohan quickly jumped in to protect Vegeta, getting injured himself. He then got up, still injured, to fight Cell. Piccolo asked Krillin, "Don't you have any Senzu beans? We can give them to Gohan so his wounds can heal." Krillin said, "No, unfortunately we've used them all." At that moment, Cell prepared a Kamehameha with all his might to destroy the Earth. Gohan thought, "I can't face him in this condition." Vegeta said, "Gohan, forgive me, I won't be able to help you." Goku's friends said, "We're done for." They all surrendered until Goku contacted Gohan through King Kai, telling him, "I'm talking to you from the afterlife. Don't give up. Use even just one arm to block Cell's Kamehameha. You still have power inside you. You can do it." Gohan heard his words. When Cell fired his Kamehameha, Gohan unleashed his own Kamehameha and all of Goku's friends quickly moved away. But Cell's attack was stronger and Gohan couldn't hold on. Goku kept encouraging him to endure. Piccolo didn't leave him either. He went and attacked Cell. Cell dodged him and Piccolo stood up and continued his attack on Cell. In his mind, he thought, "Gohan is the only one who treated me well. I won't let him die." Yamcha and Tien, watching from afar, said, "We're going to die anyway, so we might as well die fighting." They too went to join the fight. Piccolo, Tien, and Trunks stood with Android 18. They all attacked Cell, but he blocked them. They said, "Goku's death and Gohan's sacrifice won't be in vain." They united their attacks, and Vegeta arrived and attacked, supporting them. Goku continued to encourage Gohan, saying, "You still have power inside you. Help your friends and unleash it." Gohan unleashed his power, managing to increase the power of his Kamehameha. He hit Cell with it, vaporizing him and destroying his core. Finally, Cell was defeated thanks to the efforts of Goku, Gohan, and their friends. Gohan then collapsed, carried him. Trunks and Krillin took Android 18, and they all left to go to Dende's except for Vegeta, who left them to train because he was frustrated that Goku and Gohan were stronger than him. Stan took advantage of the fact that everyone had left and told the announcer that he was the one who defeated Cell. The announcer spread the news, and the world believed him. Goku's friends arrived at Dende's. Dende healed Gohan, and Android 18 got up, realizing Krillin had helped her. Afterwards, they all used the Dragon Balls. Shenron appeared, and they asked him to restore everyone Cell had killed back to life. He did so, reviving Trunks and Android 17. However, Goku didn't return because he had already been brought back to life by the Dragon Balls before. Shenron told Goku's friends, "You are supposed to have 3 wishes, but the wish I just granted you was difficult and will count as 2 wishes. So, you now have 1 wish left. Make it now." They sat thinking about how to bring Goku back to life until Goku contacted them and said, "Don't trouble yourselves to bring me back. I'm enjoying myself here, and Gohan will take my place. Live your lives and enjoy your future." They all heard him and, though sad, thought about what to wish for with their second wish. Krillin, who had started to fall for Android 18, asked the dragon to remove the destructive bombs that Dr. Jiro had placed in the bodies of Android 17 and Android 18. Shenron did so, then disappeared, and the Dragon Balls scattered. Krillin's friends were surprised and asked him, "Why did you do that? Do you love Android 18? Krillin lied, telling them, "No, I don't love her. How could I? She's half android," he explained. "I did it because 17 and 18 are a couple, and I felt I had to help them because they are kind." Android 18, overhearing him, said, "By the way, 17 and I aren't a couple, we're siblings." Before Android 18 left, she told Krillin, "See you soon," and then they all departed. To return to their homes, Gohan returned to Chi-Chi, who learned from him that Goku had died and began to cry. Gohan comforted her. The next day, Trunks bid them all farewell to return to his future timeline. He indeed returned and met Bulma, telling her everything that had happened. He then went to eliminate the evil Android 17 and Android 18 of his time. When he reached them, he told them, "You were kind in the past, which is why I must kill you here. I've become much stronger since the last time I saw you." Trunks attacked Android 18, hitting her. He then quickly appeared behind her, hit her again, and finished her off with a beam. He then went to Android 17, struck him, and pinned him down with a beam, eliminating both of them. He waited for a month for his timeline's Cell to appear. When Cell finally showed up, Trunks fought him too, saying, "I won't let you go back to the past and do what you did." He attacked him with a very powerful attack and easily defeated him. Peace returned to the future. A year later, Chi-Chi gave birth to a child she conceived before Goku's death. They named him Goten, and Gohan now had a brother. He grew up. 6 years passed, during which Gohan focused solely on his studies. He turned 16 and went to a city called Satan City to attend high school. Satan City was named after Hercule Satan, the fighter whom everyone now saw as the world's savior after he tricked them into believing he defeated Cell. When Gohan arrived in Satan City and was on his way to school, he found criminals robbing a bank. He thought to himself, "I'll transform into a Super Saiyan so no one discovers my identity." He transformed, attacked the criminals, returned the stolen money, and disappeared. Videl, Hercule Satan's daughter, arrived afterward and saw what had happened. She asked someone nearby, "Who beat up those criminals?" The person replied, "That's the Golden Warrior everyone in the city is talking about." Videl then went to her school, which coincidentally was the same one Gohan attended. She met her friends Sharpner and Eris and told them, "I want to find out who this Golden Warrior is who keeps arresting criminals in this city." While they were talking, Gohan entered the classroom. The teacher announced, "Everyone, this is your new classmate, Son Gohan." Gohan entered and sat next to Eris, who introduced him to Videl and Sharpner. She told him that Videl was Hercule Satan's daughter, the hero who saved the world. She also told him about the Golden Warrior who arrests criminals. Gohan thought to himself, "This Golden Warrior, I've come to Satan City 3 times, and each time I've encountered criminals and apprehended them. The city's residents named me that because they don't know my identity and only saw my yellow hair." While Gohan was talking to himself, Videl said to him, "I suspect you are the Golden Warrior." Sharpner replied, "Impossible. He looks too weak." A little later, they all went to play baseball on the school field during the day. Gohan's strength in the game caught Videl's attention, making her suspect him even more. As he was leaving after the school day, she followed him. Gohan hid so Videl wouldn't see his battlesuit and then traveled by Capsule Corp. He went to Bulma and said, "I want you to make me an outfit that reveals my identity." Bulma said, "Okay, sit here for an hour and I'll give it to you." Gohan indeed waited with them at the house. He then went to find Trunks to greet him and found him training with Vegeta in the gravity room. He greeted him. Vegeta saw Gohan and said, "You've become weak. You should train. Just because we're at peace doesn't mean you should stop training." Gohan replied, "Okay." The hour passed and Bulma gave Gohan a device that, when pressed, would allow him to wear the costume she had made for him automatically. Gohan thanked her and left, returning to Satan City flying without his battlesuit. He saw a reckless driver there, landed, stopped him, and said, "Don't drive so recklessly." The driver asked, "Who are you anyway?" Gohan thought of a name for himself and told the driver, "I am a bringer of justice, and my name is Saiyaman." Gohan stomped on the ground beneath the driver, who got scared and said, "I won't do that again." After this incident, news of Saiyaman began to spread throughout Satan City. The next day, Gohan said goodbye to Chi-Chi and Goten and flew to school. When he sat in class, Videl received a call from the police telling her that criminals had hijacked a bus. Videl left school and headed there. Gohan asked Eris, "Where did Videl go?" Eris replied, "Videl is strong like her father Hercule, so the police call her when something happens." Gohan thought Videl might get hurt. He also left class and followed Videl. He found her descending from her plane onto the bus and attacking the hijackers. She rescued the hostages, but the bus was about to go off a cliff. Gohan quickly grabbed the bus, saving everyone. He then told Videl, "I am Saiyaman. Videl recognized his costume and realized it wasn't just anyone. Gohan in front of her. He went home and found Goten saying, "I had a pet monster named Chibi, but now I can't find him. Please look for him and bring him back to me." Gohan saw on the television that Chibi had been kidnapped by someone working at the circus named Mosca. The next day, Gohan went to Mosca. Mosca brought out Chibi and Gohan took him. As they walked away, the police chased them, thinking Gohan had stolen Chibi from the circus. Videl arrived with the police and tried to stop him, but she couldn't. She kept struggling until Chibi's parents arrived and attacked everyone to get Chibi back. Gohan realized his mistake and said, "Don't worry. I am Gohan, Goten's brother, and I'll return your son to you." Videl then realized that Gohan was Saiyamon. Gohan gave Chibi back to his parents and they left. The next day at school, Gohan met Videl and she said, "Please, let the matter of Saiyamon be our secret. If anyone finds out I'm strong, I won't be able to make friends here or live a normal life." Videl agreed, but with two conditions. First, you have to participate in the Tenkaichi Budokai tournament and fight me, because there's no one strong enough besides me and my father, Hercule, who won the last one. Second, you have to teach me how to fly. Gohan agreed and went back to Bulma, saying, "I want you to make me something other than this helmet, to disguise myself because I'm participating in the Tenkaichi Budokai, and helmets are forbidden in the tournament." Bulma gave him a wig and sunglasses for disguise. She said, "Don't worry, your victory in the tournament is guaranteed. No one stronger than you will participate." But then Vegeta arrived and said, "I'll participate if Gohan is participating." Goku also contacted them through King Kai, saying, "I'll participate too. My father told me that he can bring me back to the living world for one day, and I'll participate then." Gohan was excited. He went and told Krillin about the Tenkaichi Budokai. At that time, Krillin had grown his hair long, was married to Android 18, and they had a daughter named Meron. Krillin decided to participate in the tournament after learning that the winners would receive a lot of money. Gohan left him and went to inform Piccolo about the tournament date. Gohan then took time off school to train. When he returned home, he told Chi-Chi that Goku would return to the living world for one day. Chi-Chi was overjoyed and said to Goten, "You'll finally see your father." The next day, Gohan began his training with Goten. Goten said, "I want to be as strong as you." Gohan laughed and told him, "That takes a lot of training. My father and I underwent tremendous training just to reach the Super Saiyan level." But while Gohan was laughing, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan was surprised and asked, "How did you do that?" Goten replied, "Trunks and I are friends because we're about the same age, and we train together whenever we meet. But the problem is, I can't fly like him." Gohan said, "I'll teach you." While they were talking, Videl arrived so Gohan could teach her to fly. The three of them sat together, and Gohan told Videl, "To fly, you first need to control your ki, which is the hidden energy within you. Goten can control his ki, but you still need to work on yours." Videl sat there trying to control her ki, and their training continued all day. Goten was then able to fly, and Videl could control her ki, though not perfectly. She was able to lift her feet off the ground. Before she left that day, Gohan told her, "You should cut your hair. It will be a hindrance in fights." Videl agreed. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks were also training. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of Vegeta, who was astonished. He couldn't believe it, thinking, how can a child transform so easily? Vegeta was even more surprised when Trunks told him that Goten could also transform. Just as they were training in the living world, Goku was also training in the afterlife. The next day, Videl arrived with her hair cut as he had suggested. The days passed with training. Videl mastered the art of flying, the tournament date arrived, and everyone was ready. Gohan and his friends, on their way to the tournament, agreed that neither Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, nor Trunks would transform into Super Saiyans during their fights, opting to use only their regular power. When they arrived at the venue, at the tournament, Goku finally made his grand entrance and met up with the gang. Little Goten couldn't wait to give his dad a massive hug, and after the warm welcome, they all headed over to register. However, there was a catch. Trunks and Goten had to sign up for the brand new junior division, a special bracket created specifically for the younger competitors. This new division was meant for kids under 15 so they wouldn't have to fight the adults and accidentally end up hurting them too badly. Once registration was out of the way, they all walked together, and Trunks got a bit cheeky, asking Goten if his dad was actually weak since he thought his own father, Vegeta, looked way more powerful. Goten just brushed it off, saying they'd see soon enough. They made their way to the staging area for the fighters and greeted the tournament announcer, who was genuinely thrilled to see them again. He told them that having them back in the competition really makes the whole event feel special and exciting. While they were chatting, Piccolo was secretly busy disabling every single camera in the vicinity. He told Gohan that he broke them all on purpose so no one could broadcast his face, ensuring his true identity wouldn't be leaked to his classmates at school, allowing him to fight without any stress. Gohan was relieved and thanked him for the help. Shortly after, the tournament director came forward to address the crowd, announcing that there were 194 adult participants in total. Only 16 of them would manage to qualify for the final rounds of the tournament, making the competition incredibly fierce from the start. Naturally, Mr. Satan got a free pass into the finals as the reigning champion from the previous year. That left only 15 spots open, which would be determined by a punch machine test. Every fighter had to strike the machine, and the 15 people with the highest power readings would move on to the next phase. Mr. Satan stepped forward first. The announcer declared him the strongest man in the world and said there was no way anyone would surpass the power of his punch. Satan threw his strike and set the benchmark score. Then all 137 contestants were told to line up and take their turns, with Satan boasting that he would defeat them all just like in the previous tournament. After him, several contestants stepped up, but their scores were all lower than his. Then it was Goku and his friend's turn. They threw casual punches that were vastly stronger than Satan's, leaving everyone watching completely stunned and convinced the machine had malfunctioned. But then Vegeta stepped forward and punched with his full power, shattering the machine into pieces. The officials had to pause the qualifiers to go find a replacement machine. Meanwhile, Videl was totally floored and asked Gohan if he knew those incredibly strong people. Gohan casually pointed out that the guy in the orange outfit was actually his father and the rest were all fake friends. Videl was completely baffled, thinking to herself about how Gohan had mentioned his father passed away years ago. She couldn't wrap her head around how he was suddenly standing there. Right as she was pondering that mystery, the junior division matches were finally ready to kick off. The announcer told the junior fighters that there were 35 of them ready to go. They would be competing in a standard elimination-style tournament until only 2 finalists remained to battle it out for the top spot. The stakes were high even for the kids. The grand prize for the winner was a staggering 10 million zeni. Not only that, but as an extra special reward, the champion would get the unique opportunity to face off against the legendary Mr. Satan himself in an exhibition match. Trunks and Goten eventually reached the final match and got ready to throw down. Once the fight started, they began exchanging blows at incredible speeds. The audience was absolutely shocked to see 2 little kids moving with such overwhelming power as they tore up the arena floor. Trunks fired off an energy blast, but Goten dodged it with ease and countered with a Kamehameha of his own. Trunks barely avoided that one too, and then suggested to Goten that since they couldn't control their energy blasts perfectly yet, they should probably just stick to regular hand-to-hand combat. They went back to physical fighting, and Trunks managed to lift Goten up and grab him from behind in a tight hold. In order to break free, Goten instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan for a split second. Trunks immediately called him out for cheating, since they had agreed not to use that form. Goten apologized, saying he just couldn't help himself in the heat of the moment. Trunks, undeterred, bragged that he would win anyway, even if he only used one hand. They engaged again, and Goten went flying high into the air, only for him to come diving back down at maximum speed. Trunks waited for the perfect moment and transformed into a Super Saiyan himself to dodge Goten's attack, hoping Goten would crash into the stage. Goten managed to use an energy burst to propel himself back, but Trunks was too fast. He maneuvered behind Goten, landed a solid hit, and knocked him right out of the ring. Goten landed and immediately complained that Trunks was the one who cheated by using his other hand and transforming. Trunks reminded him that he started it by going Super Saiyan first. To make it up to him, Trunks told Goten not to be sad and promised to give him 3 of his own toys. Goten was instantly cheered up by the offer. Meanwhile, Vegeta was feeling pretty smug that Trunks beat Goten, even telling Goku that his bloodline was clearly superior. Goku just gave a little smile, but Mr. Satan was watching the whole thing and was absolutely terrified by the sheer power of those kids. Satan was panicking, thinking about how he was supposed to face the winner. He realized he was definitely going to get humiliated in front of everyone because those two were way stronger than him. He stepped into the ring, not knowing what to do, and as soon as the fight started, Trunks landed a hit that sent him flying. Satan was knocked clear out of the ring, but he quickly got up and pretended that he lost on purpose just to be nice to a little kid. Surprisingly, the audience actually fell for his act. After that, Goku and his friends went to check the results of the qualifying round to see if they made it to the final stage. It turned out that Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Android 18, Piccolo, Gohan, and Videl were all among the 15 qualifiers. While they were walking, they ran into two other mysterious finalists. One of them approached Goku and told him that he was looking forward to their match because he knew Goku was incredibly strong. The stranger admitted he probably didn't stand a chance but really wanted to test Goku's true power. Shortly after, everyone moved into the designated area to draw lots and determine the official tournament matchups to see who would be fighting against whom in the first round. Meanwhile, Trunks was itching to get into the adult competition. He and Goten secretly ambushed one of the masked finalists, knocked him out, and stole his outfit. They both squeezed into the costume together so they could compete without anyone figuring out their little scheme. They blended in with the others for the drawing, and the matchups were finally announced. The first fight would be Krillin versus a huge fighter named Punta. The second match pitted Piccolo against the mysterious man who had spoken to Goku earlier, whose name was revealed to be Shin. The third match was Videl going up against a guy named Spopovich, and the fourth match featured Gohan against Kibito. Kibito was actually the tall, imposing individual who had been standing right next to Shin while he was talking to Goku earlier in the day. The fifth fight was Android 18 versus Satan, but the real hype was for the sixth match, Vegeta versus Goku. When Vegeta saw the bracket, he was thrilled, saying that the moment he had been waiting for all this time had finally arrived. Vegeta was determined to beat Goku once and for all. The seventh match featured the masked fighter, who was really Trunks and Goten, against Killa. Finally, the eighth and last match was between Yamu and Jewel. After the draw, the announcer went over the rules for everyone. The rules were mostly the same as usual, but there was a new 30-minute time limit for each fight. If no one won by the end of the half hour, the judges would decide the winner based on who performed better during the match. With that, it was time to start the show. The action kicked off with Krillin and Punta entering the ring for the very first match. Krillin landed a few quick, solid hits and secured an easy victory. Next up were Piccolo and Shin, but as soon as their fight was about to begin, something felt very off. Piccolo took one look at Shin and was completely paralyzed by fear, unable to even move or use his energy. To everyone's total disbelief, Piccolo actually surrendered on the spot. Shin realized then that Piccolo had likely figured out his true identity. Once they were out of the ring, Piccolo asked Shin who he really was. Kibito stepped in and explained that this was the Supreme Kai, the highest ruler of the universe, who stands far above any other Kai they might have heard of. It turns out there's a whole hierarchy of Kais they didn't know about. Piccolo was even more terrified after hearing that. Then came the match between Videl and Spopovich. Videl started off strong, dominating the fight and knocking Spopovich down easily, but the weird part was that he just kept getting back up every single time she hit him. She pummeled him repeatedly, but he seemed completely unfazed. At one point, he managed to land a heavy blow on Videl that nearly sent her out of the ring, but she saved herself by flying back in. She then landed a massive strike on Spopovich's neck, seemingly breaking it. Shockingly, Spopovich just used his hands to snap his neck back into place like it was nothing. The crowd was horrified. Goku noticed something was very wrong and said that Spopovich had some kind of secret power and that Videl really should forfeit the match immediately. The brutal fight continued, and Spopovich began mercilessly beating Videl. She refused to give up and tried to take the fight to the air, but Spopovich followed and blasted her with energy. Gohan was absolutely furious watching Videl suffer and transformed into a Super Saiyan in his rage. Gohan was about to jump in to save her, but Yamu, the other mysterious fighter, stepped in and told Spopovich to end it. Spopovich finally threw Videl out of the ring to win the match. Gohan immediately rushed over to her side and took her away to get medical attention. While they were at the clinic, Mr. Satan showed up to check on his daughter. Goku used instant transmission to grab 3 Senzu beans from Korin and gave one to Gohan for Videl. Mr. Satan tried to stop Gohan from giving her the bean, telling him to back off and leave her alone. Gohan ignored him and gave Videl the Senzu bean anyway, and she was instantly healed and back on her feet. Soon, it was time for the 4th match between Gohan and Kibito. Before the fight started, Gohan's friends from school who were in the stands realized he was actually the Great Saiyaman. They started cheering for him loudly. When the match finally began, Kibito looked at Gohan and demanded that he transform into a Super Saiyan. He wanted to see Gohan's full strength to determine if he would actually be useful for their mission. Gohan was totally confused by the request, but went along with it and transformed. His school friends were shocked to realize he was also the famous Golden Warrior. At that moment, Supreme Kai revealed his plan to Goku and the others, warning them about what was coming. He explained that Spopovich and Yamu were after energy and were about to drain Gohan. He told everyone to stay put and not interfere no matter what they saw. Sure enough, Spopovich and Yamu lunged at Gohan to steal his power while he was transformed. They successfully drained Gohan, leaving him unconscious on the floor, and then made a run for it. They believed this energy would be enough to finally bring Majin Buu back to life. Supreme Kai told the group not to worry, as Kibito would soon heal Gohan. Supreme Kai decided to follow the 2 villains to their hideout and asked Goku to come along and help. Goku admitted he was completely lost, but figured he had no choice but to follow along and see where this weird situation was heading. Goku set off with Piccolo, Krillin, and a very grumpy Vegeta, who was furious that his fight with Goku got interrupted. Meanwhile, Kibito restored Gohan's energy and took him to catch up with Supreme Kai and the rest of the gang. Videl insisted on going with Gohan, and she flew off with him and Kibito. As they traveled, Supreme Kai started explaining the whole backstory to Goku's group. He told them that a long time ago there was an incredibly gifted and evil wizard named Bibidi. Bibidi used his dark magic to summon an unstoppable monster called Majin Buu. This creature's power was absolutely terrifying. He destroyed countless planets and managed to kill 4 of the other Supreme Kais who were just like Shin. Eventually, Buu became too much even for Bibidi to control, so the wizard sealed him inside a sphere that only he could open. Shin and the others managed to find Bibidi back then and killed him so he could never release Majin Buu ever again. Unfortunately, they later discovered that Bibidi had a son named Babidi, who possessed the same dark powers as his father to break the seal. They started hunting for Babidi and eventually tracked him down right here on planet Earth. Babidi was determined to resurrect Majin Buu, but he needed a massive amount of energy to do it. He used his magic to brainwash Yamu and Spopovich, turning them into his servants so they could collect the energy required for the ritual. The 2 henchmen came to the World Martial Arts Tournament, hoping to find powerful fighters to drain. Supreme Kai revealed that he knew this all along, which is why they attended the tournament and allowed them to take Gohan's energy in the first place. The plan was to let them lead the way straight to Babidi's secret base. After Supreme Kai finished his explanation, they continued their journey, but Videl was starting to get exhausted from the long flight and was struggling to keep up. Gohan suggested that she head back since things were about to get very dangerous. Videl admitted she knew Gohan and his friends were the ones who actually defeated Cell, not her father. She remembered seeing them on TV back then, fighting with everything they had. She was confident they would overcome this new threat too and told Gohan she'd be waiting for him to return victorious. After Videl said her goodbyes and headed back, Yamu and Spopovich finally reached Babidi's location with the energy. Goku and the gang hid nearby to watch as Babidi emerged from his underground spaceship. He wasn't alone. He had 2 powerful assistants with him, a fighter named Pui Pui and the king of the demon realm, Dabura himself. Supreme Kai warned everyone to be extremely careful because Dabura was the strongest being in the demon world. He explained that Babidi uses his magic to take control of anyone who has even a little bit of evil hiding in their heart. Shin was confident that Babidi wouldn't be able to control Goku's group. After Babidi took the energy they stole from Gohan, he coldly told Yamu and Spopovich that they were now useless to him and that he would get the rest of the energy his own way. Babidi used his magic to execute Spopovich on the spot, and when Yamu tried to flee, Puipu finished him off too. Babidi then told Dabura that they still needed much more energy to wake up Majin Buu, just as Supreme Kai and the heroes were watching. Dabura noticed that 3 of the people with Supreme Kai had massive power levels and suggested luring them into the ship to drain them. Without warning, Dabura lunged at the group, instantly killing Kibito before anyone could react. He then spat on Krillin and Piccolo, which turned them both into solid stone statues. Dabura then retreated back into the ship to bait the rest into following him. Supreme Kai explained to a horrified Goku that Dabura's spit can turn anything to stone. He warned them that if the stone statues were broken, Krillin and Piccolo would die permanently. The only way to reverse the petrification and bring their friends back to life was to defeat Dabura once and for all. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were determined to take him down and entered the ship with Supreme Kai. Babidi was delighted to see them walking right into his trap and immediately started funneling Gohan's stolen energy into Majin Buu's sealed sphere. Babidi boasted that once he had the energy from these 3 new fighters, Buu would finally be free. He then sent Pui to deal with them, who explained that Babidi was at the bottom of the ship and they would have to fight their way through various stages to reach him. Pui told them they were currently on the 1st floor and would face a new opponent at every level. If they managed to win, they could proceed deeper into the ship. However, he scoffed and said they wouldn't even be able to get past him. He also revealed that any damage they took would have its energy sent directly to Babidi. To decide who would take the first fight, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan decided to play a quick game of rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta won the game and stepped up to face Pui. Pui tried to attack, but Vegeta dodged every move with 0 effort and began landing heavy blows, completely dominating the fight and making the villain look like a total amateur. Seeing how easily Vegeta was winning, Babidi used his magic to transform the room into an environment like Pui's home planet, hoping the massive gravity there would give his henchmen the edge. Pui bragged that the gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Vegeta just laughed because he's used to training in much higher gravity than that. He continued his assault on Pui and ended the fight by completely vaporizing him. The magic faded, and they found themselves back in the ship's corridor. A door opened to the 2nd floor, and Supreme Kai was left speechless by Vegeta's raw power. Babidi was fuming that they cleared the 1st stage so easily, so he prepared a new nightmare for them on the next level. On the 2nd floor, they encountered a terrifying beast named Yakon. Goku stepped forward to handle this one. Yakon lunged quickly and managed to slice through part of Goku's clothes. Supreme Kai warned that Yakon was a legendary and extremely dangerous monster. Shin suggested they all team up, but Goku told him not to worry. Babidi once again used his magic to transport them to Yakon's home world, a place of total darkness. Yakon laughed, telling Goku that in this pitch-black world, he wouldn't be able to see a thing. Goku didn't need his eyes. He sensed Yakon's movements and landed several solid hits. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan, lighting up the entire area. Babidi was shocked by how powerful these humans were, and it looked like Yakon was about to lose. However, Yakon had a trick up his sleeve. He could actually eat light energy. He sucked up all of Goku's Super Saiyan aura, forcing Goku back into his base form. Goku paused for a second and then decided to transform right back into a Super Saiyan again. Supreme Kai thought Goku was being reckless and warned him that Yakon would just eat the energy again. Vegeta told the Kai to just let Goku do his thing, knowing his rival definitely had a strategy in mind for this gluttonous beast. As Yakon started draining him, Goku began flooding him with an insane amount of energy. Yakon couldn't handle the sheer volume of power and literally exploded from the inside out. With the 2nd stage cleared, they moved down to the 3rd level where Dabura awaited. Dabura decided he would handle them himself, but first entered a meditation chamber to boost his power levels. While Gohan waited for him to emerge, the World Martial Arts Tournament was still stuck in a total standstill back at the arena. The crowd was getting really restless and angry. Mr. Satan looked around and realized there were only 4 fighters left: Killa, Android 18, Jewel, and that mysterious masked fighter who was actually Trunks and Goten in disguise. Satan thought the remaining fighters looked like weaklings and figured he could win easily. He went to the organizers and suggested they just disqualify everyone who left and hold a 5-man battle royale to finish the tournament. The officials agreed and the battle royale kicked off. Jewel immediately tried to attack Android 18, but she sent him flying out of the ring with a single strike. At the same time, Trunks and Goten took care of business elsewhere. Trunks knocked Killa out of the arena as well, leaving only Mr. Satan, Android 18, and the masked duo. Satan was starting to sweat, while 18 decided to ignore him since he was so weak and focused her attention on the masked fighter. Trunks and Android 18 both lunged at each other, leaving Mr. Satan alone in a corner. Even though Goten was having a hard time staying balanced inside the costume, the boys were still managing to hold their own against the powerful Android 18. They exchanged several heavy blows until 18 landed a hit that knocked them into the stage, cracking the floor. Mr. Satan almost fell out during the commotion but managed to hang on. The boys then quickly swapped positions inside the suit, with Goten now on top. They took flight and attacked again, managing to land a hit on 18. She was starting to get suspicious, wondering why the masked fighter's fighting style and movements seemed to keep shifting. She managed to knock them down again, forcing the boys to swap one more time. With Trunks back on top, they dodged an energy blast from 18. Growing desperate, the boys decided to transform into Super Saiyans while inside the suit. They fired off a massive blast that 18 barely managed to avoid. The energy blast caused a huge explosion outside the stadium. Having finally recognized their unique energy, Android 18 called them out by name. The boys panicked and tried to flee, but 18 fired a precise blast that sliced their costume right in half. The announcer saw them and immediately disqualified them for cheating. The two boys bolted from the arena as fast as they could. Up in the stands, Bulma and Chi-Chi were absolutely floored, unable to believe what their sons had just pulled off. Android 18 then turned her attention to Mr. Satan, who was shaking in his boots. She grabbed him and whispered that she didn't actually care about being the champion. All she wanted was the money. She knew the winner's purse was 10 million zeni. She told him 10 million wasn't enough for her time, so she offered him a deal. She would let him win if he paid her 20 million zeni later. Satan desperately agreed, so she told him to launch an attack so they could make it look convincing. Satan threw an incredibly weak punch, and 18 put on an Oscar-worthy performance, pretending to be hurt and throwing herself out of the ring. The crowd went wild as Mr. Satan was declared the winner again. Before leaving, 18 gave him a look that said he better have her money ready soon. "Listen up, Satan. I'll be at your house tomorrow to collect that money, and if you haven't got it ready, you're dead meat." While all that drama was unfolding, Videl headed back toward the tournament grounds after leaving Gohan's side, and along the way, she ran right into Goten and Trunks. The boys filled her in on everything they had discovered about Babidi and the terrifying Majin Buu, so they all decided to head toward Goku and the rest of the gang to see what was actually going down. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were still standing their ground, waiting impatiently for Dabura to make his move. Finally, Dabura emerged from his meditation chamber and approached them. Gohan didn't hesitate, declaring that he would be the one to finish him off. Both fighters squared up, and Babidi used his dark sorcery to warp them into a much larger arena so they could battle without any restrictions. Then, the real fight began. Gohan lunged forward, and Dabura met him head-on with a vicious attack. Gohan dove into the water, firing off sneaky energy blasts from beneath the surface to keep Dabura distracted. He then surged upward to land a solid hit, but Dabura recovered quickly, shattering massive boulders and hurling the jagged rocks at Gohan to knock him down. Gohan got back on his feet and transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a barrage of strikes on Dabura. He started to think this fight was going to be a breeze, but Dabura wasn't about to quit. He retaliated by firing lethal beams right out of his mouth. The two warriors collided with incredible force as the struggle intensified. After clashing several times, Dabura used a clever after-image technique, tricking Gohan into attacking a clone. While Gohan was distracted, the real Dabura appeared on his flank and blasted him with a massive surge of energy, sending the young Saiyan crashing deep into the water once again. Struggling underwater, Gohan realized he never should have let his guard down like that. He burst out of the waves, blocking Dabura's next assault, and told him straight up that while he had been sloppy before, the real fight starts now. With both fighters locked in, the battle raged on with even more ferocity. Gohan pressed the attack, forcing Dabura to draw a wicked blade to defend himself. They danced back and forth until Gohan managed to catch the sword with his bare hands and snap it in half. Watching from the sidelines, Vegeta was fuming that the fight was taking so long, complaining to Goku that this was exactly what happens when Gohan slackens on his training. Vegeta growled that Gohan had become too weak to finish the job and announced he was going to step in and end it himself, mostly because he was desperate to fight Goku before their time ran out. However, when Dabura overheard Vegeta's frustrated outburst, he turned to Babidi with a devious new plan in mind. "Take us back to the ship immediately," Dabura urged, claiming he had figured out the perfect way to finally bring Majin Buu back to life. Babidi listened and warped them back, where Dabura explained that the wizard's magic could easily take control of anyone who possessed a heart tainted by darkness. Dabura pointed out that Vegeta's heart was overflowing with evil, convinced that his aggressive words proved it. He suggested that Babidi should enslave Vegeta's mind right now, forcing him to butcher his own friends while siphoning their energy to fuel the revival. Babidi thought the idea was absolutely brilliant. Determined to carry out the scheme, Babidi struck while Vegeta was busy berating Gohan for failing to defeat Dabura. The wizard unleashed his dark sorcery to invade Vegeta's mind, and the sheer mental struggle forced the Saiyan Prince into a powerful Super Saiyan transformation as he fought the influence. Vegeta began to channel every bit of his latent power, causing the entire Earth to tremble under his boots. Even though Babidi hadn't achieved absolute control, he was able to manipulate Vegeta enough to make him stand defiantly against Goku and Gohan, much to their utter disbelief. Babidi then warped them all back to the Tenkaichi Budokai arena to settle their score. The crowd was stunned by their sudden reappearance just as Mr. Satan was being honored, while Bulma, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Roshi stood there completely baffled, having no clue where Goku and the others had disappeared to or why they were back. While everyone was trying to process what was happening, Vegeta's massive energy signature literally blew the announcer away. Vegeta locked eyes with Goku, ready for a showdown, and launched a terrifyingly powerful energy beam directly at his rival without a moment's hesitation. Goku managed to dodge the blast, but it tore through the stadium's seating, instantly killing 200 spectators and sending the rest of the crowd into a panicked frenzy. Horrified, Goku went Super Saiyan to confront Vegeta, asking if he had intentionally let Babidi take control of his mind just to force this duel. Vegeta confirmed it with a smirk, admitting he saw no other way to get Goku to fight him seriously. He'd been obsessing over this moment for years, fueled by his pride as the Prince of Saiyans, and he refused to let Goku stay one step ahead of him any longer. It was time to settle it once and for all. Vegeta lashed out again, obliterating another section of the arena, forcing Goku to realize he had to fight back. However, the Supreme Kai pleaded with them to stop, warning that their battle was exactly what Babidi wanted, as every bit of energy they expended would be funneled straight into Majin Buu's cocoon. The two Saiyans completely ignored the Kai's warnings. Goku told Shin to get out of the way and shouted at Babidi to teleport them to a deserted location where they could fight without distractions. Babidi obliged, warping them to a barren wasteland where the Supreme Kai continued his desperate plea. Shin pointed out that the portal to Babidi's ship was still right there, serving as a conduit for the wizard to drain their combat energy while they clashed. He told Goku that while the two rivals fought, he and Gohan would enter the ship to confront and defeat Babidi and Dabura to stop the revival. Goku gave Gohan a parting word of encouragement, telling him to let his rage flow because no one can stand against him when he's truly angry. Gohan then followed the Supreme Kai into the depths of the ship, where they were immediately surrounded by Babidi's henchmen, whom Gohan quickly began to clear out. Gohan powered through the attackers with ease, and they continued their descent to find the wizard. Meanwhile, outside, Vegeta launched a brutal assault on Goku, striking him with enough force to send him flying. Goku retaliated, grabbing Vegeta and hurling him into a distant mountainside. Vegeta exploded out of the rock and went right back at Goku, the two of them exchanging a flurry of heavy punches that landed square on each other's faces. They traded blows relentlessly until Vegeta managed to get in close, blasting Goku with a surge of energy that knocked him to the ground. Every bit of energy Goku lost from the damage was being siphoned off to Majin Buu's sphere. Goku surged back up with a powerful energy attack, which Vegeta met with his own. Their combined powers collided in a spectacular, earth-shaking explosion that vaporized the landscape around them. The carnage continued as they tore through the rocky terrain. Vegeta managed to pin Goku against a massive cliffside and began pummeling him without mercy. However, Vegeta suddenly hesitated, feeling a flicker of pity for his rival that he couldn't quite act on, which only served to make him more frustrated with himself. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Goku broke free from the rock and used the debris to strike back at Vegeta, sending him crashing into another mountain. But Vegeta was fast, appearing behind Goku and trying to slam him onto a jagged rock spike. Fortunately, Goku maneuvered in time and shoved him back. Goku unleashed a massive Kamehameha, while Vegeta countered with an equally powerful beam, their struggle leveling the mountain entirely. As their duel reached a new peak of intensity, Gohan and the Supreme Kai finally reached the inner chamber where Babidi and Dabura were waiting. Gohan could feel a terrifyingly evil energy radiating from the sphere holding Majin Buu. He knew he had to step up and stop this before it was too late. Seeing the intruders, Babidi used his magic to transport everyone outside the ship, where the cocoon was absorbing the massive energy from the battle elsewhere. The energy from Goku and Vegeta's fierce duel had pushed Majin Buu's power level to the max, making him ready to emerge. At the same time, the two Saiyans were still locked in a brutal struggle, neither one willing to back down as they continued to trade devastating blows and energy blasts. They were hammering each other with everything they had, leaving both of them covered in wounds and bruises. Goku eventually commented on how much stronger Vegeta had become, but Vegeta snapped back, admitting that he never felt he could truly surpass Goku on his own, which was exactly what had been eating at him. Vegeta confessed that he had intentionally allowed Babidi to take control of his mind just to regain his old edge and power. He wanted to return to being the ruthless Saiyan prince who didn't care about anyone, disgusted that he had become soft by starting a family and living a peaceful life on Earth. Goku argued that his life on Earth was actually a good thing, but as they spoke, the seal on Majin Buu's sphere finally cracked. The sudden release of energy triggered a massive earthquake that was felt by everyone, including Goten and Trunks, who were still en route to the scene. The boys could feel the terrifying energy rising from Majin Buu's location, but they were also sensing the massive ki from their father's battle nearby, leaving them torn on where to go. Meanwhile, Gohan stood frozen in front of the sphere, desperately trying to figure out how to stop the inevitable. Not knowing what else to do, Gohan decided to blast the sphere directly, unleashing several Kamehameha waves in hopes of destroying it. To everyone's shock, when the smoke cleared and the ball opened, it appeared to be completely empty, leaving Babidi and Dabura stunned. The Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief, thinking the threat was over, but Gohan told him to wait. He noticed a strange, thick smoke billowing out from the sphere, smoke that carried a massive, ominous amount of power, suggesting that the monster hadn't been destroyed at all. As they watched, the smoke began to coalesce and take shape, and suddenly Majin Buu stood before them. He wasn't quite what they expected, as he started bouncing around and acting like a curious child. Babidi stepped forward, declaring himself the master who had brought Buu back to life. Babidi demanded obedience, but Buu just kept on with his bizarre, playful behavior. Dabura scoffed, telling the wizard that the revival was clearly a failure and that this creature was nothing more than a brainless, weak-looking blob. However, the Supreme Kai knew better, realizing this truly was the legendary Majin Buu. Shin warned them that he had seen this creature before and that its playful demeanor was deceptive. Suddenly, Buu lashed out, punching Dabura right in the face before following up with a brutal kick. Gohan was paralyzed with fear, while miles away, Goku and Vegeta both stopped their fight as they felt the crushing ki of the monster. Goku told Vegeta to wait, sensing the terrifying power level coming from the distance. He insisted they had to go stop Majin Buu immediately, but Vegeta remained stubborn, claiming they were both more than strong enough to handle it once they finished their own duel. Vegeta lunged back into the fight, but Goku blocked him, shouting that if they didn't stop Buu, everyone they cared about, including Bulma and Trunks, would be slaughtered. That finally got through to Vegeta, who agreed to call a truce and go face the monster together, much to Goku's relief. Goku pulled out 2 Senzu beans to get them both back to full strength, but as he reached for one, Vegeta betrayed him with a sudden strike that knocked him unconscious. Vegeta declared that since he was responsible for Majin Buu's return, he would be the one to finish it alone, taking a bean for himself. As Vegeta pondered his next move, Trunks and Goten finally decided to head straight for the monster's location. Meanwhile, Gohan and the Supreme Kai were still standing in absolute terror before Majin Buu, while Babidi continued to bark orders from the background. Babidi threatened to seal Buu back in the sphere if he didn't execute the Kai and Gohan immediately. Shin whispered that although Buu might obey for now, he was certain the creature would eventually turn on the wizard or find a way to break free from his control entirely. Gohan urged the Kai that they didn't have time for talk and had to run. They tried to flee, but Buu's speed was overwhelming. He appeared in front of Gohan in an instant, striking him with enough force to send him crashing into the ground before turning his attention to Shin. Buu pummeled the Supreme Kai, and although Shin tried to counter with an energy blast, it didn't even leave a mark. Buu struck him again and then pinned him to the ground, literally sitting on him while Babidi cackled, delighted by the monster's absolute dominance over the Kai. Babidi approached the pinned Kai to mock him, vowing to kill him just as he had killed his father years ago. But before he could finish the job, Gohan surged back and struck Buu with everything he had. Unfortunately, the attack did nothing, and Buu retaliated with a blast that sent Gohan flying. With Gohan knocked far away, Buu was about to devour the Kai when Dabura suddenly reappeared from behind and impaled the monster with a spear to stop him. At that same moment, Trunks and Goten arrived on the scene, finding Piccolo and Krillin still turned into stone statues. Confused as to why their friends were statues, the boys accidentally knocked over Piccolo, causing him to shatter on the ground. They then watched in shock as Majin Buu simply pulled the spear out of his body and healed the wound instantly, telling Dabura that he was going to turn him into a snack. Dabura launched a series of desperate attacks to keep Buu at bay, but no matter how many times he was knocked down, Buu just kept bouncing back up like a playful child, repeating his threat to eat the Demon King. Even a barrage of energy beams couldn't keep the monster down for long. Buu finally followed through, using his head tentacle to transform Dabura into a giant cookie and eating him whole. With Dabura's death, Krillin and Piccolo returned to their normal forms. And thankfully, Piccolo was able to regenerate his body after having been shattered earlier. While everyone stood frozen in awe of Buu's terrifying power as he prepared to eat the Kai, Vegeta suddenly arrived on the scene and obliterated Babidi's spaceship. He had made his way through the same portal he used earlier to reach the battleground. Babidi was furious that his ship was gone and that Vegeta had broken free of his mental control, ordering Majin Buu to kill the Saiyan Prince immediately. Vegeta thought to himself that while Goku usually saves the day, this time he was determined to be the hero. Vegeta decided he was willing to sacrifice everything to stop the threat. He confronted Majin Buu, declaring that since he could no longer sense Gohan's ki, he was certain the monster had killed him and vowed to take revenge. Piccolo watched on, shocked to hear such selflessness from Vegeta. The possibility of Gohan's death weighed heavy as Buu powered up to face Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince gathered his own massive energy, the pressures cracking the very earth beneath him, before launching a savage assault that began with a heavy blow to Buu's stomach. Vegeta followed up with a series of brutal kicks and a massive punch to the face that sent the monster reeling. Piccolo remarked that Vegeta had clearly surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan, becoming their last best hope for saving the world as he continued his relentless attack. Vegeta launched Buu high into the air and chased him down with another strike that sent him crashing back to the ground. However, Buu simply stood up and healed as if nothing had happened. Vegeta then fired a powerful energy blast that tore right through the monster's torso, knocking him flat. Goten and Trunks started cheering, thinking their father had won, but Majin Buu got up once again. Vegeta was stunned, wondering if the creature was truly immortal. Suddenly, Buu began to release an incredible amount of pink energy from his body, preparing for a massive retaliation. Buu unleashed a massive explosion directed at Vegeta, while Babidi shielded himself with a magic barrier. The blast was so powerful it blew everyone back, burying Piccolo, Krillin, and the boys under rubble. When they finally managed to crawl out, they saw Vegeta was in terrible shape. Vegeta was struggling with severe injuries, desperately trying to figure out how to put an end to this monster. But Buu didn't give him a moment's rest, tearing off a piece of his own belly to use as a weapon and bombarding Vegeta with more energy blasts. Buu managed to bind Vegeta using the piece of his own flesh, leaving him helpless to a flurry of strikes. Seeing his father in pain, Trunks couldn't stand it and rushed in with Goten to save him, blasting Buu away and helping Vegeta back to his feet. Piccolo cornered Babidi, telling him his time was up. Babidi cowered behind his magic shield, warning Piccolo that if he was killed, no one would be left who knew the spell to seal Majin Buu away again, leading to the world's destruction. Piccolo countered that the world was doomed either way and sliced the wizard in half, leaving his remains on the ground. Meanwhile, Majin Buu returned to the fight, and Vegeta looked at Trunks, telling him he needed to take care of his mother from now on. Trunks refused to leave, insisting that he and Goten would fight by his side. But Vegeta knew it wouldn't change the outcome and, in a rare moment of tenderness, gave his son a hug before knocking both boys out to keep them from getting caught in what was to come. Piccolo landed near Vegeta, noting that this was the first time he'd ever seen the Saiyan Prince fight for anyone but himself. Vegeta asked Piccolo to take the unconscious boys far away from the area, entrusting them to him, and then asked if he would see Goku in the afterlife. Piccolo gave it to him straight, explaining that because of the many innocent lives Vegeta had taken, his soul would be sent to a place for villains, far away from where Goku's soul was. Piccolo and Krillin then gathered the boys and made their escape as Vegeta prepared his final move. Vegeta told Majin Buu that the only way to make sure he stayed dead was to blow him into so many tiny fragments that he could never pull himself back together. He gathered every ounce of his energy and released it in a colossal, world-shaking explosion. In his final moments, Vegeta's thoughts were of Bulma, Trunks, and even Goku, saying a silent goodbye to them as the blast vaporized everything in its path. At that same time, Yamcha was piloting a plane carrying the families of Goku and his friends toward the area. Videl had just finished telling everyone what she knew about Babidi and Majin Buu. Bulma was sick with worry for Trunks and Vegeta, having no idea about the sacrifice. Suddenly, the shockwave from the massive explosion hit the plane, causing serious trouble. The force of the blast knocked out the plane's engine, sending it into a tailspin. Thankfully, Android 18 acted quickly to catch the aircraft and guide it to a safe landing. Once they were grounded and Yamcha started repairs, Piccolo told Krillin he needed to head back to the blast site to see what remained. Piccolo returned to find a massive crater with no trace of Vegeta left. However, he discovered the top half of Babidi's body was still miraculously alive. He was just about to finish off the wizard when he noticed something much more horrifying nearby. The scattered fragments of Majin Buu. To Piccolo's absolute horror, the bits of pink flesh began to wiggle and fly back together, reforming the monster perfectly. Piccolo realized they were in deep trouble and fled, while Babidi ordered Buu to use his magic to restore his lower half or be sealed away again. Buu complied with the order, healing the wizard completely. A delighted Babidi declared it was time to slaughter every living soul on the planet, and the two took off into the sky. Once they were gone, the Supreme Kai managed to pull himself out from under the rubble, still clinging to life. Shin began a desperate search for Gohan. Meanwhile, Piccolo met back up with Krillin and broke the grim news. Majin Buu was still alive, and Vegeta's sacrifice had been in vain. He decided their only choice was to take the boys to Kami's lookout, as they were the world's last hope. Not knowing the fate of Goku or Gohan, they hurried to the lookout to meet Dende and Mr. Popo, bringing the unconscious boys along. What they didn't realize was that Goku had finally regained consciousness back in the wasteland and was trying to piece together what happened. Goku discovered that all the Senzu beans were gone and couldn't sense Vegeta's ki anywhere, though he could clearly feel Majin Buu's overwhelming power. Sensing Dende's presence, Goku used instant transmission to warp himself straight to the lookout to find out what was going on. Krillin was overjoyed to see Goku, feeling that their chances of winning had just skyrocketed. Dende and Piccolo filled Goku in on everything they had witnessed regarding Majin Buu, and Goku began to seriously brainstorm a strategy for defeating the monster once and for all. While Goku planned, Majin Buu and Babidi were flying across the world, obliterating everything in their path. Elsewhere, Yamcha and the others were scouring the land for the Dragon Balls, hoping to use a wish to bring back everyone who had been killed during the day's chaos. They managed to collect 6 balls quickly, but the final one was near the ocean. Bulma tried to grab it, but a monster emerged and swallowed the ball whole. Yamcha dove in to attack it, and Videl followed, plunging into the water to retrieve the ball from the beast. With the help of Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, they finally secured the last Dragon Ball and headed back to Bulma's place to summon Shenron. Meanwhile, up on the lookout, Goku was still wrestling with the problem of how to stop the unstoppable Majin Buu. Goku admitted to the group that he didn't think he could win alone, especially since Vegeta, who was nearly his equal, had failed. He explained that there was only one technique left that could possibly save them, the powerful art of fusion. When the others asked what fusion was, Goku explained it as a technique he learned while training in the afterlife. It allows two warriors to merge into one singular being, provided they have similar power levels and physical builds, resulting in an incredible boost in power. Goku noted that this was different from the Namekian fusion Piccolo used. The problem was that the two people he could have merged with, Gohan and Vegeta, were no longer around, leaving him with no suitable partner to perform the technique with himself. Mr. Popo chimed in with a great suggestion. Why not have Goten and Trunks learn to fuse? Goku loved the idea, deciding that as soon as the boys woke up, he would spend the rest of his time on Earth teaching them the fusion dance before he had to return to the afterlife. As they were talking, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, and Goku realized someone must have summoned Shenron. He knew he had to get there fast, because if they used all three wishes, they'd have to wait a whole year for the balls to activate again. He used instant transmission to find them immediately. When Goku arrived, they had already used the first wish to bring back everyone who had died that day, excluding the truly evil ones. This meant all the people Vegeta had vaporized at the World Martial Arts Tournament were finally back among the living. Even Kibito was revived by the wish. Goku asked Dende for advice on what to do next, and Dende suggested stopping any further wishes and telling Shenron to depart. By doing this, the Dragon Balls would become active again in just 4 months instead of a full year. Goku followed the plan, dismissing the dragon and gathering everyone to teleport them back to the lookout where Dende could keep them safe. Once they were all gathered, the mood grew heavy as Goku prepared to deliver some very difficult news. Goku assured them that the boys were safe but broke the heart-wrenching news that both Vegeta and Gohan had fallen in battle. Chi-Chi immediately fainted from the shock, while Videl and Bulma were left in tears. Meanwhile, the newly revived Kibito began searching for the Supreme Kai. Kibito eventually found Shin badly injured and healed him. Together, they went looking for Gohan and found him clinging to life, though his injuries were catastrophic. The Supreme Kai decided they needed to bring him to their own sacred realm for treatment. Kibito was surprised, noting that no human had ever been allowed into the world of the Kais before, but Shin insisted Gohan was a special case with a pure heart and immense potential. They warped Gohan away just as Majin Buu continued his rampage across the earth. Majin Buu was wandering aimlessly, eventually stumbling upon a candy store which he promptly began to demolish so he could stuff his face with sweets. The terrified shop employees called the police, but when they arrived and opened fire, the bullets didn't even faze the pink monster. Babidi started unleashing absolute chaos, using magical blasts to blow up vehicles and wipe out anyone in his path. After he was finished with his little massacre, he and Buu moved on together. Then, Babidi used his telepathic powers to broadcast a chilling message to every single soul on Earth. He announced that he was hunting for 3 specific individuals, and he warned that if humanity didn't help him find them, there would be hell to pay. He threatened that if he couldn't find them, he'd let Majin Buu loose to completely annihilate the planet and devour every last person. These 3 targets were none other than Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten. To make sure no one missed them, Babidi projected their images into everyone's minds. He also showed them a horrific live feed of Majin Buu in action, demonstrating his terrifying ability to transform living beings into whatever he wanted. They watched in horror as Majin Buu turned the entire population of a city into candy and casually snacked on them. Once he was done eating, he simply blew air and vaporized what was left of the city. Naturally, the world was plunged into a state of pure panic. People immediately started scouring the globe for Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten, just to avoid suffering the same gruesome fate as those city dwellers. The memory of that destroyed city haunted everyone. Goku, however, stayed focused and said there was only one real strategy left. They had to wait for Trunks and Goten to wake up so he could teach them the secret art of fusion. His plan was for the kids to defeat Majin Buu, and once the threat was gone, they could use the Dragon Balls to bring back everyone who had been killed and restore the ruins. Goku wanted to restore the world to exactly how it was before this nightmare started. While he was explaining the logistics, Trunks and Goten finally regained consciousness. Confused and having no clue where they were, they followed their Saiyan stomachs straight to the kitchen to load up on food. While they were busy stuffing their faces, Mr. Popo arrived to check on them. When they saw Popo, the two boys reflexively attacked him and tried to make a break for it. Goku had to step in and stop them, sitting them down to explain the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing about Gohan and Vegeta, the kids broke down in tears, mourning their loss. Goku, though sympathetic, told them they had to stop crying immediately because the fate of the world depended on them starting their training right now. Simultaneously, over in the realm of the Kaioshin, Kibito was working on Gohan, restoring his vitality until his power was completely back to peak levels. Gohan stood up feeling stronger than ever, and Kaioshin filled him in on the disastrous events taking place on Earth. He looked Gohan in the eyes and told him that he was their absolute last hope, and he was ready to help him stop Majin Buu. Kaioshin promised to guide Gohan in the battle and mentioned a legendary weapon, the Z-Sword. Kibito was completely shocked, arguing with Kaioshin that the Z-Sword was a myth that no Kai or warrior in history had ever been able to master. He couldn't fathom how Gohan, immortal, was supposed to control a weapon that had baffled the gods for eons. Kaioshin remained confident, insisting that Gohan possessed a unique strength that would allow him to succeed. They led Gohan to the resting place of the Z-Sword, but first, Kibito and announcer went to him a new outfit. Gohan was dressed in traditional Kai garments to properly reflect the sacred environment they were in before they approached the legendary blade. Once they reached the sword's location, Kibito warned Gohan that while the blade grants unimaginable power, it's notoriously impossible to even budge. Gohan tried to pull it out with his normal strength but failed miserably. Realizing he needed more power, he flared his energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan, pushing his limits to try and extract the sword from the rock. With a massive effort, Gohan finally managed to pull the Z-Sword free, leaving Kibito absolutely speechless. However, the sword was incredibly heavy, nearly dragging Gohan down with its sheer weight. Kaioshin told him that he must learn to wield it through intense training. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Goku was starting the difficult task of explaining the mechanics of the fusion technique to Goten and Trunks. The kids weren't exactly receptive at first. They called Goku a coward, accusing him of running away when things got tough with Majin Buu. They were angry that he seemingly abandoned Gohan and Vegeta to die while he stayed safe. Goku just gave them a calm smile and told them that even if they thought poorly of him, they absolutely had to learn this technique if they wanted to avenge their family. Goku emphasized that fusion was the only way to stand a chance against Majin Buu. While they were discussing this, Babiti's voice rang out in everyone's heads again. He broadcasted another horrific scene of Majin Buu systematically leveling a new city and turning the terrified residents into snacks right before their very eyes. Babiti announced that the destruction would continue indefinitely unless Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks showed themselves. In a bold move, Trunks actually responded through the telepathic link, telling Babiti to wait because they were coming to take him down. After that, the boys dove back into their training with Goku, but their focus was soon interrupted by a new development. Babiti managed to track down the location of Trunks' home at Capsule Corp. He hopped back on the mental airwaves to gloat, telling everyone he was heading straight there. Bulma panicked and told Goku that her parents were still at the house, along with the incredibly important Dragon Radar which they couldn't afford to lose. Goku tried to stay practical, telling Bulma that even if the worst happened to her parents, the Dragon Balls could fix it, but the radar was a different story. He decided that Trunks needed to rush home to retrieve the Dragon Radar immediately. Meanwhile, Goku would go and distract Babiti and Majin Buu to buy Trunks the time he needed to get in and out. While Trunks took off at full speed, Goku used instant transmission to teleport directly in front of the villains. Babiti was annoyed and demanded to know what he wanted. Goku stood his ground and told them to stop their mindless killing. He lied a bit, saying that Goten and Trunks were almost ready to show up and settle the score once and for all. Babidi and Majin Buu just laughed in Goku's face. Babidi declared that nothing would stop their path of destruction and that no one had the power to oppose them. He then re-established his mental link with the global population, telling everyone to watch closely as he showed them just how easily Majin Buu could crush this meddling warrior. With the whole world watching through their minds, Goku powered up into his Super Saiyan form. Far away, Trunks felt the massive surge of energy and was genuinely impressed. He realized that Goku was far more powerful than he and Goten had originally assumed, but he kept flying toward Capsule Corp while Goku faced off against the monster. Goku looked at Babidi and told him that he had long ago surpassed the basic Super Saiyan limits. He demonstrated this by powering up even further, reaching the lightning-sparked intensity of Super Saiyan 2. But he didn't stop there. He told them there was an even greater level of power that almost no one knew existed. Goku began to gather every ounce of his energy, aiming for the legendary Super Saiyan 3. The sheer volume of power he was drawing in was so massive that the entire planet started to tremble and shake. The atmospheric pressure shifted, and the ground groaned under the weight of his ascending ki, signaling something truly unprecedented. The energy was so intense that even Gohan could feel it all the way in the Kaioshin realm. Finally, Goku achieved the transformation. His eyebrows disappeared, his muscles bulked up, and his golden hair grew all the way down to his waist. Everyone watching was stunned by this transformation, as Goku's appearance had completely changed into something fierce. Without wasting a second, Goku launched an assault on Majin Buu, pummeling him with a barrage of kicks and heavy strikes. He grabbed Buu and slammed him repeatedly before hurling him through a massive building. Buu emerged from the rubble and surprisingly retaliated using one of Vegeta's signature energy techniques, which caught Goku off guard. Goku managed to block the attack but realized with concern that Majin Buu had the ability to mimic the moves of his opponents. This made him a much more dangerous threat than they first thought. The two continued their high-speed exchange of blows until Goku landed a powerful punch right in the center of Buu's stomach. In response, Buu expanded his belly like a giant balloon, sucking Goku deep into his soft body. Goku had to release a massive burst of energy to blast his way out. Just then, King Kai contacted Goku, warning him that this fight was draining his remaining time on Earth far too quickly and that he needed to stop before he was forced back to the afterlife. King Kai was worried that if Goku left too soon, the kids would never learn fusion. However, Goku ignored the warning and kept fighting Buu to buy every possible second. He was internally wondering why Trunks was taking so long at Bulma's house, worried that he still hadn't secured the Dragon Radar despite the time that had passed. The truth was that Trunks was struggling. He had searched the entire house but couldn't find the radar anywhere. Finally, Bulma got through to him and told him it was actually left in the plane. Trunks rushed to the hangar, grabbed the device, and immediately took off to head back to the lookout, as fast as his flying speed would allow. Back at the battle, Goku unleashed a massive Kamehameha that blasted a hole straight through Majin Buu's chest. But Buu just laughed it off, instantly regenerating his body and firing back his own version of the Kamehameha. The resulting explosion was so powerful that it sent shockwaves across the entire planet, rattling cities miles away. Goku finally sensed Trunks' ki moving away from Capsule Corp, signaling that the mission was a success. He powered down to his normal state and told Majin Buu that he was leaving. He gave him a final warning. In exactly 2 days, 2 even stronger fighters would appear to challenge him and end his reign of terror. Before they could react, Goku vanished using instant transmission. Babidi was furious, screaming at Majin Buu and calling him an idiot for letting Goku escape so easily. This was the final straw for Buu. Fed up with the constant insults, he grabbed Babidi by the throat and crushed him, finally ridding himself of his annoying master. Even though Babidi was dead, Majin Buu didn't stop his rampage. He moved on to a new city, leveling buildings and even swatting a police plane out of the sky like it was a toy, watching it explode in mid-air. Meanwhile, Trunks arrived back at the lookout and proudly handed the Dragon Radar over to Goku and the rest of the group. Both Goten and Trunks apologized to Goku, admitting they were wrong to call him a coward. They realized he was incredibly powerful after sensing his Super Saiyan 3 energy. Goku waved off the praise and told them they needed to stay focused on the task at hand, which was mastering the fusion technique as quickly as possible. As Goku began to explain the mechanics of fusion, fortune teller Baba appeared with a grim reminder. His time on Earth was almost up, with only 30 minutes remaining. Sensing the urgency, Goku moved as fast as he could to walk Goten and Trunks through the complex movements and poses required for the technique. Goku enlisted Piccolo's help to demonstrate the exact synchronization needed for the fusion dance. They performed the movements together, showing the boys how to mirror each other perfectly. While this training session was underway at the lookout, Majin Buu was elsewhere continuing his spree of terror. During that time, Majin Buu entered a small village and began a bizarre new form of cruelty. Instead of just blowing everything up, he used his magical beam to transform every single inhabitant of the village into concrete blocks, effectively turning the living population into inanimate construction material. The kids were struggling with the precision of the fusion dance and were getting frustrated. They begged Goku to show them the Super Saiyan 3 form again so they could see it for themselves. Goku made a deal with them. He would transform one last time, but in return, they had to promise to master the fusion technique no matter what. The boys agreed, and Goku let out a massive burst of energy that shook the entire lookout as he transformed. After giving them a good look at the powerful form, he reverted to normal and told them to get back to work. Shortly after, Chi-Chi woke up, and Baba announced that Goku's time in the land of the living had officially expired. Goku gave Goten a heartfelt hug and said a final goodbye to all his friends. He then followed Fortuna Teller Baba back to the other world. Once he arrived, his first question was about Gohan's location, but he was surprised to learn that Gohan hadn't shown up at the check-in station yet. Realizing that Gohan wasn't in the afterlife meant that he was still alive somewhere, which brought Goku immense joy. He wondered where his son could be, and suddenly, he sensed Gohan's key nearby. Because the Kaioshin realm is situated right next to the other world, Goku realized he could easily reach him from there. Goku used instant transmission to pop over to Gohan and was relieved to see him alive and well. He saw Gohan working hard with the legendary Z sword and told the Kaioshin that he'd stick around with them until Gohan finished his training and was ready to head back down to Earth to face the monster. Goku settled in to watch Gohan while a full day passed back on Earth. Piccolo was pushing Goten and Trunks through relentless fusion drills, but the world was in bad shape. Majin Buu had already wiped out a third of the population. While on his way to level yet another city, Buu happened to encounter a young child. Buu tried his best to scare the kid, but he quickly realized the boy was blind and didn't know what he looked like. In a rare moment of kindness, Buu used his magic to restore the boy's sight. The kid was overjoyed and thanked Buu profusely, and for the first time, Buu actually sat down to have a conversation with a human. This was the very first time since his resurrection that Majin Buu didn't immediately kill a human he was talking to. When he found out the boy wanted milk, Buu flew to a nearby town, turned a random guy into a carton of milk, and brought it back to the kid. He was surprisingly helpful in his own twisted way. The boy thanked him again, and Buu flew off, feeling a bit different. Meanwhile, Gohan was still swinging that heavy Z sword around. Goku decided to test his progress by hurling a massive boulder at him, which Gohan sliced in half with ease. Seeing this, Kaioshin decided it was time to turn up the difficulty of the test. Kaioshin handed Goku a block of Kachin, the hardest metal in the entire universe. Goku tossed the dense cube at Gohan, but when the Z-sword struck it, the legendary blade snapped right in two. Everyone stood there in total shock, unable to believe that the sword they thought was indestructible had just broken so easily. Gohan tried to stay positive, saying that the training itself had made him significantly stronger and that he could fight without the sword if he had to. But as he was speaking, a strange elderly figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. No one recognized him, and he just stood there as if he had been there the whole time. The old man introduced himself as the Elder Kai, explaining that he had been sealed inside the Z-sword for eons and was finally freed when it broke. He claimed to have the unique power to unlock the hidden potential deep within any warrior. Goku's ears perked up, and he immediately asked if the old Kai could use that power on Gohan. The Elder Kai agreed to help Gohan prepare for the battle against Majin Buu, but there was a catch. He started performing a bizarre ritual, dancing and circling around Gohan while telling him to stay perfectly still. He explained that the entire ceremony would take a full 25 hours to properly draw out his latent strength. While Gohan was stuck standing still, Goten and Trunks were finally ready to attempt the fusion on Earth. Everyone gathered around to watch the big moment. Piccolo gave them one last reminder. The fusion would only last for 30 minutes before they would split back into two separate people, so they had to make it count. The boys performed the dance and successfully fused, but the result was a disaster. Instead of a powerful warrior, they became a single, very obese, and incredibly out-of-shape person. Piccolo sighed and pointed out that their finger alignment was slightly off during the dance, which led to this failed, weak physical form. They had to sit around and wait for the full 30 minutes for the failed fusion to wear off. Once they were back to being Goten and Trunks, they tried again, being much more careful with their movements. This time, the synchronization was perfect, and the technique worked exactly as it was supposed to, merging them into one. The result was a powerful new warrior named Gotenks. Piccolo was impressed but suggested they should try performing the fusion while both boys were already in their Super Saiyan forms to maximize their power. However, Gotenks was already feeling himself and was far too arrogant to listen to any more advice from Piccolo. Gotenks insisted that his current base power was more than enough to handle Majin Buu. He flew off in a rush and tracked Buu down, finding him in the middle of attacking a large ship and terrorizing its passengers. Gotenks landed on the deck of the vessel, ready to put his new skills to the test against the pink monster. Gotenks launched a high-speed attack, his strikes so fast they seemed to pass right through Buu. Majin Buu regenerated instantly and came back for more. Gotenks didn't back down, unleashing a flurry of punches and eventually hitting Buu with a concentrated energy blast that literally blew the top half of the monster's body away. Even being torn in half didn't stop Buu, who reformed his body and countered with a strike that sent Gotenks crashing into the ocean. Buu then slammed him against a harbor wall and was charging up a lethal energy beam to finish him off. Just as he was about to fire, the military arrived on the scene with tanks and heavy artillery. The army started shelling Majin Buu with everything they had, but the attacks didn't even scratch him. Buu responded with a massive explosion of energy that wiped out the entire military force in seconds. During the chaos, Gotenks saw his chance to escape and flew back to the lookout to reunite with Piccolo and the others. Gotenks returned looking a bit humbled, admitting to Piccolo that Majin Buu was much tougher than he anticipated. He agreed that he should have transformed into a Super Saiyan first. Piccolo was furious and told them that from now on they would follow his orders strictly, and they would train non-stop until they could fuse while in Super Saiyan mode. The boys got back to training under Piccolo's watchful eye. While they were working, Majin Buu continued his global purge. The death toll was staggering. It was estimated that only 20% of humanity was still alive, as Buu had already systematically eliminated the other 80% of the world's population. With the world in ruins, humanity pinned its last desperate hopes on Mr. Satan, sending him to defeat Majin Buu. Satan arrived at Buu's location feeling terrified and completely out of his league, having no real plan on how to actually stop a monster that had wiped out most of the planet's armies. When Buu finally confronted him, Satan immediately started pleading for his life. He offered Buu a box of high-quality chocolates as a peace offering. Buu absolutely loved the taste and decided that Satan was a fun human, choosing to keep him around as his personal servant rather than killing him on the spot. Back in the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kai was still slowly pacing through his ritual to unlock Gohan's powers. Meanwhile, at Dende's lookout, Goten and Trunks were finishing their intense training sessions with Piccolo. They were finally ready to attempt the Super Saiyan fusion, and both boys transformed simultaneously. They fused into Super Gotenks, who was vastly more powerful than before, but unfortunately, he was just as cocky. He ignored Piccolo's warnings again and zoomed off to find Buu, circling the entire globe at incredible speeds just to show off. However, by the time he actually reached Buu's house, his fusion time was almost up. Right as he arrived, the fusion wore off, leaving Goten and Trunks standing there as normal kids. They quickly hid and fled before they could be spotted. Buu came outside to see what the noise was, but finding nobody, he told Satan he was going out to destroy more cities, and ordered him to have a meal ready by the time he got back. Satan pretended to agree, but as soon as Buu left, he started rigging the house with high explosives, hoping to blow the monster up. His plan was interrupted when Buu returned early, carrying a small dog. Buu was confused. telling Satan that the dog was acting strange because it didn't run away from him in fear like everyone else. Satan realized the dog was actually injured and told Buu that it couldn't run because it was hurt. Buu used his magic to heal the puppy, and as soon as it was better, the dog started happily jumping around him. To everyone's surprise, Majin Buu actually took a liking to the little dog and started playing with it. Seeing Buu bond with the dog, Satan couldn't bring himself to detonate the explosives and risk hurting the innocent animal. He worked up the courage to ask Buu why he kept killing people, explaining that it was a very bad thing to do. Buu actually paused and thought about it for a moment, listening to Satan's words. Buu told Satan that if he really wanted him to stop killing, he would. He spent the rest of the day playing with the dog until a sniper appeared in the distance, aiming at them. The sniper fired a shot that tragically killed the dog, and Buu stood there in shock and mounting anger over the loss of his new friend. Both Buu and Satan were furious. The sniper prepared to fire a rocket at them, which exploded nearby, but they were unharmed. Satan charged at the man, knocking him down with a punch. He then rushed back to the dog, noticing that it was still barely clinging to life and desperately needing help. Satan yelled for Buu to come over and heal the dog quickly. Buu used his magic to bring the puppy back from the brink of death, and they all celebrated together. Satan started to believe that Buu was turning into a genuinely good person, but their happiness was short-lived when the gunman returned to cause more trouble. The gunman shot Mr. Satan this time and then ran away. Seeing his only friend bleeding on the ground sent Buu into a frantic rage. He managed to heal Satan's wound just in time, but the emotional turmoil caused his body to start bubbling and changing. He told Satan to take the dog and run away as fast as possible because he was losing control. Buu screamed that the darkness inside him was forcing its way out. Satan grabbed the dog and fled as instructed. Suddenly, a cloud of foul-smelling steam erupted from the holes in Buu's head, coalescing into a separate, tall, and extremely gaunt version of Majin Buu that represented all the pure evil he had tried to suppress. Now there were two Buus, the plump, friendly one and the terrifyingly thin evil Buu. The evil Buu immediately flew over to the gunman and vaporized him with a single energy blast. He then landed back on the ground and confronted the good Buu, looking at him with nothing but malice and predatory intent. The good Buu tried to defend himself, but he was completely outmatched by his darker half. The evil Buu easily deflected all of his attacks and pummeled him relentlessly. In a final humiliating move, the evil Buu reflected the transformation beam back at the good Buu, turning him into a piece of chocolate and eating him. By consuming the good Buu, the evil Buu transformed into a much more muscular and terrifying version known as Super Buu. Mr. Satan was paralyzed with fear, and up on the lookout, Dende and Piccolo were trembling as they sensed the massive increase in his dark power. Super Buu approached Satan to kill him, but suddenly stopped mid-step. The remnant of the good Buu inside him prevented him from harming Satan. While he was standing there, he suddenly sensed the energy signatures of Goten and Trunks coming from the lookout. He immediately took to the sky and flew straight toward Dende's palace, arriving there in a matter of seconds. Piccolo and the others were terrified to see him show up unannounced. Buu spoke to them, explaining that unlike his previous form, this new version of him was perfectly capable of sensing power levels. He told them he had followed the scent of the strong fighters they had promised him and was there to collect on that fight. Piccolo tried to stall for time, telling Buu that Goten and Trunks were currently asleep and needed rest to be at their full potential for the battle. He argued that it wouldn't be a fair fight if they weren't awake, and he even suggested that Buu should go kill some more humans while he waited for them to wake up. Buu started pacing around the lookout, considering the offer. Piccolo whispered to Krillin to go wake the boys up immediately and get them into the hyperbolic time chamber. He knew they needed every second of training they could get because their current power wouldn't even scratch this new improved Majin Buu. Krillin hurried off while Buu came to a decision. Instead of leaving to kill people, he raised his hand and fired thousands of homing energy blasts into the sky. These beams rained down across the globe, systematically seeking out and killing every remaining human on the planet, with the sole exception of Mr. Satan. Piccolo felt immense guilt, thinking he had caused this massacre by suggesting it to buy time. He told himself he would fix it all with the Dragon Balls later. Buu finished his work and turned back to Piccolo, declaring that since humanity was now extinct, there was no reason left to wait for the fight. Piccolo desperately pulled out an hourglass and begged Buu for just 1 hour of patience. Buu was about to refuse when Videl stepped forward and yelled at him to wait. Surprisingly, when Buu learned that Videl was Hercule Satan's daughter, he actually agreed to wait until the hourglass ran out. As Buu sat staring intently at the sand falling in the glass, Goten and Trunks prepared themselves. However, Chi-Chi lost her temper and walked right up to the monster. She was grieving Gohan and blamed Buu for everything, and she wasn't about to let him just sit there peacefully. She actually slapped Majin Buu across the face, screaming that it was for Gohan. Everyone was terrified by her bravery. Buu, however, showed no mercy. He simply turned her into an egg and crushed it under his foot. Goten watched his mother die right in front of him and exploded in tears and rage. Goten wanted to charge at Buu immediately, but Piccolo held him back. He told the boy that rushing in now was suicide and that he needed to use that anger to train in the time chamber. He promised that if they won, they could use the Dragon Balls to bring his mother back. The boys finally listened and went inside. While the boys trained, Gohan was still enduring the Elder Kai's ritual. He was becoming increasingly impatient, wanting to rush back to Earth to save what was left of his home. Back at the lookout, Buu was growing bored and decided that he had waited long enough for the hourglass to empty. Buu stood up and started blasting parts of the lookout just to show his frustration. Realizing he couldn't stall any longer, Piccolo told Buu to follow him and that he would finally lead him to the fighters. He began walking Buu toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, where the boys were waiting. Dende explained that the plan was to trap Buu inside that separate dimension. Since the time chamber exists outside of their normal spacetime, it was the perfect place for a final stand. If things went south and Goten and Trunks were defeated, Piccolo planned to destroy the only exit, trapping the monster forever. Piccolo led Buu on a long, winding path to the chamber, trying to squeeze out every extra second. Inside the chamber, Goten and Trunks had finished their training. They had reached the level of Super Saiyan and devised a strategy to start the fight in their base forms to catch Buu off guard before transforming. The boys were confident in their plan to save their transformations for later in the battle. While they were finalizing their tactics, Piccolo reached out to them telepathically. He warned them that he was about to enter with Buu and that they needed to be ready for the fight of their lives. Piccolo told them that he would be at the door in exactly 1 minute. He reminded them that 1 minute in the real world equals about 6 hours inside the time chamber, so they should use that time to get some much-needed sleep so they could face Buu with full energy and focus. The boys took the advice and managed to get a full 6 hours of rest while Piccolo walked down the hallway. When the door finally opened, Goten and Trunks were awake, refreshed, and standing side by side, ready to confront the pink nightmare that had finally arrived at their doorstep. These two youngsters executed the specialized fusion technique perfectly. Gotenks burst onto the scene with immense confidence, immediately taunting Majin Buu and declaring that he would make incredibly short work of the pink menace. Gotenks swiftly rushed forward, unleashing a powerful initial blow, but amazingly, Buu seemed completely unfazed by the sudden attack. Despite this ineffective strike, the plan continued as Gotenks and Piccolo had agreed upon. Gotenks certainly didn't let up on the offensive, unleashing a relentless, chaotic barrage, striking Buu seemingly from every angle imaginable and hitting him repeatedly. Yet, Buu shrugged off these fierce attacks without a single visible scratch. Majin Buu retaliated by suddenly covering the entire chamber in a thick layer of chilling ice. But watch this. Gotenks simply blasted right out of the frozen mass, completely undeterred, and resumed his crazy assault. Unfortunately, he still hadn't managed to land a single effective hit on Buu. Seeing this disappointing display, Piccolo, who was watching nearby, clutched his head dramatically in utter frustration and disappointment. He muttered under his breath that Gotenks was acting like such a foolish amateur, desperately wishing that some kind of genuine miracle would suddenly occur so the fused warrior could actually manage to secure a victory. Then Gotenks inexplicably paused the intense battle against Majin Buu, announcing loudly, "Hold on a minute, Buu. I just need to quickly chat with Piccolo, and I promise I'll be right back to finish you off." Gotenks zipped over to Piccolo, reassuring him instantly that he shouldn't be concerned at all. He explained confidently that this whole initial display was simply a carefully constructed, elaborate battle tactic. He had deliberately initiated the fight appearing far weaker than he truly was, planning to successfully fool Buu, and now he was finally ready to dramatically transform into a Super Saiyan. True to his word, Gotenks rejoined the fray, powering up instantly into the formidable golden state of Super Saiyan. His newfound power level soared dramatically, signifying his immense increase in physical strength. Using just one fingertip, he manipulated his energy into a perfect circular ring shape, launching it at Majin Buu in an attempt to restrain him. However, Buu casually shattered the energy ring with almost no visible effort. Buu immediately counterattacked, landing a solid strike on Gotenks, then lifting him high up into the air. Buu flew up to meet him, delivered yet another brutal hit, and sent the young fighter hurtling directly toward poor Piccolo. That devastating, bone-jarring impact caused both of them to crash straight through a solid wall behind them, landing unceremoniously inside the facility's bathroom. Gotenks quickly picked himself up from the wet wreckage, and Piccolo, completely exasperated by the failed tactics, shouted at him to just do something truly effective. Gotenks instantly launched himself back towards Majin Buu, but frustratingly, Buu just managed to smack him right back again, prompting Gotenks to adjust his strategy. Gotenks decided to dramatically boost his power output even further. He launched himself upward, delivering a massive, solid headbutt right into Buu's face, then descended, executing a brand new technique he dubbed the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. From his mouth, Gotenks spat out an energy ghost that was an exact spectral replica of himself. He commanded this ghostly copy to attack, and the moment Majin Buu made physical contact with the ghost, it detonated in a huge, surprising explosion. At long last, Gotenks had finally managed to inflict verifiable damage on Majin Buu for the very first time. He was absolutely ecstatic about this initial success. He gleefully explained to Buu that his spectral copies instantly explode whenever they are physically touched. Piccolo, however, was in no mood for celebrating, urging Gotenks to cease the unnecessary chatter and quickly finish Buu off before the creature could revert back to his fully recovered state. Gotenks replied immediately, saying that Piccolo shouldn't fret or worry, as he was completely aware of the time limits. Gotenks then proceeded to launch approximately 10 more spectral ghosts right out of his mouth. He began giving them a detailed briefing, talking to them and attempting to motivate his ghostly minions. Just then, Piccolo rushed over and dramatically interrupted the tactical discussion, informing Gotenks, "For your information, Majin Buu has already fully regenerated and returned to his normal state, and guess what? He's currently taking a leisurely sip of his beverage." Gotenks sent a lone ghost flying towards Buu, but Buu expertly dodged it, cunningly maneuvering the ghosts into colliding with one another, which caused all of them to prematurely explode. Gotenks then went right back to instructing his remaining ghosts, laying out his complicated multi-step battle plan. Unfortunately, 2 of the ghostly copies messed up immediately, mistakenly greeted each other with a friendly handshake, and promptly blew up. Piccolo could only respond by grabbing his head in utter disbelief, witnessing this absolute chaos unfold. Honestly, this entire bizarre confrontation was quickly turning into the strangest, most hilarious fight ever. It was completely devoid of any real tension. After Gotenks finally completed explaining his intricate strategy to his spectral crew, he dispatched them towards Majin Buu, wisely keeping just one last ghost back for a secret reserve attack. As the approaching ghosts neared Buu, they suddenly paused their advance and started speaking aloud amongst themselves, saying, they started asking aloud, "Hey, what in the world is that interesting, weird-looking thing lying down there on the ground?" Buu, naturally curious and distracted, approached them closely to investigate exactly what the ghosts were talking about. It was all a brilliant psychological ruse, of course. The ghosts instantly ambushed Buu, restraining him before detonating directly upon his body. Gotenks then ensured the ultimate finish by forcing the very last remaining ghost to fly straight into Buu's mouth, where it detonated internally, completely annihilating Majin Buu's body, tearing him into countless tiny shreds and fragments. Gotenks and Piccolo, working quickly and frantically, immediately began incinerating every last piece of the shredded villain. But hold on! The thick smoke generated by the burning shreds suddenly and dramatically coalesced, reforming, and Majin Buu materialized completely whole again. Both Piccolo and Gotenks were absolutely terrified by this impossible regeneration. Buu then seized Gotenks immediately and violently. Buu grabbed a hold of Gotenks and commenced slamming him repeatedly and brutally into the ground. Piccolo, utterly losing faith in Gotenks' abilities, felt a wave of complete and total despair, realizing they had absolutely zero hope of achieving victory over Buu. In a desperate final act, he obliterated the only entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, turning to Buu and declaring, "Now we are all permanently trapped in here, Buu, and none of us will ever be able to escape to the outside world." Piccolo continued his dramatic monologue, urging Buu, "Go ahead and kill us all. Then settle down and spend the rest of your endless life trapped here all by your lonesome." Majin Buu stood there, completely aghast and shocked by this sudden turn of events. "I absolutely refuse to live out the remainder of my life confined in this awful empty place," he roared, letting out an absolutely ear-splitting, powerful scream. Due to the astonishing intensity of his sheer ki, that massive sonic blast managed to tear open a dimensional rift. The rift led straight back to the real world, and Buu exited through the portal immediately. He found himself right where Dende and all of Goku's close friends were gathered. Buu's immediate goal was simple and sinister: transform them all into delicious candies and consume every single one. Krillin, acting bravely, quickly instructed Android 18, saying, "I am going to charge him now to buy time. You must take everybody else and make a speedy escape." And, true to his heroic word, Krillin heroically launched his desperate attack, but he was completely unable to stop the terrifying Majin Buu. Buu instantly transformed the valiant Krillin into a piece of chocolate and then casually ate him. Following that gruesome snack, Buu proceeded to transform all the remaining friends into various candies and consumed every single one of them. While this horrifying scene unfolded outside, Piccolo and Gotenks, still trapped in the sealed time chamber, began screaming with every ounce of power they possessed, attempting to replicate Buu's earlier feat and violently rip open their own dimensional rift. But they failed utterly. Undeterred, Gotenks channeled his energy and powered up even further, successfully achieving the legendary impossible level of Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo was absolutely stunned and utterly refused to believe his eyes, demanding, "Gotenks, how in the world did you possibly manage to pull off that incredible transformation?" Gotenks confidently explained that achieving this incredible Super Saiyan 3 form was the ultimate last resort ace he had been secretly holding back, specifically to ensure Majin Buu's permanent and final defeat. Gotenks then unleashed a massive triumphant scream of his own, successfully tearing open a dimensional portal. He and Piccolo swiftly emerged from the time chamber, only to receive the devastating news that Majin Buu had consumed all their closest friends. Gotenks was furious, filled with burning rage, and immediately landed a punishing punch right on Buu. The massive, angry punch sent Buu crashing right through the structure, utterly destroying a large section of Dende's sacred temple. Gotenks instantly took to the skies, continuing his aerial assault relentlessly. Buu reacted by stretching his incredibly pliable body, managing to grab a hold of Gotenks with a powerful grip. He then violently smashed Gotenks down, shattering the temple floor beneath him, sending the fused warrior plummeting until he finally splashed into a large lake below. Majin Buu, ever the confident predator, descended after him, hovering patiently, waiting for Gotenks to resurface. Gotenks shot out of the water and instantly unleashed a specialized technique, cleanly slicing Buu into two separate, struggling halves. He aggressively attacked each remaining segment, effectively tearing the villain into a collection of scattered pieces. Meanwhile, Goku was observing every single moment of this intense, bizarre conflict through a magical crystal ball, a highly valuable gift bestowed upon him by the venerable old Kaioshin. Goku felt a surge of happiness and pride, believing that Gotenks had finally secured a definitive victory over the threat. However, mere moments later, all of Majin Buu's shredded pieces rapidly gathered and reassembled, and he instantly returned to his perfectly intact form. Buu quickly seized Gotenks and hurled him with immense force right into the side of a large, nearby mountain. As Gotenks emerged from the rubble, he immediately launched more energy ghosts from his mouth, using them to encircle Buu completely. The ghostly copies detonated right on top of him, Yet Majin Buu regenerated almost instantly once more, becoming absolutely livid with rage. He began ruthlessly pursuing Gotenks until he finally managed to catch him, unleashing an incredibly potent energy attack that sent Gotenks rocketing high up, shattering half of the temple structure above them in the process. Buu immediately pursued him upwards. Piccolo, watching the mounting destruction, simply held his head in utter and total exasperation. Piccolo instantly realized that at this terrifying rate, the entire sacred temple structure was going to be completely destroyed. Majin Buu then compacted his body into a massive, rolling sphere and actually started physically demolishing the temple himself. Gotenks, thankfully, wasn't going to stand by. He executed a clever new technique that managed to bind Buu, restraining his movement. Gotenks then violently hurled Buu down to the ground below, descending right after him, with Piccolo close behind. They were convinced that they had finally secured the victory. But Buu dramatically erupted from the impact site with a massive, terrifying energy explosion. He immediately seized Gotenks, slammed him down with destructive force, shattering the very ground beneath them. Enraged, Gotenks then let out a defiant roar, landed a solid punch on Buu that sent him crashing through and utterly destroying a nearby structural building. They relentlessly continued this fierce, back-and-forth exchange, constantly trading powerful blows and counterattacks. Buu launched a powerful energy beam directly from his mouth, striking Gotenks hard. Gotenks retaliated instantly, firing an identical beam right back at Buu, seizing complete control and becoming the dominant force in the conflict. He paused his aggressive attacks and focused, meticulously readying himself to deliver the final, deciding blow that would destroy Buu. However, just before he could execute the finishing move, he suddenly reverted from his Super Saiyan state. His massive reserve of energy had been completely depleted, leaving him confused and unsure of what to do next. Majin Buu immediately seized this perfect opportunity, exploiting it by unleashing a relentless series of crushing attacks until the 30-minute time limit on the fusion technique officially expired, causing Gotenks to separate back into Goten and Trunks, reverting them to their original, individual forms. They stood side by side with Piccolo, all three of them paralyzed with genuine fear of the monstrous Majin Buu. But then, bizarrely, Buu simply sat down right in front of them and drifted off to sleep. The stunned trio was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't possibly fathom why he would suddenly decide to take a nap mid-fight. Meanwhile, at that exact same moment, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin had just completed the ancient ritual that dramatically unlocked Gohan's incredible hidden potential power. Gohan immediately focused his immense, newly acquired strength, destroying his immediate surroundings with a huge explosion of ki, confirming that his power had absolutely skyrocketed. He bid a heartfelt farewell to his father, Goku, announcing his firm intention to return to Earth immediately and confront the threat of Majin Buu. Gohan departed swiftly with Kibito, and together they made their way back to Earth. Once there, Gohan requested that Kibito conjure up an outfit identical to the signature attire worn by Goku. Kibito happily obliged the request instantly, and then Kibito himself teleported back to the Kaioshin realm. Gohan, now fully powered and looking the part of a hero, set off immediately, heading straight towards Majin Buu's exact location. The instant Buu registered the sheer magnitude of Gohan's colossal energy signature, he snapped wide awake from his midday nap. Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks were utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that Gohan was not only alive, but was back and full of power. Gohan walked confidently forward, positioning himself directly opposite Buu. Buu looked completely unimpressed, asking arrogantly, "What exactly do you think you want, brat? I completely destroyed you once before, and I can just as easily blow you up again right here." Gohan merely scoffed at the idle threat. "No, you absolutely will not. I am here to end your reign of terror right now," he stated firmly. The incredibly fierce and fast battle between Gohan and Majin Buu commenced immediately, and it quickly became apparent to everyone that Gohan was the overwhelmingly superior fighter. He landed 2 swift punches on Buu, followed by a powerful kick, before expertly beginning to block Buu's frantic attempts to strike back. Buu was attacking Gohan from literally every conceivable angle, trying desperately to land a meaningful hit. Gohan effortlessly caught him, hurled him away violently, sending Buu crashing straight through a huge, solid boulder. Buu quickly rose again and fired an intense energy beam from his mouth, but Gohan casually brushed it aside using only his open hand. Buu then transformed his malleable body into a rolling spherical shape, launching another desperate attack, and both combatants ended up entering towering mountain structure. Inside, Gohan delivered a powerful strike to Buu, throwing him high into the air, and then immediately flew up after him to land another devastating blow. Piccolo observed all this in absolute astonishment, gasping, "Is this truly happening? He's exerting all this power and hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet." The incredible fight continued. Buu shattered pieces of rock and hurled them directly at Gohan, rushing forward quickly, attempting to hit Gohan with a destructive energy beam from his mouth. But Gohan moved faster, physically blocking the beam from exiting Buu's mouth entirely, forcing the enormous energy blast to explode harmlessly inside Buu's own pliable body. Buu slowly rose from the ground, trembling with pure, unadulterated fury, declaring, "I will not allow anyone else to be stronger than I am. Never." He began consolidating all his remaining power, unleashing an utterly monumental, unconventional explosion that reached out to every corner of the planet. Even Mr. Hercule, who was miles and miles away, felt the shockwave of the immense blast. Gohan, demonstrating immense speed and heroism, quickly shielded Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo from the explosion's deadly effects. Once the massive explosion subsided, Majin Buu was nowhere to be seen. Piccolo, suddenly concerned, turned to Gohan and shared a major new worry, explaining, "We have a terrible problem, Gohan. Even if we manage to defeat Majin Buu permanently, we won't be able to bring the dead back to life because Dende died, and with his death, the sacred Dragon Balls disappeared." Gohan, however, instantly contradicted Piccolo's despairing assertion. "No, Piccolo, you're absolutely mistaken. Dende is definitely still alive. I can distinctly feel his energy signature emanating strongly from that direction." Gohan insisted, pointing towards the exact location. "Come on, let's head that way immediately." And with that massively reassuring news, all four of them took flight instantly, soaring towards the area where Dende's faint power was coming from. While they were traveling quickly towards the source of Dende's energy, they suddenly spotted Hercule and his loyal pet dog, so they made sure to pick them up and bring them safely along. Moments later, they finally reached Dende's location and were relieved to find him safe and completely alive. Piccolo was utterly baffled, immediately asking Dende, "How in the world did you manage to survive this whole terrible ordeal?" Dende explained patiently, "Well, when Majin Buu first escaped from the hyperbolic time chamber and was busy transforming everyone present into delicious candy and consuming them, Mr. Popo acted incredibly fast. He immediately threw me clear of the immediate area so that I wouldn't be transformed into a treat and subsequently perish like all the others." Piccolo nodded in genuine satisfaction. "Popo truly made the correct choice," he admitted. "The key point is that as long as you remain alive, Dende, the sacred Dragon Balls, will continue to function and exist right here on Earth." While they were all busy discussing this critical point, Buu suddenly and stealthily returned without anyone catching a glimpse of him. He silently tore two separate fragments from his pink body and carefully maneuvered them to come up right behind Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks. Buu then addressed Gohan with a wicked smirk, announcing, "I've had a change of heart. Now I think I'd much rather fight these two little boys instead." Goten and Trunks, eager to jump into the action, readily agreed to the challenge and quickly performed the fusion dance. Gotenks materialized in a flash and immediately powered up into the Super Saiyan state. Buu acted instantly and strategically. He commanded his detached body fragments to seize control of both Piccolo and the newly formed Gotenks. He then proceeded to absorb them into his own horrible being, thus acquiring the tremendous power of Super Saiyan Gotenks combined with the strategic intellect and knowledge of Piccolo. Buu's strength instantly spiked dramatically, and his physical form underwent a noticeable, hideous transformation. Gohan was absolutely livid, demanding to know, "How in the abyss did you manage to pull off such a treacherous maneuver?" Buu explained nonchalantly, "Well, Goten and Trunks can only remain fused for a mere 30 minutes, and then they require a full hour before they are even capable of performing the fusion dance again, let alone powering up into the Super Saiyan state or reaching the highly demanding Super Saiyan 3 level. That's precisely why, after I caused that massive dazzling explosion earlier, I vanished completely from the scene. I waited patiently until the full hour cooldown period had passed, and then I returned here, precisely at this advantageous moment. And now that I have absorbed them, I have become vastly more powerful, and I absolutely refuse to let anyone else surpass my strength in the universe. Gohan glared back, declaring with fierce, heroic resolve, "I am still going to kill you, Buu." An incredibly violent and lightning-fast battle erupted immediately between Gohan and the newly powered-up Buu. They exchanged furious, high-impact blows until Gohan gained the upper hand, grabbing Buu, throwing him down with tremendous force, and shattering the ground upon the point of impact. Buu sprang back up to his feet and aggressively pursued Gohan, unleashing an energy beam. Both fighters then launched powerful energy attacks simultaneously. The blasts violently collided mid-air, resulting in a gigantic, frightening explosion. They immediately resumed their close-quarters combat, trading powerful kicks with their legs. Buu briefly paused the furious exchange, boasting loudly, "Ha, do you finally see just how much stronger I've become now?" Gohan responded coolly, asserting that regardless of his stolen strength, he would still ultimately find a way to kill Buu. Gohan lunged forward with renewed intensity. Buu instantly countered, grabbing Gohan, hurling him away, and immediately blasting him with a powerful energy beam. After that, utilizing Piccolo's stolen strategic knowledge, Buu executed Piccolo's signature technique, the special beam cannon Makanko Sappo, aiming it right at Gohan. Buu quickly landed next to him, extended his arm, seized Gohan again, and began slamming him repeatedly. He mercilessly continued his brutal offensive. Then, using Gotenks' stolen techniques, Buu spat out an energy ghost from his mouth, directing it straight at Gohan, where it violently exploded upon direct impact. Buu was now completely dominating the entire fight, and he was seconds away from executing Gohan, but incredibly, Hercule and his dog suddenly intervened. They bravely distracted Buu, hoping to buy precious time for Gohan and ensure they could successfully halt the monstrous villain's lethal attack. They actually succeeded in diverting Buu's attention momentarily, which prevented Buu from killing them, but he relentlessly continued his brutal beating on Gohan. Goku, witnessing his son's brutal punishment via the crystal ball, felt absolutely helpless and truly unsure of any possible course of action. Then the wise old Kaioshin declared with great conviction, "I have suddenly formulated a truly brilliant, desperate idea. I am going to bring you back to life, Goku. I will exchange my remaining life for yours, meaning that I will be the one who willingly dies, and you, my boy, will be resurrected and made completely alive. At that point, you will be able to return to the world of the living as a mortal warrior, completely unhindered." The ancient Kaioshin followed through on his selfless plan precisely, instantly restoring Goku to life and making the ultimate sacrifice. The old Kaioshin then handed Goku a sacred pair of powerful mystical items. Take these special earrings. They are known as the Potara. When one of these is worn, it instantly grants you the ability to fuse permanently with anyone else who is wearing the corresponding earring. Goku was overjoyed by this incredible game-changing revelation, immediately declaring, "Fantastic! I'll use these mighty earrings to perform a permanent fusion with Gohan." The Supreme Kai, Kaioshin admitted, "Kibito and I have actually possessed these potent earrings for a very long time, yet we had absolutely no idea they contained the power of permanent fusion." So the Supreme Kai and Kibito decided to test the earrings immediately, wearing them to fuse. Sure enough, upon merging, a completely new, singular, and incredibly powerful warrior instantly appeared from their combination. This brand new, combined warrior was instantly christened Kibitoshin. The old Kaioshin then offered a dire, stern warning to Goku: "Be extremely careful. If you use this Potara earring to fuse with anyone, that fusion will be utterly permanent. You will never ever be able to revert back to your original, individual selves." Kibitoshin was utterly shocked by this sudden revelation, immediately questioning, "Wait a second, does that mean that Kibito and the Supreme Kai are now permanently stuck together and cannot ever separate again?" The old Kaioshin confirmed with a dramatic sigh. "Yes, that is precisely the unfortunate reality. In fact, the very same miserable thing happened to me many ages ago. I used to be a magnificent, rather handsome Kaioshin until I accidentally fused with a hideous old witch because of the Potara earring. And consequently, this is the rather unflattering appearance I am now permanently stuck with." Once the old Kaioshin finished revealing his past misfortunes, Goku fully grasped the gravity of the fusion rule. He readied himself to return to Earth immediately, preparing to use his instant transmission technique. Meanwhile, Majin Buu continued to viciously assault Gohan, beating him until the Saiyan was completely depleted and exhausted. Dende then bravely rushed over, attempting to heal Gohan as fast as he possibly could. When Buu spotted Dende, he instantly turned, about to kill the Namekian healer, but just at that crucial moment, Tien Shinhan and Xiaotzu arrived on the scene, launching a powerful Focus Kikoho technique that successfully halted Buu's killing blow. They positioned themselves bravely beside Gohan, ready to fight. Majin Buu, now completely fed up with the interference, began charging up a catastrophic energy attack specifically designed to obliterate the entire planet Earth. Gohan and Tien were powerless to prevent this devastating attack from forming further. Just then, Goku arrived, teleporting in and immediately attacking Buu with multiple razor-sharp Destructo Discs, Kienzans, slicing the monstrous villain clean in half and successfully stopping the planetary attack. Gohan and Tien were completely surprised that Goku had returned to the world of the living. Buu, however, used his detached lower body half to strike Tien, knocking him instantly unconscious, before swiftly reintegrating his body and reverting to his perfect, normal state. He casually addressed Goku, saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, I distinctly remember you now, Saiyan." Goku tossed the Potara earring towards Gohan, rapidly trying to explain the fusion plan, but the small earring slipped and dropped to the ground. Gohan frantically scrambled to locate the earring in the dust. Majin Buu instantly capitalized on this dangerous distraction, lunging forward to attack Goku, who was forced to transform Goku into a Super Saiyan and engage in fierce defensive combat. Sadly, even in that state, Goku was unable to match Buu's current power level. While Majin Buu was viciously beating Goku, he simultaneously launched attacks at Gohan to disrupt his desperate search for the earring. But just a moment later, Gohan located the earring and picked it up. Then, abruptly, while Buu was in the middle of his attack, he suddenly paused and ceased all aggression. Goku glanced at him and noticed that Buu's form had completely changed. He was now wearing Piccolo's signature outfit. This unexpected visual change occurred because the Gotenks fusion timer had internally expired, and Piccolo, who is individually stronger than both Goten and Trunks when separated, had become the strongest entity absorbed within Buu's body, thus dictating the visual appearance and power level. Buu was suddenly in a world of serious trouble because he had inadvertently forfeited Gotenks' overwhelming Super Saiyan 3 power. Buu quickly pivoted his strategy, deciding that he absolutely needed to absorb Gohan immediately. He slyly informed Goku, "I have a piece of my body that you sliced off earlier, and I deliberately failed to return it to my main body. I left that fragment there specifically so I could use it now to absorb Gohan." Sure enough, Buu swiftly maneuvered that loose fragment from behind Gohan and successfully absorbed him instantly, causing his power level to soar to yet another incredible, terrifying height. Goku was now facing a severe, difficult crisis because he didn't know who he could possibly fuse with. A crazy thought struck him. "I guess I'll have to fuse with Hercule. Yes, I know he's terribly weak, but at this point I truly have no other option left." Goku was literally preparing to toss the valuable Potara earring to Hercule when he suddenly stopped mid-throw. He sensed a familiar, incredibly powerful energy signature very close by. It was Vegeta's ki. Astonished, Goku used instant transmission to instantly zip over to the location, and he found that Vegeta had indeed miraculously been resurrected and returned to the world of the living, accompanied by Baba the Fortune Teller. When Vegeta saw Goku, Goku immediately explained the gravity of the situation, and Vegeta explained his return, saying that someone known as King Yema resides in the other world. Yema is the one responsible for meticulously recording the names of the dead and dispatching all the wicked souls straight down to hell. He knew I was inherently wicked, but he chose not to send me to eternal punishment. Instead, he allowed me to return here to Earth alongside Baba the Fortune Teller, hoping that I would be the one to save the Earth from destruction. After Vegeta finished his explanation, Goku quickly detailed the entire dire situation to him, stressing that they absolutely must use the Potara earrings to fuse. Vegeta flatly refused, stating, "No way, I will not fuse with you, Kakarot. I am perfectly capable of defeating Buu single-handedly." A few moments later, Majin Buu arrived right at their location, and Baba the Fortune Teller wisely teleported away immediately. With Baba gone, Vegeta immediately began his assault, launching multiple energy beams at Buu, following up with close-quarters physical attacks using his fists and feet. Goku pitched in and tried to assist Vegeta more than once, but shockingly, neither of them could land a single effective blow on the powerful foe. Goku had to admit the harsh truth. We are clearly not even operating on his power level. We absolutely must perform the fusion right now. Vegeta remained incredibly stubborn and defiant. No. The last time you defeated me, you intentionally held back, failing to transform into Super Saiyan 3. That means you didn't even use your full strength to defeat me, he retorted scornfully. And I am certainly not going to fuse with a person who so casually humiliates me by holding back his true, full power. Vegeta persisted with his solo attack, and both he and Goku tried their utmost best to inflict damage, but Majin Buu fended off their combined efforts with effortless ease. Buu then launched devastating energy beams right at them, which they only narrowly managed to evade by quickly flying out of the way. Goku made one final, desperate emotional plea to Vegeta. Majin Buu has brutally murdered every single inhabitant of the Earth. Please, Vegeta, enough with this ridiculous stubbornness. Let's fuse. You know perfectly well that alone, you won't possess the necessary power to ever bring back Bulma and Trunks to life again. Vegeta paused, deeply considering the gravity of Goku's emotional argument and the reality of the situation, and he finally accepted the terrible truth. He was convinced. Just as Majin Buu lunged at them with a potentially fatal, concentrated attack, Vegeta swiftly placed the Potara earring onto his ear, and the powerful, dazzling fusion process immediately began to take place. Following the brilliant flash of light, an incredibly powerful, unbelievably cocky new warrior named Vegito materialized. Vegito boldly announced, "This Potara fusion has granted me truly phenomenal, overwhelming power. Your miserable existence ends right now, Buu." Buu, naturally, launched another fierce attack and surprisingly managed to land several solid, hard blows on Vegito, knocking the fused warrior down onto the ground and striking him hard with an unexpected energy beam. Vegito quickly recovered from the surprise sneak attack, getting back up and confidently stating, "Well, I suppose I haven't fully gotten accustomed to this whole fusion thing just yet, but trust me, Buu, you are about to witness my true, unparalleled power." Vegito launched an immediate aggressive assault, delivering a sharp blow to Majin Buu, and then unleashed a slicing energy attack that cleanly severed Buu's body completely. Buu instantly retaliated, his face twisted in pure rage, and he immediately regenerated, his entire form completely. The brutal combat resumed, but now Vegito was totally in control, relentlessly dominating the exchange. Buu couldn't manage to land a single hit on him. Desperate, Buu focused all his immense strength and prepared a massive, devastating sphere of raw, highly concentrated energy. He shouted at Vegito, "I am going to eliminate you right now, and this attack will completely obliterate the entire Earth in the process." Buu hurled the gargantuan energy ball towards Vegito, but Vegito simply caught the massive sphere effortlessly. He carried it for a moment, then delivered a powerful kick, launching the colossal energy blast clear out of the planet's atmosphere, where it harmlessly detonated in the cold vacuum of space. Vegito then positioned himself directly in front of Buu and powered up dramatically into the mighty Super Saiyan state. Buu remained incredibly defiant, yelling, "No matter what ridiculous transformations you attempt, you will never be able to defeat me." Buu charged forward aggressively to attack, but all his wild efforts were completely futile. His attacks had zero visible effect on the fused warrior. Vegito then unleashed an incredible technique called the Final Flash, a searing energy beam that cleanly sliced Majin Buu into countless tiny scattered pieces. But, as was now customary, all the fragments instantly collected and Buu reformed yet again. In a shocking, unexpected move, Buu suddenly zipped right into Vegito's open mouth. Buu warned him menacingly from the inside, "Get ready, Fusion Man, because I'm about to utterly annihilate your powerful body from the inside out." Vegito simply retorted, "No, Buu, you're the one who needed to prepare for what's coming next." Vegito then began cleverly manipulating his own body, deliberately trapping Buu in different internal zones, mercilessly beating him with internal attacks until Buu was physically forced to burst out of Vegito's body, and Vegito landed yet another powerful blow. He mockingly told the villain, "Honestly, I thought you were supposed to be much stronger than that. You have completely and utterly disappointed me, Buu." Buu became incredibly angry, launching a desperate, furious attack, but he stood absolutely no chance against Vegito's overwhelming speed and power. Vegito simply grabbed him easily, blasted him with a searing, burning energy attack, and then violently tossed him aside. Buu managed to fire off his ghost copies. The spectral fighters immediately pursued Vegito with their own coordinated Kamehameha waves. Vegito effortlessly evaded the blasts and used instant transmission at lightning speed, cleverly positioning the ghosts so they collided and detonated against each other. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right behind Buu, cleanly slicing off his head with a precise energy attack. Vegito then taunted him, declaring, "I certainly did not find this prolonged fight enjoyable in the slightest, Buu, because it's been ridiculously easy. I fully intend to end this entire annoying situation completely right now." Vegito carelessly strode towards the beheaded Buu, but his immense, grating overconfidence proved dangerous. He dropped his defenses momentarily. Buu seized this fleeting instant, managing to instantly transform the powerful Vegito into a tiny piece of hard coffee candy. Buu started cackling maniacally, announcing that he was going to gobble up this sweet treat and finally conclude this frustrating battle once and for all. But incredibly, even reduced to a small, coffee-flavored piece of candy, Vegito could still move, fly, and attack Buu. Buu couldn't grasp the tiny, fast-moving candy at all, realizing with rising panic that the whole situation was unexpectedly becoming much more difficult for him. Seeing this massive failure, Vegito was instantly reverted back to his normal, fully powered self immediately. Vegito then continued his vicious assault, relentlessly beating Majin Buu and thoroughly humiliating him with every blow. He taunted him, saying, "I'm going to count slowly to 10, Buu, and after that I am officially going to kill you." Majin Buu frantically searched his mind, trying desperately to figure out a counter-tactic until his eyes landed on a small, detached fragment of his own body lying unnoticed on the ground nearby. He commanded the fragment to stealthily approach Vegito from behind completely undetected, allowing it to seize control of the fused warrior and successfully pull him inside Buu's monstrous body. Buu was absolutely thrilled by his success, proclaiming loudly, "Yes, I have successfully won this time." However, the one critical detail Buu was totally unaware of was that Vegito had cleverly erected an impenetrable energy barrier around his own body moments before being pulled inside the villain's internal structure. Because of this powerful barrier, Buu was completely unable to absorb Vegito's power, unlike all his previous victims. Vegito remained fully alive and consciously protected deep inside Majin Buu's grotesque anatomy. The moment Vegito deactivated his protective barrier, the powerful fusion instantly ended, and Goku and Vegeta suddenly reappeared, separated back into their individual forms. Vegeta immediately demanded answers from Goku, asking him, "How in the hell did our permanent fusion end? Didn't you explicitly assure me that the Potara earring fusion was meant to be completely permanent, Kakarot?" Goku offered his confused hypothesis, stating, "Yes, that is what I believed, but I honestly think the fusion might have dissolved spontaneously because of the incredibly harsh circumstances and the thoroughly foul environment inside Buu's body." Vegeta breathed a massive sigh of palpable relief. "Well, Kakarot, we are incredibly, unbelievably lucky that it happened that way." Immediately, Vegeta crushed his Potara earring, ensuring there was absolutely no possibility of fusing with Goku ever again, guaranteeing he would remain in his original powerful body. Following that, he and Goku began carefully traversing the bizarre internal labyrinth of Buu's body, starting their urgent search for Piccolo and Gohan. They also searched specifically for Goten and Trunks. Eventually, they located all four trapped individuals, Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, and quickly released them from their cocoons, ensuring that Buu could never re-access their incredible power. Crucially though, all four of the rescued fighters remained deeply and completely unconscious. Outside, Majin Buu began noticeably losing strength, feeling an unnerving, strange sensation that something was drastically going wrong inside his own body. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, continuing their exploration inside the peculiar internal landscape, discovered something truly shocking. The original fat, good Majin Buu was also inexplicably present there. Vegeta recalled the history, commenting, "Wait a minute, the original Buu battled the evil version before, and the evil Majin Buu transformed him into a piece of chocolate and then instantly devoured him. How is it possible that he is still alive and preserved here?" Could it be that absolutely everyone the wicked Majin Buu consumed is still somehow conscious and alive inside his giant body? Goku admitted, shrugging, "I genuinely have no idea about that phenomenon, Vegeta." As they discussed this unsettling possibility, Majin Buu managed to fully reconstitute his physical form from the internal matter. He materialized right behind them and mockingly announced that every single person I transformed and subsequently ate is definitely dead, except for one, the original Buu. I specifically preserved his life so I could permanently siphon his immense power. I fully intend to repeat that exact process with both of you. Don't dare fool yourselves into thinking you'll ever find a way to escape from this place. Goku and Vegeta immediately launched a combined attack on Buu, attempting to force an exit from his body, but they failed to break out. Majin Buu continued his ruthless internal assault, brutally hitting them and smashing them against each other violently. The two rivals quickly synchronized their efforts, managing to launch a concentrated energy beam that tore Buu into small scattered fragments. Following this, they hastily incinerated all the pieces. Yet, Buu was still not defeated. He began manifesting his form, appearing everywhere around them simultaneously, and chillingly declared, "You foolish mortals are trapped deep inside my physical being. And listen closely, when I am within my own body, I am absolutely immortal. I simply cannot die no matter what destructive measures you attempt." Goku and Vegeta desperately tried to brainstorm a clever solution to find a way to escape this hellish internal prison, but they failed to find an exit. Majin Buu relentlessly continued to pursue them everywhere they turned inside his vast, strange anatomy. To ensure his absorption, you see, Goku swiftly grabbed Vegeta and off they went, making a daring, desperate escape. After a tense period of evading their pursuer, Goku shrewdly found a hiding spot and began unleashing a flurry of chaotic, randomized energy blasts. It was during this intense skirmish that Vegeta, ever the keen observer, noticed something absolutely crucial. Majin Buu, without fail, always darted to shield the original Buu, who was still trapped deep within his very being. Just as Majin Buu launched a devastating assault, perilously close to finishing off our hero Goku, Vegeta, ever the strategist, boldly interjected, asking, "Tell me, if I were to liberate the original Buu, what precisely would be the consequences?" Buu, surprisingly, paused his relentless attack and implored, "Oh please, don't set me free. If you do, I won't be me anymore." However, the true desperate meaning behind Buu's urgent plea was entirely lost on Vegeta at that critical moment. And so, with a decisive, impactful move, the original Buu was finally set free. Immediately afterward, Majin Buu erupted into agonizing, ear-splitting screams, writhing in pure, unbridled fury. Thick plumes of ominous smoke began to billow from his very head, a terrifying manifestation of the intense, scorching heat his body was generating, fueled by his overwhelming rage. Seizing this critical moment of vulnerability, Goku and Vegeta, ever the quick-thinking duo, swiftly capitalized on the unexpected golden opportunity presented before them. With their comrades carefully in tow, they desperately scoured their immediate surroundings for any semblance of an escape route. But alas, no clear path to freedom presented itself. The oppressive heat intensified dramatically, becoming almost unbearable, forcing them to brainstorm feverishly for a solution. At last, a brilliant realization struck them. They spotted the very opening through which Majin Buu's furious, dark smoke was pouring out. Seeing their golden chance, Goku immediately prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Goku unleashed a powerful energy blast straight into the billowing smoke, effectively creating a crucial diversion and temporarily disorienting their monstrous foe, giving them just enough precious moments to make their grand exit. And succeed they did, indeed. They made it out triumphant to safety. Meanwhile, from a prudent distance, Dende and Mr. Satan-san had been observing Majin Buu's chaotic transformation. They quickly moved to gently lay Gohan, Goten, and Trunks tenderly onto the ground, hoping desperately for their recovery. They tenderly tried to rouse the fallen warriors, but their efforts were overshadowed by Majin Buu's continued ear-splitting screams. Suddenly, his terrifying shrieks ceased, and in a truly bizarre and utterly terrifying metamorphosis, he underwent a drastic, unsettling transformation. His appearance became shockingly childlike, yet his power, astonishingly, multiplied many, many times over. Observing this chilling spectacle from afar through his magical crystal, Kibito Kai, with a gasp, uttered a grave, momentous declaration. "Old Kaioshin, this is utterly impossible. The terrifying diminutive form Buu has adopted right now, this, my friends, is his most potent and formidable state. You see, this is his primordial original appearance, the very one he wielded eons ago to utterly obliterate countless planets and mercilessly extinguish the ancient Kaioshins. It's the pure destructive form he had before he began absorbing others. And because the final Kaioshin he encountered was, well, rather portly, and when Buu, in his destructive rampage, eliminated and absorbed him, he consequently took on a similar plump physique, thus acquiring his new form. This, my friends, is critical. We absolutely must halt him, by any means necessary. I'm going to instantly transport myself to Earth with all possible speed. And true to his word, Kibito Kai, with a flash, appeared on Earth, only to discover a scene of utter devastation. Buu, with a terrifying display of raw power, conjured an enormous sphere of devastating energy and hurled it directly at Goku and Vegeta. Our quick-thinking hero, Goku, managed to swiftly rescue Dende, Mr. Satan, and even the faithful dog, but tragically, he couldn't reach the others in time. He and Vegeta narrowly dodged the colossal, exploding orb. Then, in a blink, Kibito Kai, utilizing his incredible teleportation abilities, instantly transported them to the sacred world of the Kaioshin, and after that, in a truly devastating turn of events, the entire planet Earth was utterly annihilated. Goku and Vegeta, witnessing this catastrophic destruction, were absolutely furious. Vegeta, seething with frustration, challenged Goku, demanding, "Tell me, why in the heavens did you rescue Dende and Mr. Satan yet abandon everyone else?" Goku, with a heavy heart, explained, "I simply ran out of time, Vegeta. Besides, it was absolutely crucial that I didn't leave Dende to perish. To die, my friend, because if he had, there would be no Dragon Balls left in existence." So with a grim and somber expression, Dende informed them, "The Earth has been utterly destroyed, and with it, the Dragon Balls that resided there are now lost forever. Our only recourse, our only hope is to journey to planet Namek and implore the venerable Namekian Elder to forge a brand new set of powerful Dragon Balls for us post-haste." Goku, ever practical, agreed, saying, "Indeed, once we've decisively put an end to Buu's reign of terror, we can certainly tend to that matter. However, there was a rather pressing complication, a significant problem, my friends. At this exact moment, Majin Buu, filled with a renewed hunger for destruction, was relentlessly searching for Goku and Vegeta, embarking on a terrifying rampage across every single planet he could find, and relentlessly destroying them, all in his desperate, destructive quest to locate our heroes. Shockingly, Buu's chaotic path of devastation led him straight to King Kai's tranquil planet, where Krillin and Yamcha, having already met their demise, were diligently undergoing their afterlife training. He was just about to annihilate them once more. Goku, with a look of utter grim determination, declared, "We absolutely must put a stop to Buu, for if he were to slay Krillin and Yamcha for a second time, they would vanish from existence, utterly and permanently." Hearing this dire warning, Kibito Kai quickly offered, "Here, take this Patara earring. You and Vegeta must fuse together, then go and confront Buu." But Goku, ever confident and self-assured, firmly declined, stating, "No, thank you, I won't be needing that. I intend to face and conquer Buu all by myself." Vegeta, however, nodded in agreement with Goku, saying, "Precisely. The absolute top priority right now is to significantly amplify our ki energy. That way, Buu will definitely sense our immense presence and be drawn directly to us, preventing him from annihilating Krillin and Yamcha." And wouldn't you know it, my friends, that's precisely what they did. Buu, indeed, perceived their immense power, abandoned his pursuit of Krillin and Yamcha, and utilizing the incredible instant transmission technique that he had cleverly copied after observing Goku perform it, he vanished and reappeared directly before Goku and Vegeta, ready for battle. In a flash, Kibito Kai, acting swiftly, grabbed both the Supreme Kai and Dende, instantly teleporting them to a far-off, secluded planet, ensuring their safety from the imminent earth-shattering battle. However, in their haste, they regrettably overlooked one crucial, significant detail. They completely, utterly forgot to bring Mr. Satan along with them. He was left behind, a lone, somewhat bewildered spectator to the impending chaos. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were also eagerly watching the unfolding drama thanks to King Kai's unique abilities. And of course, from their safe haven, Kibito Kai, the Supreme Kai, and Dende were intently observing every single moment through the mystical crystal ball. It was at this crucial juncture that Goku, with a resolute glint in his eye, made a pivotal decision. Right then and there, at that very moment, he declared that he would be the first to engage in battle. Vegeta, understanding the gravity of the situation, stepped back, allowing Goku to fully ready himself, all while casting a watchful gaze upon the seemingly dormant Buu. Goku, channeling every last ounce of his immense power, let loose a mighty roar that roused Buu from his slumber. The pink menace immediately began to aggressively pound his own chest. Goku, without hesitation, lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fierce kicks and powerful punches, followed by a devastating energy attack, which struck Buu directly, slicing and dicing him into countless tiny fragments. Astonishingly, he quickly reformed back into his original, resilient state and, in turn, launched his own furious counterattack. The battle instantly escalated, becoming extraordinarily fierce and blindingly fast, a truly unbelievable spectacle for all to witness. They traded relentless blows and devastating energy attacks that utterly destroyed vast swaths of the surrounding landscape. Both formidable combatants, with incredible tenacity, managed to inflict serious damage upon each other relentlessly until, with a brutal display of sheer strength, Buu seized Goku and mercilessly hurled him straight between two colossal mountains. But our resilient hero, Goku, quickly rose, completely shattering the very mountains around him as he did, and the epic battle raged on without pause. Every single spectator, from afar, watched in utter disbelief at the sheer overwhelming power displayed by both Goku and Buu. Even the proud, stoic Vegeta, with a rare sense of genuine awe, exclaimed, "These two warriors are operating on a completely different plane of existence altogether." The sheer intensity of their clash began to literally shake the very foundations of the entire Kaioshin world, threatening to tear it apart with each impact. Buu then unleashed a formidable, menacing energy sphere directly at Goku. But in a breathtaking feat of strength, Goku not only managed to skillfully catch the colossal blast, but even hurled it right back at his foe. Yet, to their astonishment, the sphere defied all logic, swiftly returning to its sender and detonating with an earth-shattering force right between them from its immense power. In the chaotic aftermath, the Kaioshin world was plunged into a momentary eerie darkness for a brief period. Goku, meanwhile, gathered every last ounce of his incredible, surging strength, ascending to the awe-inspiring heights of Super Saiyan 3. With this newfound explosive power, he and Majin Buu resumed their fierce, relentless exchange of blows, their brutal battle stretching out for what felt like an eternity. An incredibly extended period of intense, destructive combat. And as these titans clashed, exchanging thunderous, earth-shattering blows, even some deceased spectators, such as the nefarious Frieza and the wicked Babidi, were utterly mesmerized, watching the brutal spectacle unfold. They too found themselves unable to fully comprehend the sheer devastating power emanating from the fight. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Goku made a sobering, unsettling realization. Even at the absolute peak of his incredible, full strength, he simply couldn't keep pace with Buu's relentless, overwhelming onslaught. With a final desperate surge, he paused, unleashing a magnificent Kamehameha wave that temporarily cleaved Buu apart. But the effort was too much. Goku, utterly spent, collapsed from sheer profound exhaustion. True to form, Buu, regenerating instantly, reverted to his original menacing state and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Goku. Just in the nick of time, Vegeta, ever the unlikely savior, bravely stepped in, throwing himself into the fray to fight Buu, but alas, he found himself utterly incapable of matching Buu's terrifying power whatsoever. Buu relentlessly pounded Vegeta, clearly intent on eradicating him entirely, until miraculously Goku, regaining a flicker of strength, intervened and saved him. Pushing Buu away with a burst of energy, Goku then sternly commanded Vegeta, "Majin Buu is operating on an entirely different superior level, and it is my responsibility to fight him." And so, with renewed determination, Goku indeed rejoined the intense battle. Goku, with fierce determination, resumed his intense exchange of blows with Buu. Meanwhile, Vegeta, taking a rare moment of respite, sat back and found himself reminiscing about the very first time he ever laid eyes on Goku. A profound, almost melancholic thought echoed in his mind. "I've always yearned to surpass Goku to prove myself superior, but it has always frustratingly eluded me. And I realize now, it's because Goku fights with something more than just raw power. He fights with his profound, unwavering emotions. He fights for someone else, you see, for his friends, for his family, and that's precisely why the sheer strength of his opponent holds no real sway over him." Goku, bless his heart, truly evolves and grows stronger with each passing day, and I must, with a heavy heart, concede that he is, without a shadow of a doubt, the #1 warrior. Vegeta, with a newfound respect, continued to observe the epic, mesmerizing clash alongside the other mesmerized spectators. And then, when Buu unleashed a devastating Kamehameha wave, Goku, with unwavering resolve, met it head-on with a powerful Kamehameha of his own. Goku then strategically positioned himself below, relentlessly assaulting Buu with a barrage of focused energy beams. He then shot up, directly engaging Buu in close-quarters combat. They traded fierce, thunderous blows, eventually crashing back to the ground, and in a spectacular display of power, their combined energy attacks forced them to plummet deep beneath the Earth's surface. But the relentless Buu brutally dragged Goku further into the subterranean depths with him. Down there, in the dark, suffocating abyss, Goku and Buu relentlessly battered each other with multiple powerful strikes, before bursting back to the surface with a synchronized Kamehameha wave. Vegeta then rushed over to Goku, his voice tinged with a rare, humble admission. "Goku, you are undeniably stronger than I am. I cannot hope to fight Buu at your phenomenal level. But listen, if you just take a little time to gather your formidable energy, you'll absolutely be able to vanquish him. I'm going to go now and engage him, keeping him completely occupied and distracted until you've amassed enough power to utterly obliterate him." Goku, with a look of grave, heartfelt concern, warned him, "Please, be incredibly careful. Remember, you are already technically deceased, which means if you were to perish once more, you would utterly vanish from existence. I implore you, for the love of everything, do not die." And indeed, Goku stood there diligently, meticulously gathering his energy, while the courageous Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, charged valiantly into battle against Buu. He unleashed a furious barrage of energy attacks upon the Pink Menace, but to his dismay, Buu remained completely unaffected, utterly unfazed. The villain then relentlessly pummeled Vegeta, striking him with brutal physical blows and devastating energy attacks. Yet Vegeta, with an iron will, incredibly endured, remaining steadfast, enduring the brutal, relentless onslaught, all the while buying precious time for Goku to complete his vital task. He sustained grievous, life-threatening injuries, but still his unwavering spirit refused to yield. Finally, Buu seized him, relentlessly choking him, and was preparing to unleash a truly fatal attack to end his life. But wait, Mr. Satan, miraculously, was still alive. He bravely rushed towards Buu, physically stopping him, and courageously declared, to him, "Come on, fiend, fight me instead." Amused, Buu immediately released Vegeta and turned his full attention to dispatching Mr. Satan. But then, to everyone's astonishment, he abruptly halted. It was the pure-hearted original Buu, still residing deep within him, who intervened, preventing the attack and heroically protecting Mr. Satan. Enraged by this defiance, the evil Buu forcibly expelled the original Buu from his body. Then, without hesitation, he viciously struck Mr. Satan, seemingly intending to end him, but the original Buu, now free, launched a furious assault on the evil Buu, heroically saving Mr. Satan. And so, an astonishing, desperate battle erupted between the benevolent, pure-hearted original Buu and the malevolent, utterly evil Buu. They relentlessly exchanged powerful blows, each combatant sustaining gruesome injuries only to incredibly regenerate their forms, continuing their fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Goku was still diligently channeling and amassing his immense energy, when, quite abruptly, he was overcome by a troubling, debilitating sensation, feeling that he simply couldn't go on, his formidable power utterly failing him. This crushing, profound exhaustion stemmed from his prolonged presence in the demanding Super Saiyan 3 form, which had drained him completely, utterly depleting his reserves. With a sigh of defeat, he descended, landing weakly beside Vegeta. It was then that Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with a sudden, brilliant spark of inspiration, announced, "Goku, I've got an idea brewing, a truly clever one. And I, my friend, shall take charge of this situation and execute a plan." Vegeta, with a surprising surge of leadership, promptly called out to the Supreme Kai and Dende, commanding, "Listen closely. You two must speed off to planet Namek immediately and gather all the Dragon Balls there without delay. I will then instruct you on precisely what steps to take, so be ready." Kibito Kai, hearing Vegeta's urgent directive, instantly complied and began to transport them. Dende and the Supreme Kai straight to the verdant, distant planet Namek. Upon their arrival, the venerable Grand Elder Guru of Namek warmly and graciously received Dende. Our young hero then meticulously explained the entire dire situation to the elder. In response, the wise Grand Elder Guru presented him with the Namekian Dragon Balls, declaring, "Behold, the Dragon Balls are right here, and I have carefully prepared and significantly augmented the great dragon, Purunga, so that he may grant any wish you desire, no matter how grand or difficult. Any wish your heart desires." Dende, understandably, was absolutely ecstatic and carefully collected the powerful glowing spheres. Vegeta then, with a serious, urgent tone, instructed him, "Now listen closely, Dende. I need you to make two crucial requests of Purunga. First, you must wish for planet Earth to be completely restored to its pristine original condition. And secondly, you must wish for the revival of every single person who has tragically perished since the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Tenkaichi Budokai, with the explicit exception of any genuinely evil individuals, mind you." Dende, meticulously following Vegeta's precise instructions, made his heartfelt requests to Purunga. And just like that, the majestic Purunga swiftly granted both profound wishes. The Earth was miraculously restored to its former glory, and all its inhabitants were joyfully brought back to life. Even our own proud Vegeta, to his surprise, returned to life. Following this incredible feat, Purunga then informed Dende, "You still have one final, crucial wish remaining." Vegeta then, with an unexpected gesture, turned to Dende and declared, "I have no desire for this last wish myself. You all should decide amongst yourselves what you wish to ask for, be it anything." However, Dende found himself at a complete loss, utterly unsure of what to request, leaving the mighty Purunga patiently waiting. Vegeta, seeing this impasse, then addressed, "Goku, listen, old friend, I brought Earth and everyone who perished back to life for one crucial, vital reason. So that you, and only you, can fully utilize the magnificent Spirit Bomb technique. You must gather their collective energy and use it to utterly eradicate Majin Buu. I am now going to communicate with every single living soul on Earth through the amazing power of King Kai, and I will have them give you their formidable energy." And wouldn't you know it, Vegeta did precisely that. He painstakingly explained the entirety of the dire, world-threatening situation to every single inhabitant of Earth, passionately imploring them, "Raise your hands high, people of Earth, and generously lend us your precious life force. With this combined power, we can at last utterly annihilate the monstrous Majin Buu." In response, Goku's closest loyal friends, without a moment's hesitation, enthusiastically raised their hands, and our hero began to absorb their potent energy, successfully forming a colossal, shimmering spirit bomb. Yet, to their dismay, it was tragically, woefully insufficient. So, with a renewed sense of urgency, Vegeta once again broadcasted his desperate plea to the remaining inhabitants of Earth. But alas, not a single soul believed his urgent warning, and a profound sense of utter indifference permeated their attitudes towards the unfolding critical crisis instead, becoming utterly engrossed in their mundane daily lives. Not one of them offered their precious energy to Goku. Vegeta, glancing towards the terrifying scene, witnessed the malevolent Buu mercilessly pummeling the pure-hearted original Buu, relentlessly striking him with devastating energy attacks and perilously close to utterly annihilating him. At this horrific sight, Vegeta, consumed by a fierce righteous fury, once again addressed the Earth's population for a third, desperate time, practically begging, "For the love of all that is good, give us your energy, and quickly, you fools." Yet astonishingly, the Earthlings once again refused, paralyzed by fear and confusion, as they neither recognized Vegeta nor his commanding voice. Seeing the futility, Vegeta turned to Goku and, with a grim determination, declared, "Goku, I'm going to go ahead and engage and distract Buu myself. You, my friend, must address the people of Earth." And indeed, he bravely went, and Buu relentlessly pounded on him. Goku, taking over the crucial task, then spoke to the people of Earth in his stead. And sure enough, a few of the Earth's inhabitants, recognizing Goku's distinct and comforting familiar voice, felt a surge of hope. They promptly raised their hands, generously offering him their invaluable energy. But alas, even with their contributions, Goku still desperately needed additional power. It was then that Mr. Satan, seeing the critical, dire situation, was compelled to speak up. He bellowed to the terrified inhabitants of Earth, "Listen up, people! It's me, your champion, Mr. Satan. I am personally fighting Majin Buu right this very moment. Give me your energy." And when the people of Earth heard the unmistakable, booming voice of their beloved hero, Mr. Satan, they instantly recognized him and responded. and immediately heeded his command, raising their hands with renewed hope and fervor. Goku, now infused with their collective energy, finally completed the mighty Spirit Bomb. He was just about to unleash it, but then a grim realization struck him. Majin Buu was standing menacingly right next to Vegeta, effectively pinning him down and preventing any movement. So, Goku, seeing the perilous, inescapable situation, paused his attack, unwilling to throw the Spirit Bomb, fearing he would accidentally obliterate his comrade, Vegeta. The malevolent Buu, remaining steadfastly beside the pinned Vegeta, continued to launch relentless, devastating assaults on Goku from that strategic position. Our hero, Goku, found himself in an agonizing dilemma, utterly unsure of his next move, until, incredibly, the pure-hearted original Buu, regaining his strength, rose and delivered a powerful, unexpected blow to the evil Buu. Seizing this precious opening, Mr. Satan swiftly grabbed Vegeta, pulling him to safety, and then Goku unleashed the colossal, glowing Spirit Bomb, but to everyone's utter dismay, Majin Buu, with an incredible display of raw power, managed to block it. He then relentlessly began to push the massive energy sphere back towards Goku. Our hero, Goku, now completely drained, found himself utterly helpless, and with a desperate gasp cried out to Vegeta, "My strength is completely spent. I can't push the Spirit Bomb back at him any longer. I'm at my limit." Vegeta, ever the quick-thinking strategist, immediately started to ponder furiously, desperately searching for a solution. He then instructed Mr. Satan, "Quickly tell the people of Earth to lend us their energy again right now." But King Kai, with a somber, grave tone, interjected, "It won't work, Vegeta. The people of Earth have completely exhausted their energy. They have absolutely nothing left to give." Vegeta, a sudden, brilliant spark of realization igniting in his mind, then exclaimed, "But wait, we still have one last, crucial wish remaining." He swiftly called out to Dende, urging him, "Dend, quickly! You must implore the dragon to restore Goku's power immediately, without delay." Without hesitation, Dende acted, and the mighty dragon, Puranga, granted his request instantly. Miraculously, Goku's formidable power surged back, completely revitalized, and with this renewed strength, he was able to forcefully push the colossal Spirit Bomb back directly to Majin Buu. As he pushed it with every fiber of his being, Goku, with a respectful yet determined tone, declared, "You know, Buu, you genuinely were an incredibly formidable adversary." And then, with a cataclysmic, earth-shattering impact, the magnificent glowing Spirit Bomb descended upon Buu, utterly obliterating him from existence. Goku emerged victorious, a living legend, descending triumphantly, alive and well. Vegeta and Mr. Satan, with immense relief and pride, triumphantly announced to all the inhabitants of Earth that the monstrous Majin Buu was, at long last, truly no more. A wave of joyous celebration swept across the planet, with everyone erupting in cheers and enthusiastic shouts for their hero, Mr. Satan. A short while later, Kibito Kai returned, bringing Dende back to the serene Kaioshin world. Dende, with his incredible healing powers, immediately attended to Goku and Vegeta, mending their wounds. But even as they recovered, Goku and Vegeta couldn't help but notice, upon closer inspection, that the kind-hearted original Buu was still very much present, standing quietly. Vegeta, ever pragmatic and cautious, was immediately poised to eliminate him, but Mr. Satan, with a heartfelt, desperate plea, intervened, saying, "Please, Vegeta, I beg you, do not harm him. This original Buu is inherently good. All the malevolence that once resided within him has been completely, entirely purged. I will personally assume full responsibility for him, and I solemnly promise you, he will never ever bring harm to a single living soul." Goku, pondering the situation, then turned to Dende and instructed, "Dende, please heal Buu. After all, if it weren't for his brave, unexpected intervention, we truly wouldn't have managed to defeat that malevolent evil Buu. Now that he's become entirely good, pure of heart, we'll take him back with us to Earth. And here's the plan. We'll summon the mighty dragon, Shenron, and have him wipe away every single person's memory of Buu. This way, they won't harbor any fear or prejudice towards him, and he can live a perfectly normal life among them, like anyone else." Once Goku had concluded his thoughtful, ingenious plan, they all made their way back to Dende's celestial temple. There, they were finally reunited with their beloved families, and Chi-Chi, overcome with profound emotion, burst into tears of absolute, joyous relief after discovering that her beloved Goku had, against all odds, been brought back to life and would finally be able to live peacefully alongside them once more. 6 glorious months later, they all gathered and, as planned, successfully summoned the magnificent Shenron, who with his incredible power completely erased all human memory of Buu from everyone's minds. And finally, if you thoroughly enjoyed this thrilling episode, please don't forget to hit that magnificent subscribe button and give this episode a resounding thumbs up. It truly helps the channel out tremendously.